Well, good morning from a brightening Seat Unique Stadium from Ian Randall and from Dan Whiting.
Morning, Ian. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. It was a bit grey when we arrived this morning, but the skies are brightening a bit. The forecast is it will stay dry, and it's the first day of this Gloucestershire-Surrey match here in Division 1 of the County Championship. Surrey come here as leaders, and they're going to be batting first because Gloucestershire, I think, have won what we would say is quite an important toss.
It always is here at Bristol, isn't it? And you want to be batting last. I think it's one of those wickets that get easier and easier as the game goes on. And there's a little bit of green tinge to the wicket, a little bit of grey cloud here as well. So hopefully Ryan Higgins can exploit those conditions early this morning.
So as you've mentioned, Higgins, why don't you do the Gloucestershire team?
Okay, the Gloucestershire team is, this morning out of the 13 that were picked, Josh Shaw and George Scott are missing. So we're going to have Marcus Harris opening up with Chris Dent, James Bracey at 3, Miles Hammond possibly at 4, although Graham Van Buren has been batting at 4. So they'll swap between 4 and 5. Ryan Higgins 6, Tom Lace 7. Both the Taylors are in, Jack Taylor and Matt Taylor. David Payne also comes in for his first game of the season after COVID, and there is a debut for Mohamed Amir, who becomes the 678th player to play for the Shire, and we're all looking forward to watching him go. And I'm sure Rory Burns will be thinking about his that first ball, the Ashes. Mitchell Stark, a quick left armour, first ball, and Gloucestershire fans will be hoping that it's the same outcome.
Yeah, he has played a bit in England for Essex. I think it was 4 first-class games, but you've got to go back to 2019 to find his last red ball game. So he's here for 3 matches, really as cover for Nazim Shah, and we wish him well on his Gloucestershire journey, or short as it will be. I'll give you the Surrey team, and then we'll hear from Mohamed Amir. The Surrey team: Rory Burns, Ryan Patel, Hashim Amla, Ollie Pope. Very strong top 4. Then we get into the all-rounders. No Ben Folkes, so Jamie Smith will bat at 5 and keep wicket. Sam Curran at 6. Colin de Grandhomme, another short-term signing. They've got Kemar Roach injured, so de Grandhomme is also coming in for 3 matches, the New Zealander. Then at 8, Will Jack. So there's a very strong batting lineup. All those 8 genuine batsmen. And then Jordan Clark, very much in form with the ball. Dan Worrell back at Gloucestershire, but this time, of course, representing Surrey, having left Bristol last winter. And Reece Topley also in form as well. Really a white ball player, you'd say, but a bit of a renaissance in red ball cricket for him, certainly at the start of this season. But a lot of the talk has been around the signing of Mohamed Amir for Nazim Shah's injury, and Jack Longstaff spoke to him yesterday.
We've just got a slight technical problem there. So, but the big news this morning is that Ben Folkes seems to be missing from the Surrey side. I believe that he was hit during the Somerset game. So
yeah, he was certainly in the 14 that they named yesterday. And Jamie Smith was not, and that was the interesting scenario for me. He was cleared to return after a collision with Overton, Jamie Overton that was, during the Somerset match. But I say he's clearly Surrey feel that he is not able to take part in this match and keep wicket. So Jamie Smith will be in his place. Anyway, we think we can bring you
Mohamed Amir, welcome to Gloucestershire and welcome back to county cricket. How does it feel to be back playing cricket in England?
Thank you very much, and to be honest, I'm feeling good and excited for tomorrow. And I always enjoy county cricket. Whenever I play here, I always enjoy it, and I'm looking forward for the next challenge.
So it's 3 games you're here for, starting with Surrey at home tomorrow. You just must be raring to go and excited to get stuck in there.
Why not? To be honest, as everybody knows, I'm playing after 3 years red ball cricket, so I'm looking forward and I'm excited. So I will do my best, and I will try my best to do well for my team, Gloucestershire. So I'm excited.
And what was it about Gloucestershire then that made you want to try your hand again at county championship cricket?
Look, first thing is I always believe county cricket has a huge impact on cricketing field. So as I told you, I always enjoy playing here. So, and Gloucestershire, when I got a call from my agent, so he said you have opportunity to play for Gloucestershire. So I said, why not? And when I arrived on the 22nd, I think, so I was sitting in the dressing room with the boys, and the way they played against Lancashire, and we were struggling in the first inning, and then the way they come back to the game and they fought well, and I was talking to myself, I'm on the good good side here, because the youngster, I always love youngster, the way they fought with the heart, to be honest, and hopefully I will chip in to share my experience with the youngsters and do well for the Gloucestershire. Rather, I'm playing 3 games, but I will put my 200% effort. So I want to finish 3 games on the high note and want to leave my impact here.
Well, look, it sounds like you've settled in brilliantly already, and we all wish you the very best for your time here at Gloucestershire.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mohammed on good form with Jack Longstaff yesterday, and he'll get the chance, I'm sure, Dan, to take the new ball today. It would be a major surprise if he didn't.
Yes, I'm sure he will. It's very interesting, that interview, isn't it? It's really good what he's got to say. He's obviously got a lot of time for the club here in Bristol, as have I as well, because people have made me feel very welcome, and it's a lovely club here at Gloucestershire.
And it's interesting that the connection, Nazim Shah, Zafar Gohar, Mohammed Amir, all from the same nation, and you can't believe that there isn't something in that Gloucestershire have decided, right, okay, if we can pull some guys in who know each other, it helps them settle. It makes that bedding in process much shorter.
And there's a rich heritage of Pakistani cricketers here in Bristol, isn't there? Zahir Abbas, Sadiq Mohammed, and we've got a Pakistani umpire as well, Hassan Adnan, who's just making his way out to the middle there, born in Lahore, played for Islamabad, and he had a stint at Derbyshire where he was Player of the Year. The other umpire is Mike Burns, who played for Warwickshire and Somerset, and played for a couple of, as they were then, minor counties. Couldn't be further apart geographically. He played for Cumberland and Cornwall. But then he spent 6 years at Warwickshire and 8 years at Somerset, and he ended up skippering. He took over the captaincy from Jamie Cox. But we're going to see Ryan Higgins open the bowling, and it looks like Rory Burns is going to be facing the first ball. Yeah,
the two left-handers to open, Burns and Ryan Patel, who got a century in the win over Somerset, got 100 in the second innings when they were chasing, was it 230, 237, 239 I think it was. And it's obviously 2 wins already for Surrey this season. They've also beaten Hampshire, so they come here in some sort of form, and they've got such a deep squad too, haven't they? That's the other thing. It's the envy of many.
But everyone says about Surrey, they just import players, but they're bringing through their own guys as well. You look at their top 5. 3 of their top 5 went to Whitgift School, which Surrey have used as an outground in the past, and they bring through their own guys, so it's fantastic to see. And a warm welcome to everyone joining us from Surrey or South London, and we're about to get underway here at the Seat Unique Stadium here in Bristol for what promises to be a mouth-watering clash.
And I think pretty clear Mohammed Amir is going to bowl from this end because he's down at fine leg.
Yeah, Ryan Higgins in, first ball of the day to Rory Burns, who clips that firmly to mid-on for no run. Stings the hands there. I think that's
David Payne there. That's
Payne,
well, it stung his hands, or whether it hit him on the inside of the heel. Welcome to the game.
Yeah. So it looks like we've got Bracey keeping, Miles Hammond at first, Chris Dent at second. Here's Ryan Higgins in. Oh, and that's a good ball. That beats Burns outside the off stump. And welcome to the game, Rory.
Yes, he's got one in the middle so far, but just the one.
Higgins,
I think that's Marcus Harris at third.
Yeah. Higgins is the man to exploit these conditions. He's a wonderful bowler, wonderful all-rounder, actually. Here he comes from the pavilion end, and that's a thick outside edge there, which just runs into the gully, and no run. So tentative start here by Rory Burns.
Should say that Graham Van Buren obviously today won the toss and decided to field. It's his 100th first-class match of his career. Obviously, quite a lot of those in South Africa.
Higgins in to Burns, and plays that one firmly out to David Payne with that idiosyncratic technique of his, which works for him, doesn't it? His track record is very good. It's an unusual style, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit like, Steve Smith has developed his his own way of doing things, but Burns has got runs at the top level.
Higgins into him, and that's defended off the front foot. Yeah,
one might debate he hasn't got as many runs as you would like as an opener for England, but first class wise, you can't argue with an average that starts with a 4. That's, by the way, not 4 but 40, i.e. north of 40.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he made his Surrey debut, having starred for Banstead Cricket Club in the Surrey Championship, and he made his debut back in 2014 as he faces Ryan Higgins there, and just lets that one go through to Bracey. And he reached 1,000 runs every year up until 2018 when he was selected for England. But that was the year that Surrey won the county championship. So he's a good leader, and he's well respected down at the Oval.
And Mohammed Amir passes his Gloucestershire cap to David Payne, and he will stride towards the crease at the Ashley Down Road end to mark out. I'm sure someone's marked out his run for him. That's what they do these days. They pop out at 20 past 10 with a pot of paint, and all the marks are generally there for all the bowlers. He's in most publications I've read, he's listed as left arm fast. Whether he is actually really at express pace, I'm not sure, but what he did bring, is particularly in that time at Essex, was control and wickets. So it's a question of whether he's actually really letting himself go, or whether he actually just bowls just a little bit within himself, which gives you the control without losing a great deal. Let's see. Left arm over the wicket, and he bowls, and it's clipped away by Ryan Patel into the leg side, and a little bit like Harris Ralph, and this is the first time I've watched him live, given he's played very little in England before at county level. A little bit like Harris Ralph, a lot of the pace looks as if it comes from the shoulder.
Yeah, it's a languid approach to the crease,
it's a reasonable approach, but then the whip really comes in. That's a nice delivery, not well directed outside the off stump, and left by Patel. So he got 100 in the win against Somerset.
Yeah, he likes playing against Somerset. He took 6 for 5 against them with the ball a few years ago in 2018. With 5 wickets and 11 balls, which just transformed the whole game. So he does like Somerset fans will be sick at the sight of Ryan Patel.
Yeah, I'll say they're at top of the table at the moment. And here's Mohammed Amir into bowl to him, and that's all off the little bit of not a jumpy defence, if you like, but just made him play it down into the gully, where it's fielded by Tom Lace, who's in there under the cap. Almost universally, I don't see anybody without a sweater. James Bracey's sweater it's definitely been on the white setting. the others are rather more cream, aren't they? But Bracey's definitely on the white setting. Here is Amir, just on the hip of Patel, and he gets Surrey away with a single down to long leg in front of the sprinkling of spectators in that corner of the stand. People generally on the first day will filter in. Quite a good number in the pavilion on the seats in the top tier. Always a good vantage point from up there. And now Burns will take strike. Now, I wonder what's he taking there. I wonder. It might be.
It looks like he's on off stump.
Well, I was going to say it might be middle and off if it's not off. Let's just see when the umpire stands back. We might get a better idea about where Burns is making that mark. He might well be on off stump there, you know. So 3 slips on a gully for Mohammed Amir. And interesting to see how Graham Van Buren uses his new signing. Here he is. Oh, again, that's fired a little bit on the leg stump, and that's clipped away. Outfield will be pretty quick. We haven't had any rain in Bristol lately, and that's gone for 4. And a lot of places in and around the country, whether you're in Filton or indeed in Florida for that matter. No, more in Filton probably. We've got a better idea what's happening in Filton. It's been very dry of late. I know I mowed the lawn yesterday, and it was very, very dry. And that literally raced across the outfield to the deep square leg boundary.
Yeah, similar story in the southeast as well. So from Hallfield to Hawley, we're we're having a dry April.
Yeah. Sorry, 5 without loss. Mohammed Amir in. That's a better line, and taken by Bracey. So he's through his first over, got a few of the cobwebs out of the way, and I say we have to bear in mind. People were excited about his signing, and that's absolutely fine, bearing in mind his overall reputation and what he's done. You know, he's played 36 test matches. You don't do that unless you're a pretty tidy bowler. But he's not played a red ball game in 2020 or 2021. So just getting back into the rhythm with a red ball will be important for him. And equally, how he will be used by Graham Van Buren. We, of course, are doing Gloucestershire against Surrey here, but there is other cricket news around, and we'll bring you that during this over from Ryan Higgins.
Yeah, and it concerns the national side, so we will come on to that very shortly. Here's Higgins into Ryan Patel, first ball that he's faced from him, and he's solidly behind that. In fact, so solidly that he's actually punched it down the ground for just a single, and that gets him off the mark. Both these guys from Whitgift School. But the news is that Ben Stokes has been named England Test captain. I think we were all expecting it at some point today, but it's come out this morning. And the 30-year-old Stokes with 79 tests behind him, and the vice captain has now been named captain. And very best of luck to Ben Stokes. Here's Ryan Higgins, and Burns just plays that out to mid-on.
The next big announcement, I suppose, is to who the head coach is going to be. That's probably the next name we're looking for.
Yeah, I think so. And I think there's going to be 2 head coaches, aren't they? I think they're going to split the red ball,
and white,
the white ball, which makes sense, I think. So here's Higgins from the pavilion end, and just straying onto the legs of Rory Burns, and that's one place you don't want to bowl to Rory Burns around that area, because he's very strong, as we saw in the last over, that one that he whips through the onside. And
it's accentuated by the fact of the guard he takes, isn't it? Because he's almost covering everything. If you're bowling what ostensibly is a decent off-stump line, it's almost bowling onto his pads. He's by half a step across, and he's playing it through his favourite area.
Yeah, he looks a good footballer as well. We saw him warming up with the football, and he did miss a lot of the series in South Africa, though, due to rolling his ankle playing football. Here's Higgins in, and Burns just watchfully defends that one. Yeah, if you were here with the Yorkshire game, welcome back to the Gloucestershire stream. Numbers were extremely encouraging. We had over 250,000 people watch that over the 4 days, and I think sort of the numbers going around streams around the county has been absolutely wonderful to watch. Higgins into Burns, and he plays that one late, and it goes out to gully. Yeah, the numbers around the country. Lancashire last week for the game against Gloucestershire, which was a wonderful game of cricket and a wonderful advert for the county championship as well. That had over 300,000.
And I'm sure that part of that was because on the 4th afternoon, it was I think there may have been 2 games in progress at that stage, but it was the one that was brewing towards a tense finish. It was made tense by the fact of, Tom Lace and Jared Warner batting, for that 9th wicket, really taking Gloucestershire very close to saving the match.
Yeah, I think there are a number of reasons. I'll come on to after this ball from Ryan Higgins. And Burns just plays across that one a little bit and it goes out to point. That completes the over. 6 for none of 3 overs. Burns on 4, Patel on 2. Yeah, there are a number of reasons that I think. I think firstly that I think the marketing from the counties has been really good, really strong this year. And I think there's a lot of interest. I think it's the strongest ever county championship as well. I think we look at the overseas players that are coming in. There are some absolutely wonderful Pakistanis and Australians mainly. I think it's wonderful, and also the streaming helps.
Patel waits for Mohammad Amir. That's played into the leg side, and again fielded by Matt Taylor. Yeah, I mean, I have to say, our colleagues at Lancashire do, just as good a job as James does here for us, and credit to all the media sides who put together what is effectively a TV service that you might expect from a well-resourced TV company. Here is Mohammad Amir once more from the Ashley Down Road end, and played again by Patel out onto the onside. David Payne's been busy in the game, fielding wise. He's had quite a lot coming his way at mid-on with these 2 left-handers in. Mohammad Amir at the minute, it's a little bit both sides of the wicket, but he's got to just go and straighten that line up, and Graham Van Buren's just having a chat with him from mid-off.
He'll be itching to get his season going, won't he, David Payne?
They will be, absolutely. Very much a bowler of rhythm. And here's Mohammad Amir, and that's a bit better line and squirted away for a well-judged single, actually. Van Buren had ground to make up on the offside. And Surrey will know, having played here last year and lost when they were defending 228 to win as it was on that occasion on the last day, that the pitch does flatten out here, and that is why first innings runs are important. And there's nothing to suggest from their record so far this season that they couldn't get a good first innings score.
Yeah, it looks like there's a little bit of juice in it. It looks green, but it's looked like that in a number of games at Bristol, and it always plays very well.
Mohammad Amir in on that's reasonable bounce through to James Bracey. Again, a little bit wide, probably 5th stump that was, so it was one that could be left. But if you look at Surrey's record so far at Edgbaston in the opening match, they got 428 for 8 declared first time round, albeit Ben Foakes got 100 in that game and he's not playing today. Then they got 467 against Hampshire at the Oval. Ollie Pope got 100 there, and 308 first time against Somerset at the Oval, but they bowled well in the Somerset second innings that left them a gettable target. Again, outside the off stump from Mohammad Amir, and let go through to Bracey. So Burns has 4, Patel has 3, as you can see at the bottom of your card. Those are the core details. And if you want more information about Gloucestershire cricket, then don't forget our free app is available. You can download it. There's the just the confirmation that we do have a club app now. If you have a smartphone, you can download it for free, and all the information about the in-play matters, and indeed off-the-field stuff as well, can be found there. Here is Mohammad Amir, left arm over, and again let go quite extravagantly by Rory Burns, getting his bat well out of the way. So a couple of overs from Mohammad Amir, just getting into his work, and it's interesting as the season starts unfolding. Not only are sides covering injuries to key players by short-term signings, but other players who aren't getting much cricket are going out on loan. So Mason Crane from Hampshire has gone to he went
Sussex
for a month.
Yeah, and Aaron Beard's gone there as well from Essex.
Yeah, that was done yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, Sussex have got a horrendous injury list though, really is lengthening. Here's Ryan Higgins into Patel, who defends that one. Yeah, Patel is from Old Rutlishians Cricket Club in the sort of Wimbledon Merton area, southwest London, and he did a lot of work with AFC Wimbledon, although he claims he's an Arsenal fan, but he did some work helping out on a food bank during the COVID period. So great to see.
Fair play to him.
A man with a mature head on his shoulders. Here's Ryan Higgins into him. And that's big stride in, well forward, and played out to Graham Van Buren there at mid-off.
I mean, the one thing that I suspect, and the Surrey players will know this, is that they have to adjust to a lower bounce at Bristol than they'd be used to at the Oval.
Yeah, although saying that, I thought there were a few wickets last year. You know, we had a few games at the Oval, and I'll come on to it after this ball as Higgins approaches the crease and Patel wants nothing to do with that one. There were a few wickets at the Oval last year where, 700 played 600. And in a way, I think they make for worse games of cricket.
I'm not saying that's a great watch.
No, it's not. Especially towards the end of the season. And I think it's the ones to the, if you're looking from the Vauxhall end or the OCS stand at the Oval, here's Higgins. And that's defended out to mid-off. I think it's the ones to the left, so gasometer side, which tend to be sort of more dead than the ones towards the Archbishop Tennyson School side. But it's a wonderful ground, the Oval, and lots of history there. And you think of the great Surrey sides. They've won 19 county championship titles, and they've had 3 periods of real success. Here's Higgins into Patel, who works around that front pad a little bit, plays that into the onside. They had the 1880s and 1890s, and they had the 1950s where they won the title 8 years in a row, with people like Laker, Locke, that wonderful side there. And then the late 90s and early 2000s with Adam Hollyoake and, Mark Butcher, Ali Brown, Ben Hollyoake, wonderful, wonderful side. Here's Higgins into Patel, and he defends that. Looks a solid bat. Patel looks well organised and seems to know where his off stump is as well.
Yes, he led the chase on the 4th day of that Somerset win. There are the bowling figures. It's just a single off Ryan Higgins so far. The only boundary coming off Mohammed Amir. If you are joining us, from wherever you're joining us from, don't forget that our emails. I have an email account which you can drop us a line. Questions, comments, all welcome. And it's commentators, very simply, commentators at glossccc.co.uk. There it is, top right-hand corner of the screen. And very good to get some Yorkshire supporters involved with us in the last game. And hopefully you can, whether you're in Surrey or in Gloucestershire, you can be with us for this game. Well, let's let go by Rory Burns. It was coming back in really on the angle from Mohammed Amir. I don't think it did very much, but taken by James Bracey. It was a good leave, as you'd say, as opposed to a bad leave.
That's a very good leave.
He knew where his off stump was there. Donning in a sleeveless sweater, Mohammed Amir. So it's a brisk approach, and then the real energy comes from the delivery, and that's may have just... was that drop short? It's Miles Hammond at first slip. Might have another look at that. Burns, everyone's got his hands in his pockets there, but Burns nicking it. That's one where he's just not got his fingers right under the ball.
It's carried. He's very deep there at first slip. He's a long way back. I know Mohammed Amir is quick, but he's a long way back. And there was real carry in this wicket here at Bristol, wasn't there, in the game against Yorkshire?
Matt Fisher found it, certainly. And
that would have been ideal for Gloucestershire, though.
yeah, I mean, it was one of those ones which, I say, he was obviously coming slightly forward and to his right. I wonder if there's a chance I would look at that again at the end of the over. Whether James can get that clip. I have to have another look.
That's what you want, though. The Surrey skipper back in the hutch 20 minutes in is, the ideal scenario, isn't it?
Very much. There wasn't a lot of disappointment amongst the slips. Perhaps they knew that. Perhaps not. Some players will go and tap the guy who drops the catch on the back as if to say, come on, don't worry about it. It happens. But there wasn't much of that, which whether they weren't sure whether it had carried or not. But Hammond only sees it once in real time, same as the umpire.
I thought it carried. It seemed to be in the air for a long time, didn't it?
Yeah, it was. Well, there is just a little bit of brightness coming now, which will please Surrey. And that's edged and all well stopped on the bounce at third slip by Marcus Harris. Just gets a tap from Tom Lace. Good stop to his left. Interesting you say that you think the slips are deep to a mere. Look at Higgins is next over, and look how deep the slips are to Higgins. That may be purely the difference in pace between the two bowlers, but to me the slips to Higgins look quite close. So
yeah.
Let's have a look at that when Higgins returns. Here is Amir though from the Ashley Down Road end, and fires that in, and it's defended again by Burns. But Amir may look a bit rueful at the end of that over. And he gets a round of applause from those down below us in the Jack Russell and Mark Lane stands. And here is the clip again of that chance, which we'll call it, from Mohammed Amir. Miles Hammond at first slip is the player you want to watch. Yes, I think I'm with you. I think it just about carries. It's a tricky one, but it just about carries, and they're the ones that you really want to snaffle early on in the innings. 7 without loss it remains.
Higgins is going to start the 7th over of the morning to Ryan Patel as he plays that out.
So do you think the slips are quite close for Higgins?
Yeah, I do. I thought there was a lot of lift from this end in the Yorkshire game. Matt Fisher, as you said, Ian, managed to extract bounce and carry, didn't he? And we saw Duke once let the ball go through his hands there, with a regulation take, but albeit above his head. And the other time was Marcus Harris nicked, and he dropped him as well, and he was a long way back. Here's Higgins. Defended dot ball. Yeah, and Harry Duke was regularly taking Matt Fisher there above his head, and I thought Fisher really impressed me. We're going to have Ryan Higgins going to go round the wicket now. He's going to change the angle at Ryan Patel. There's a new coaching team in place at the Kia Oval. Gareth Batty is taken over as interim head coach until the end of the season. Higgins into the crease. And that's just let go straight through to the gloves.
Jim Troughton working with him, isn't he?
Yeah, Jim Troughton's there, who's the grandson of Doctor Who actor Patrick Troughton. You must have watched that back when you were a young lad.
Always frightened by it.
Jim Troughton had a good career at Warwickshire, 14-year career, and here's Higgins. From Stratford-upon-Avon, that's a dot ball. From Stratford-upon-Avon Cricket Club, who play at the wonderfully named Swan's Nest, which is Warwickshire have used that, I believe, as an outground. 6 one-day internationals for England, but he's a wonderful fielder. But he was head coach at Warwickshire. And then he was at Somerset last year. He was just down the M5 here last year. And Yorkshire were after him in the winter, but he went to Surrey. As Patel lets that one go through to James Bracey. Yeah, I believe Yorkshire were after him in the winter, but he chose life in South London instead. You've also got Azza Mahmood there as well, who's I think sort of working on the bowling side, who had a couple of spells with Surrey as a player. With British wife, he's based here anyway, so he was at Surrey from 2002 to 2007. Higgins goes back over the wicket, and same result. Patel just lets that one go through. And then he had a little spell at Kent as a Mahmood as well, and he won all 3 competitions as there was then. He won the Championship, he won the National League and the T20 with Surrey, and he's also worked with Pakistan as a bowling coach. But Gareth Batty's, we had him on our podcast last week, and he's a huge advocate of the current structure of county cricket. And he was saying that game against Somerset last week, Hashim Amla came off the pitch and said, that is test match intensity, that game. He went, whoa, and apparently they went at Tom Abel properly hard, and Tom Abel came out, with 150 and 50 in the second innings as well. So, proper county championship cricket.
Yeah, this is Mohammed Amir on his Gloucestershire debut, continue his new ball spell to the left-handed Rory Burns, both Burns and Patel, of course, left-handers. Burns is batting in the short sleeves. If you obviously we highlight at the bottom of the screen who he's facing, but if you just look away and look back and look straight at the batsman first, Burns has got the short sleeves. That's the easy way to distinguish between the two. Still the 3 slips. Lace in the gully. Hair flopping, comes in. What's a nice delivery? That's where you want to find it. He's been a little bit, perhaps leg side, if anything, but that was the one that went away to the left-hander.
A right grin there from Rory Burns.
Sometimes you just have to just nod in the bowler's direction because he's absolutely done you there, and that's. I think he knew that. Yeah, there's the grin from Burns. You can see the. You can see the scenario, and you know that 15 love to the bowler, so to speak. Amir again. Oh, it beats Burns this time.
That one went the other way.
Yeah, that was on the thigh pad. He's
been a good test this morning, isn't he, from Mohammed Amir?
Just starting to get into a rhythm. What is his 4th over? I think with Matt Taylor and David Payne also in the team, Graham Van Buren's got proper backup in this game, if I can call it that, and that's not decrying Ajit Singh Dale or Josh Shaw, but it just deepens the threat a bit, you think, particularly on wickets at Bristol, where David Payne in particular would have enjoyed a lot of his success, and it's not a different role for him actually to be not taking the new ball, but I don't think it'll be long before we see him.
Yeah, I'll come on to that at the end of the over.
Burns again in his very individual way of addressing the bowler. Just gets a leg by out on the leg side. David Payne does the fielding. Payne, of course, I'm sure would have been in those first 3 matches, and so far what's been noticeable is how long into the 4th day Gloucestershire have been taking these games. So the first game at Northampton was literally in the last over when they stopped. The game here against Yorkshire, James Bracey said afterwards they were probably half an hour short with the bat, or maybe 10 overs short of really making it interesting on the last day. Here is Mohammed Amir again. Oh, that's a Yorker and dug out by Patel. Great delivery last up, and it's been a lively opening stint from the Pakistan Test quick.
Yep.
Here he is on a 3-match deal covering for his countryman Nazim Shah, and there's Patel digging out the last one. He gets again a tap from his captain. He's bowled 4 overs this morning.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to miss David Payne, and Gloucestershire have been, Gloucestershire might not have won a game yet this season, but they've probably played the most exciting cricket out of any side in the country. All 3 games have gone down almost to the wire. And, David Payne last year, 34 wickets at 21.14. You're going to miss that out of your attack, especially when Naseem Shah, your overseas paceman, has gone down injured as well, hence the signing of Mohammed Amir on that short-term deal as Higgins comes in. And Burns prods that back to him. But, there seemed to be a lot of negativity on social media about the Surrey side, and everyone was thinking, how great they are. And I saw one comment saying if we can avoid an innings defeat. And you look at Gloucestershire, and Gloucestershire have got heart. They battle. And no side comes here to Bristol and gets an easy ride. They make them work for it. As Higgins comes in, and Burns just works that one down to Mohammed Amir down at fine leg. So no side gets sort of, comes down the M4 or wherever, or down to Bristol and puts their feet up and walks away with the points. Gloucestershire will make them work the whole way. If you look at their squad, I mean, Marcus Harris is a world-class player. Chris Dent's been one of the leading run scorers. James Bracey's in fine form. Mohammed Amir, David Payne and Ryan Higgins. I mean, it's a good side here. Oh, that's a good ball there by Ryan Higgins. That beats Ryan Patel. So no one,
No, I think
Gloucestershire have got a decent side themselves.
You're right, Dan. I mean, even that 211 chasing 60 overs, Yorkshire were 10 overs in at the end, and that's off the back of 4 days. I think that's why James Bracey made that comment about, we were probably half an hour from really making it interesting. And then last week there were 4 overs from saving a game at Old Trafford, which again, I had somebody send me an email yesterday which said that, in years gone by, and I don't mean necessarily in the recent past, but there would have been a time where that game would have been over at lunchtime and they'd been on the motorway. Yeah,
you look at that Lancashire attack last week, James Anderson, Saqib Mahmood, Matt Parkinson and Hassan Ali. I mean, that would give the England side probably beat the England side. Here's Ryan to Ryan, Higgins to Patel. Oh, and that's a good delivery. That squares, it goes across him, squares him up a little bit. And ball's nibbling around a little bit, I think, this morning. I think we've got the overhead conditions and a little bit of tinge in the wicket.
Yeah, and the pitch looks, I mean, it's 2 to the, depending on where you're looking at it from, it's 2 pitches towards the Kennington Avenue side from the one they used for the Yorkshire match. So again, very central.
Ryan Higgins into Patel, who works that to David Payne. That completes the over. Alex Stewart's the director of cricket. That's his beloved Surrey. He made his debut for them back in 1981. And wonderful stat with Alex Stewart, isn't there? Whose date of birth is 8/4/63.
Wasn't that the number of test runs he got?
It was, yes. Yeah, it's a wonderful stat. It's one of my favourite all-time stats, actually. But the other number to do with him as well, he's a huge Chelsea fan. And he always wore the number 4 throughout his career. After John Hollins, the Chelsea midfielder, who was his favourite player. And a wonderful servant of Surrey cricket and England cricket as well.
Ryan Higgins just had a chat with Van Buren after the end of that last over, but it is Mohammed Amir to continue. Oh, and that's again just drawn. Burns just forward. It's 4th stump. That's the line. If Burns is going to take a middle and off or off stump guard, here's a second look at that. Then it's a 4th stump line you want to be trying to bowl to him, and that's just about where he wants. Just about on a 6pence there from Mohammed Amir.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to be straying onto Rory Burns' leg stump. That's where he's very, very strong.
That's just the only boundary he's been clipped away in that area from Rory Burns. And There's a man now 3 parts of the way back to the boundary on the leg side. Only David Payne's the only man in front of square on the leg side at the moment. We've only had, say, the one boundary in the first 34 minutes play. I mean, Higgins was very economical last week at Old Trafford, and it almost looked, I didn't watch all the footage, it looked as if Lancashire were quite respectful of Higgins and of Zafar Gohar in particular as they built their respective totals. Here, and Mohamed Amir again, that one's gone a little way in the air too, and it's gone away off the seam. So that's probably, without taking a wicket, another moral victory to the bowler. And a second look at that last Amir delivery. This is the first one which we actually say probably has gone through the air. It's quite early, but it's gone. And again, Burns, he's in a proper contest here with the man at the other end. So he's still in single figures. Mohamed Amir to Burns. That's where he likes it. Just in and around thigh pad, hip area, absolutely fine for him. Just works that away.
Yeah, fascinating battle this, isn't it? I mean, I was really looking forward this morning to Mohamed Amir versus Hashim Amla, but this looks like a really, really good battle.
See, that is out at deep square. That might be Jack Taylor there, actually. No, Jack Taylor's at point, so if I didn't know, I'd say that was George Scott fielding as a sub. But we'll see in a moment. Oh, that's again off the pads this time. Down to Higgins. Mohamed Amir thought he'd got through the defences of Patel, but he hasn't quite. How close was this?
I think if he'd missed it, he'd have been in a world of trouble.
Oof. He played it more comfortably than I thought, but Mohamed Amir in his 5th over. So the debate for Graham Van Buren here is, with the new ball, how long do you give your opening bowlers as a first burst? It's probably not more than 6, so maybe one more from Amir after this. Here he is for the moment. That's a bit wider, and let go by Rory Burns. Burns has 6, Patel has 4. 11 for no wicket Surrey after being put in. A reminder that the 2 players left out from the Gloucestershire squad, named yesterday, 13 squad yesterday, Josh Shaw and George Scott, were the players who were left out. In fact, Scott was in fact on briefly as a sub-fielder there. He's walking off the field now, and it might have been Matt Taylor who has just come out there to mid-wicket, who had briefly left the field. Higgins, though, is going to continue, and Payne is just doing some flexing of the shoulders, which might imply a spell isn't far away.
No. Ryan Higgins to Ryan Patel. And that's very wide, and Patel just lets that one go through to the gloves of James Bracey.
We'll just remind you of the Surrey batting order after these two. Hashim Amla, who had that vigil against Hampshire last season when he saved a game for Surrey at the Southampton, but very, very good bat.
Higgins in, and that's firmly driven to mid-off to the skipper Graham Van Buren, who hurls it back to James Bracey. No run.
Amla's numbers are extraordinary, aren't they?
Oh, outrageous.
You know, 9,000 test runs at 46 and 19,000 first-class runs, give or take, at 48.
Yeah. and in one-day cricket as well, he was the fastest player ever to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8,000 runs. Is Higgins in? Oh! And that's been dropped by Chris Dent, diving across to his right. And that's the second drop catch this morning for the hosts. It was a tough chance, but it was a great ball. Patel forced to play at it. Actually, it was a little bit wider. He probably could have left it, but then went sprawling across there low. It wouldn't have carried to Miles Hammond at first slip, so he had to go for it. And I thought he was going to get it on the second attempt, but he just popped up and hit the turf. Here's Higgins in. Oh, and that squared him up, and there's no justice for the bowler. So that hits the outside edge, runs away down to third, and that's 4 runs.
Well, there was just a pat of commiseration from Miles Hammond to Chris Dent. He's not quite in shot there. And that's the one that squirted away for a boundary.
You can see James Bracey's reaction there, throws his head to the heavens. But that could be both openers back in the hutch.
Both men drop one on 4.
Yeah. Here's Ryan Higgins in. Oh, and again that shapes its angle back in from around the wicket, moving away. And, you know, as we spoke about with Gloucestershire's top order as well, it's as much about geometry as it is geography, isn't it, with the left-handers. They have to know, you know, where their off stump is, so they need to know the location of their off stump. They also need to work out the angles as well when people come around the wicket. Here's Higgins, and Patel drives that, probably a little bit of a thick inside edge, goes away through mid-wicket for a single. That completes the over. 16 for none, and it could have been 15 for 2, couldn't it?
Could have very easily have been that.
Yeah.
And the Dent one was, say, I think Hammond knew it wasn't going to carry, so Dent had to go for it, coming across in front of the first slip. Those are the bare details of the day. The 2 boundaries, one a genuine clip from Burns, and one a thickish edge from Ryan Patel. So the first spell through for Mohammad Amir. 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 8. And we're going to see David Payne from the Ashley Down Road end for the first time today, and indeed for the first time in the Red Bull game this season.
Yep, managed to get into England's one-day side with that COVID squad last year, didn't he? I think he was called from Cheltenham College in the game against Middlesex. I think him and John Simpson were both called together on the second morning of the game.
He's had 2 England squad call-ups and not got a game on either occasion, which has, I think, been a bit of grieve. And there's a big LBW appeal there, and Payne strikes first ball straight away. Ryan Patel goes, and David Payne, welcome back to the ball game.
Yeah,
on the money from the word go.
Happy New Year 2022.
Oh yes, I think he's not very far forward there, Patel, and Payne just gets that one to come back off the seam. And I don't wish to look to be right after the event, but he is a rhythm bowler. David Payne absolutely is a rhythm bowler, and there were occasions last year where, in fact, I think it might have been after the match at Middlesex where he'd taken 11 wickets, and he said in an interview that, you know, he and his wife had moved house in the spring. They have a little daughter now, and he said, you know, I could not be happier away from my cricket, and that was feeding into his cricket. And you just wonder whether, you know, he's probably been chomping at the bit and very annoyed not to be available for the first 3 games. And he thought, right, I'm going to come in today fresh as a daisy and see what we can do. Yeah. And then they've got an opportunity with the option to bowl of doing something. Hashim Amla's making his way out at number 3, and he is one of the calmest men you can watch bat. Witness that marathon effort where he made about 20 in 4 hours at Southampton last year, where he just single-handedly foiled Hampshire as they were pressing for an important win. Yeah,
I don't know if that was maybe the lack of bounce perhaps surprised Ryan Patel, or the pace perhaps. He looked like he was beaten for pace a little bit, and Payne's got this languid approach to the crease, isn't he? And he's a little bit quicker than he looks.
but he wasn't very far forward.
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't, and hence why I think he possibly got beaten for pace a little bit.
Now, the question is, will Amla's calmness see him get started here? Payne in to bowl to him, but lets that go outside the off stump. He's 39 now, Hashim Amla. He tends to field at mid-on and mid-off. He isn't one to go sprinting around the boundary many times a day. They tend to be careful, shall we say, Surrey, with him in the field.
Wonderful cricketer. I think anyone who saw that 311 against England at the Oval back in 2012.
Payne in again. And that go outside the off stump. And let's be fair, his value is with his runs.
Oh, massively.
Not in terms of saving bucket loads of runs in the field.
Yeah. But he's the antithesis of Rory Burns, isn't he? He shows all three stumps. He's batting on leg stump there, and you can see all three of his poles.
Here's Payne, left arm over the wicket from the Ashley Down road end. All that just nipped back a little bit too, and Amla played it quietly out onto the offside. So at last, a breakthrough for Gloucester this morning. Two hard chances put down, but one of them at least not too costly, with Patel having only added a further 5 before he was out. Amla waits for Payne quite close to the stumps as usual, and Amla just defends to mid-wicket where Matt Taylor is the fielder. He may not be long before he's into things as well. Ryan Higgins might have maybe one more. 7 would be probably a maximum at this point. But certainly he wouldn't ever accuse Higgins of not enjoying his work. Payne past umpire Mike Burns, and again it's defended, but a success for Payne in his first over. Born in Dorset, as Gloucester fans will know, but he's played all his first-class cricket here, and having come through the academy, he's a popular figure. And you get that when you get a long-term connection with a player. Fans like that, don't they?
Yeah, and I think, before we came on air, we were saying that about Surrey as well. And, Surrey have got this reputation of not being the most popular county. I think there's a little bit of jealousy there. But they're also bringing through their own players now, and the fans identify with those players. They've done a lot of work at Surrey, a big PR drive. They've now got 14,000 members at the Kia Oval. And I think it's fantastic what they're doing. I really think that, it feels like a club, and they like to call it the people's home of cricket as opposed to the home of cricket north of the Thames. But I think it's a wonderful club, and if you're listening from Surrey or South London, we hope you're enjoying the stream here from the Seat Unique Stadium, as we're going to see a change at the pavilion end as well with Matt Taylor, I think it is. Yeah, it's Matt Taylor coming on to bowl. And he's going to be bowling at Rory Burns. Oh, and that's edged, and that's caught by Chris Payne. First ball again. The two left-armers. First ball, strike. Chris Dent at second slip, pouching this one. And we've seen the replay, and it was quite a long way from Rory Burns' body there. I'm not sure he had to play at that. Again, I think the angles have discombobulated him somewhat. So, but that's a cracking start. And
Graham Van Buren will say, well, that's a great double bowling change there. I've really made a difference with that tactical decision. And also, Chris Dent will be delighted, having spilled a difficult chance early on. And in a sense, those two chances have gone down, minimal damage done.
It doesn't matter now. Yeah, so... but it'd be interesting to see how these two go. Now they've been exposed to the new ball. Hashim Amla, all those runs. Absolute legend. Got a 173 against Gloucestershire last year as well, didn't he? And another international star walks to the crease in Ollie Pope. who's I'm looking forward to watching him as well, who's a fantastic player and very stylish player, reminiscent of Ian Bell with his cover drive. And it will be a couple of right-handers now, so let's see what this trinity of left armers for Gloucestershire can conjure up.
I don't know whether this is true, but I think it's certainly the perception that Ollie Pope's batting average at the Oval is higher than it is away from the Oval.
Yeah, he had a very successful year last year, didn't he? He averaged over 70, got 2 double hundreds. He got one against Leicestershire, got 245 early season, then he got 274 against Glamorgan. So he averaged nearly 80. So he's about to face his first ball from Matt Taylor. Oh, and that's a tight leave. That's angled across. Ollie Pope's probably quite glad that didn't nip back a little bit, because he might have been in a little bit of trouble.
I mean, I didn't really complete this point earlier, but the pitch looks a very similar colour to the Yorkshire one, and if it plays as well, then we'll have, and the weather holds, which it's forecast to, then we're going to have 4 very good days again.
Yep. Here's Taylor, bustling approach into the crease, and just works that onto the hip of Ollie Pope, who tickles that one around the corner. No, it's going to be a leg bye. So umpire Hassan Adnan there, and he's got his gloves on actually. He's a bit nippy in the wind, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I think it's an easterly, isn't it, or a easterly or southeasterly?
Yeah.
At the moment, and and the thing about these two is, I think they will, if they stick around, they will play in quite different ways.
Yeah.
Pope a bit more pugnacious, if I can call it that.
Taylor into Hashim Amlou, lets that one go. Product of Durban High School, which is also produced those wonderful cricketers Lance Klusner and Barry Richards. What a player he was. Now, he had a cover drive on him, didn't he? Talk about Ollie Pope and Ian Bell with their cover drive. Barry Richards, when he got going with Gordon Greenwich at the top of the order for Hampshire, and I think, with those two you could be 0 for 2 or 200 for 2 at lunch. You just never knew. Here's Matt Taylor in, and that's down the leg side, and good tumbling take there from James Bracey.
I get the impression that Amla's, you could almost call him Amla the accumulator, because that's just how he bats, isn't it? You kind of think, well, he hasn't really played all that many shots, and yet suddenly he's got to 40. And it's just a very patient, measured way of going about things.
Yep, here's Taylor into him, and he defends that. He's 5th English county, Surrey, and he made his debut back in 1999 for KwaZulu-Natal. So what a wonderful player. 28 test tons, 27 one-day tons. I mean, the numbers just speak for themselves, don't they?
Good applause for Matt Taylor as he takes his sweater at the end of that over. Taylor, one of the players whose contract is up at the end of the season. In fact, both he and his brother, I think, deals are up at the end of this season. So Jack would want to certainly have a good white ball summer, but I think to say he couldn't get some red ball opportunities as well. Once again, George Scott is on the field as a sub temporarily. But David Payne to continue from this Ashley Down road end. Gloucestershire with this unusual position of having 3 left arm medium fast or quicker than medium fast bowlers in the team.
I think it's Mohammed Amir, isn't it?
Who's gone off.
Yeah, I can't see him.
Yes, I don't see him either. Again, that may be a change of boot, perhaps. 3 sips in a gully for Payne. In and just nudged away by Pope into the offsides. I mean, Scott was in the 13 for this match, and you could see the argument that he might be somebody you could bat at 8 and maybe give you the sort of the Ben Charlesworth overs if you wanted somebody just as a stand breaker, or even just to tie up an end for a spell. But what they've done, they've gone with Jack Taylor to do that job. Taylor got a century in the seconds last week. Payne in and clipped away towards Van Buren. He'll try and shy at the striker's end, but Amler was comfortably home. And what Jack Taylor also did with his leg spin was take 6 wickets as well. Now, I take it that's in second 11 cricket. We haven't seen much of. Here's the replay of that clip into the leg side. Payne thinking much of Pope hadn't got a bat on that, he'd have been appealing again. The one thing Jack Taylor's leg spin we haven't really seen, actually, either in white ball or red ball cricket, is that leg spin being trusted. Here is Payne once more, let go by Hasim Amla. So last season, for example, Jack Taylor, in terms of championship cricket, just looking to see, did he bowl at all?
No.
And the answer to that is no, he didn't. He did bowl a little bit in the Royal London Cup, but I think it was largely in a couple of games where the result was just about already sorted out. David Payne again forcing Amler to defend.
Good,
and
good bounce there.
And leg spin is as we've seen increasingly lately. You are seeing other counties, the 2 Parkinson brothers, for example, Lancashire and Leicestershire respectively. Mason Crane, who's just gone to Sussex. Payne in again, and Amler gets well in line. Just happy to defend. Sides are prepared to put good leg spinners in, but I think Jack Taylor's really there to ensure that the Gloucestershire tail didn't start too high up. They wouldn't really want, it's 8, 9, 10, 11 really without the runs of Zafar Gohar, which have been important so far.
Yeah, going back to your point on leg spinners there, Ian. It's we're seeing a number of them on. Matt Critchley's another one.
Yeah,
He's
got
gone
him.
to Essex, and Luke Holman or Nathan Souter that Middlesex use, and it's an important art. It seems very important as well in white ball cricket. I think with the ball going away from the right-hander, they seem dangerous as Matt Taylor comes in to Ollie Pope, who lets that one go. But there's no Zafar Gohar in this game. He bowled 65 overs in the game against Lancashire, which is the most by any Gloucestershire bowler in an innings since 1904. And that's a serious workload that he got through there. But there's no Zafar Gohar because you can only play 2 overseas players. So Mohammed Amir comes in, and obviously Marcus Harris is the other one, the Victorian opening bat. Taylor comes into Ollie Pope, who lets that one go. Ollie Pope's quite, he's busy at the crease early on, isn't he? He's quite, I wouldn't say frantic, although I thought in the Ashes he was a little bit frantic at times. He's a better player than, what we saw of him in the Ashes, isn't he?
Yeah, but I come back to that point about that, he and Amler, quite different. Amler is sort of the ultimate relaxed, isn't he, at the crease, whereas Pope, as you say, by contrast, is much more busy.
Taylor into Pope, and that's a good leave, and that goes through to Bracey. Taylor's working up a little bit of a head of steam here, buoyed by that wicket first ball.
It isn't any bowler.
Yes, indeed.
Whether you're playing for your second 11 on a Saturday,
yeah,
or you're playing at this level, a wicket first ball is always going to, give you a little bit more zip.
Do you used to bend your back after a wicket first ball, Ian?
I didn't often take a wicket first ball, to be fair. I can't. It's a long time ago.
Matt Taylor. And that's wide, and that's good carry through to James Bracey there.
That wasn't that short.
No, it's Bracey taking that one. It's sort of neck high, probably, of Miles Hammond in front of first slip. So, yeah.
And the interesting point. I mean, here we are. We've had an hour's cricket here. Sorry, 18 for 2. And the 2 clearly is important, but they haven't got away to a flyer.
Taylor in to Ollie Pope, and that's his drive where he gets down on one knee and can't beat the field there, can't beat, looks like Graham Van Buren at extra cover.
Yeah, but the batting order is interesting without Folks in it, isn't it? Because you get beyond, so Pope's at 4. I mean, even you split these 2, you're getting into the all-rounders.
Yeah, but you've got Will Jacks at 8, Jordan Clark and Bat at 9, so they go deep. Taylor in to Pope, who works that one deliberately with a through the face, and he's going to get 4 runs. That one runs away. This outfield is lightning here at Bristol, and runs away for 4 runs. But you know what I'm really looking forward to seeing here, Ian, out of today's play? It's not so much Mohammed Amir to Hashim Amla, although I very much am. Do you know what I'm really looking forward to seeing?
Oh, come on! Is it a play on words?
No, I'm really looking forward to seeing whether Colin de Grandhomme has still got that mullet.
Oh. Okay, which he had last year.
Yeah.
And if you were at Cheltenham for the Hampshire match, or with us on the stream for that, you'll know exactly what Dan's talking about. Here is David Payne, already with a wicket to his name, and that's let go by Amla outside the off stump. Yes, Surrey's middle order. We were saying during the Yorkshire match that was a bit unpredictable in terms of we weren't quite sure what it might produce because of its inexperience. Well, Surrey's middle order has got actually the potential to get an absolute bucket load of runs. Some of them quite quickly too, with who they've got in there. Payne in again. Now it's off the edge from Amla, and it's gone down to third man for 4. And he misses that, and he's absolutely plumb LBW.
Yeah, moral victory to David Payne there.
Here's the replay. And Amla's clearly taking leg stump here. And you think this has got to be absolutely plumb LBW, and Payne can't believe he's nicked that. And it's gone all the way along the floor. Through the slip cordon. Never a chance. And Surrey up to 26. For 2. And the sort of player who you need to get early. You don't get him early, you don't get him for a while.
We're speaking about that Hashim Amla knock. His 311 against England at the Kia Oval back in 2012. But my friend Dan Norcross, who's a big Surrey fan, I don't know if you're listening in, Dan, but if you are, drop us a line. But his favourite knock of Hashim Amla's was his 37 not out of 278 balls to save the game against Hampshire last year.
That was what I was talking about. I was trying to get the numbers on that. Single to Amla out into the leg side.
This Gloucestershire attack looks a different proposition with David Payne back in the side, doesn't it? It's got sort of depth, you know. It's got a little bit of everything. It's got the pace of Mohammed Amir. I know they're all left armers, but they're quite different left armers, aren't they?
Matt Taylor would tend to ball a different length to the other 2, I would suggest. Payne in once more, and again a little bit of movement in the air for him. Defended by Burns this time.
Beautiful shape.
Yeah, that's always been one of. It wouldn't be a USP, a unique selling point for David Payne, but it is one of his little extra assets that he's got. I say it comes from getting close to the stumps, easy action. Oh, and that's gone as well. That's come back, and James Bracey's taken that, probably leg stump, and it's pitched outside off. It's come back a very long way. Most of it, to be fair, after it's gone past the batsman. But look at how Bracey's got to move down the leg side here from where he is and where he finishes up. That's a good leave, to be fair. But that's wicket for so far for Payne, and a wicket for Matt Taylor, both with the opening ball of their respective spells.
Yeah, Graham Van Buren will be very pleased with this start. 16 overs gone, 27 for 2. And Matt Taylor 1 for 4 off 2. David Payne 1 for 6 off 3. And after a decent spell from the openers as well, here's Matt Taylor in. And that's got to be close. That's got to be very close. Maybe it's pitched outside leg stump. Hashim Amla taking a leg stump guard there might have saved him. Let's have a look at this on the replay if we can.
There's the camera from the pavilion end, but this is the one you want.
Ooh, that's hitting. It's whether the ball's pitched outside leg stump there.
Have to really slow that down to judge that from this angle. It might be easier from the other end, but
Matt Taylor in, and Hashim prods that one.
Bear in mind, Gloucestershire have taken 2 wickets and they've had 2 half chances as well. With both openers. So in a sense, as we said, when those chances went down, the last thing you wanted to do was to see one of those 2 get on and get a big score. Neither did. So they've stopped that avenue for Surrey, but now, as I say, 2 men who very much can get big scores are in.
Matt Taylor in to Hashim Amla, who gets forward there, and holder of the highest 4th wicket stand in Test matches for South Africa, put on 308 with AB de Villiers. Wonderful, wonderful player. But if he'd have gone back then, I tell you, 27 for 3, Surrey would have been deep in the mire. Taylor in to Hashim Amla. This is a good probing spell here by the hosts, and had a real tough game, and it would have been hard to take at Lancashire, losing 3 overs from the end, wouldn't it? It would have been a long trip back, and there would have been dejection, and credit to Graham Van Buren and Dale Benkenstein for.
You could have understood if the bus was a bit quiet. There wasn't much said.
No.
When you get that close.
Matt Taylor in, fast approach into the crease, and Hashim Amla's forward. Umpire Hassan Adnan, who played for, amongst his previous clubs, Water and Power Development in Pakistan. I know they have a lot of sides like railways and stuff like that there, don't they? But I've never heard of Water and Power Development, but that's amongst his list of old clubs. As Matt Taylor comes in, and that's a good ball, beats Hashim Amla. We've had a couple of emails, haven't we? And we've got a guy called Harry Stratford, who's got his boss from work into watching county cricket. That's the way to do it, Harry, right? If you want to watch cricket at work, get your boss into it. And he's on the stream right now. He's loving the broadcast. And shout out to Bo. But he's got a question. What does Ryan Higgins need to do to get an England cap? He's an unbelievable player.
That's a good question, that. I might consider that again after this ball from David Payne. Really throw this over, and Pope comes forward. I don't think he can do much more with the ball, given the volume of wickets he's taken over the last couple of seasons. I mean, what's his overall situation in terms of first-class wickets? He's at 186 first-class wickets at 22. Well, you can't ask much more than that. He's in a competitive area of selection in the team, though. That's the one thing you would say. And Pope has Harrow driven that for 4, and Payne does not know how he's not bowled him.
That's why it's called the Surrey cut.
That is very, very unfortunate for the bowler. Pope hasn't got a clue where this has gone, and he's driven it, by the looks of it, he's driven it between his back leg and the leg stump, and it's gone down to boundary for 4. There's no justice there at all. I just wonder whether Higgins might need to get a few more runs with the bat to really force his way in. But as I say, he's in a very competitive area in terms of team selection. Payne to Pope again. That's pushed up to Van Buren at mid-off.
Do you think his bowling's quick enough for Test level?
That might be the other debate.
Yeah.
And that, I think, was sort of intimated when David Payne was called up into the white ball squads, whether that people felt that he might be hittable at international level at his pace. Here he is, though, at the moment for his county side, and let go by Pope. And there have been many bowlers down the years who have been effective without being expressed. It's a question of when and how they are used. I don't think, and I remember having a chat with David Payne once and said, did he start wanting to be a fast bowler and have his pace reduced, or did he sort of build it up? Let's let go once more. And I think the argument normally is you bowl as fast as you can with the control that you need, and I think Payne has very much found his own rhythm, and I don't think he would never say that he is a Mark Wood type pace.
No.
He is very much a bowler who suits English conditions at the pace he bowls.
Yeah, definitely.
Here's once more, and dabbed out by the stretch of Ollie Pope into the offside. No run. I think Higgins can, for me, he can't do any more than just maintaining his form at county level, and you hope that weight of wickets will keep him very much in people's thought. I just wonder whether, and he obviously is batting at 6 this year rather than 7, where I must confess I felt he was probably more effective. But if he could add more runs more consistently, and he's got a century already this season, that would just keep him in the mix if important people got injured.
Yeah, and Matt Taylor is about to come into Hashim Amla, and that goes through. But kudos to you, Harry, anyway, for getting your boss into cricket, because we all like a sneaky watch of the streams, don't we, while we're watching, while we're working. And the trick is, no one wants to see their boss sort of over their shoulder just as they get, just as the wicket happens, because no one goes yes with a pumped fist whilst looking into an Excel spreadsheet. If you're a man who's into V Richards, V Marks, V Coley rather than V lookups, you'll be getting your boss into it, so kudos to you. That's just work round the corner from Hashim Amla for a quick single. So, that's the way to do it. But we've also had Darren as well, wanting to know, why is Ben Folkes not in the Surrey side?
And we have no direct line of communication into the Surrey team setup here. He was named in the squad yesterday, but we were told by the Gloucestershire scorer this morning at about 10:15 that Jamie Smith was on the ground, and therefore we can only assume that I'll come back to this after this ball.
Yep, Taylor into Pope, and that's pleasantly driven through the offside. That's the shot of the morning so far, and that goes away to the Kennington Avenue cover boundary for what's a gorgeous 4 runs there. Just lent on that, didn't he? Yeah,
that's the, as you say, that's almost the show reel shot from Ollie Pope. And obviously Folkes was involved in this collision with Jamie Overton during the Somerset match, and whether just Surrey feel that they wouldn't want him to go through another 4-day game off the back of that collision. Now, I appreciate there have been some time off in between, but maybe they thought, what's the point of risking him at this stage of the season?
Matt Taylor in, and that's a better line.
There's an awful lot of cricket still to be played. If this was the last game and Surrey wanted to go for the title, folks might well have said, yes, of course I'll play, I want to play, etc., etc. But when you're this early in the campaign, so many so many days cricket ahead of you. Jamie Smith's a perfectly competent keeper. He's a decent bat too, although his numbers this season don't yet reflect that. Just bring him in.
Here's Taylor in, and Pope just rocks onto his toes there off the back foot and plays that down through the gully area for a single. It's interesting. I mean, I don't know. I mean, Folkes is part of the England setup, as so many of these Surrey guys are. But when we had Gareth Batty on the podcast earlier in the week, Batty was we're talking about Tom Curran and saying that he's in the hands of the England medical staff. And it's not really down to Gareth Batty when he's going to come back. It's down to the England staff. And I wonder if they've had a word there about Ben
Very
Folkes.
possible. Very possible.
Matt Taylor in to Hashim Amla. And that's caught! Third slip, Marcus Harris pouches the catch. And that is the end of Hashim Amla.
It's a big wicket.
Huge.
One of the players who really could bat long and bat all day with no problems whatsoever. Here's the replay. Oh, he didn't need to play at that.
No, he didn't.
Pushed at that. It was, outside off stump. Taylor wasn't going to bring the ball back that far, but he was committed to the shot, and a good low catch from Marcus Harris.
It was a sharp chance.
And Gloucestershire at the moment, with the better end of the decision, having won the toss and batting, and now we're into the all-rounders of part of the Surrey batting order, and they clearly can bat, all these gentlemen, particularly down into when you consider that Will Jacks could be batting at number 8, and he's taken an explosive white ball century off Gloucestershire in the past at the Oval, which I was there to see, and he looked as though he was somebody who's going to make a serious name for himself, and he still might, particularly in white ball cricket. But he's batting at number 8. There isn't a very long tail in this Surrey team, and here is, in fact, the man who we've just been talking about, Jamie Smith, coming out at number 5. So Surrey quite happy responsibility-wise for him with his batting. To say that you can bat where Folkes would have batted, probably almost certainly, but Folkes would have batted at 5, wouldn't he?
Yeah, I think he would. Yeah, but Jamie Smith is very well rated. Another one from Whitgift School. Made his debut in the second team, aged just 18, and had a real breakthrough year last year. But he's not going to be facing.
That was the last ball of Matt Taylor's over. So David Payne to continue, and Pope clearly means business, because he's asked the umpire if he can take his sweater. So he clearly feels that he is going to be out there for a while and determined to put in a good shift for his side today. 37 for 3. He needs to. Surrey coming into this game top of the table in Division 1, and Payne tried to find the Yorker there, and Pope was onto it quickly, clips it away through mid-wicket, and it will race away up to the covers on the Kennington Avenue side for 4. That's the ability of Pope, just to pick the length. And if there is a shortcoming in David Payne's game against the absolutely top players, then it is their ability to adjust at the pace he bowls.
Yeah, that was a very pleasant shot.
Particularly once they've got in. You've got to get them early. That's what Payne will be trying to do here again with Pope. And worked into the leg side. I mean, he very nearly had him with that one that I called a Harrow drive. You called it the Surrey cut. And he was trying to find that ball again there, wasn't he? But it was just a bit too straight. Yeah,
it was. Yeah. I'm just looking at Jamie Smith. He's 6'2". It's very big for a keeper, isn't it?
Yeah, he's tall, certainly. But he wouldn't be, may not be keeping too much spin. Payne in and dabbled at by Pope. Trying to find one that goes away from the right-hander. So the left armers, well, Gloucester have got 3 of the 4 have been used this morning. Matt Taylor has 2 for 10 at the pavilion end, and David Payne 1 for 14 at the moment from this Ashley Down Road end. Payne in once more. Pope goes back, fielded by Tom Laceman. The hour and 20 minutes has gone pretty quickly this morning, and that tells you that it's interesting to watch. It's
really good cricket. I mean, the people. The county championship has its detractors, and everyone likes to run down the county championship. But as I was saying earlier, the numbers on the streams, the quality of overseas players, I think it is an absolutely wonderful, wonderful competition. And just saying, we had over 250,000 people watch this game against Yorkshire live on the stream.
There's some big numbers around the country. That was certainly comparable. Payne in once more, and another tumbling stop from Lace again. Pope forced to just jab at that.
We're going to see a wide angle shot here of the Hashim Amla dismissal. Great pouch by Marcus Harris at third slip, if you watch it in real time here. Yeah, good low catch there, and having spilt a couple in the cordon this morning, they'll be really chuffed with that, I think.
Yeah, to be fair, Harris wasn't one of the ones who spilled a chance. It was Hammond at first and Dent at second, albeit they were low ones, and they will be feeling now rather better about life, because both men that were given a chance have since been dismissed.
Yep, Jamie Smith about to face his first ball here from Matt Taylor. And that's a big shout for LBW. It's got to have pitched outside leg stump, surely.
That was my first thought was it probably pitched outside.
Yeah.
Think about where Matt Taylor is in relation to the crease. Wherever he's in he doesn't quite get as close as some. He's quite mid crease from when he actually delivers the ball.
Yeah.
So in order for him to get an LBW, he's got to pitch it probably a bit further up as a result of that.
Taylor in to Smith, who lets that one go to James Bracey. Yeah, well, I thought we were going to see the gloved digit of Hassan Adnan go up there, and his black gloves there, the opposite of the snooker referee, isn't he, with his white gloves on there? So
yeah, that was there've been some tense finishes on that this week, I gather.
There have, yeah.
For those who are into their snooker. A lad from Gloucestershire last night, in fact, getting very close to getting into the semi-final, Jack Lazowski.
Taylor in. Oh, good Yorker dug out by Smith. And Judd Trump's a Bristol lad as well, isn't he?
He is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, Jack Lazowski, I think, was it 12-11 up with 2 to play? So obviously lost the last 2.
Yeah.
He was brought back to 12 all and then lost the deciding frame. But had never got to a World Championship quarter-final before. So in one sense, good to get that far, but equally to get so close and not go through, equally disappointing for him.
Here's Taylor into Smith, who just tickles that one around the corner, and they get through for a single. So Jamie Smith is off the mark. Sam Curran's in next. He's a man who likes to put bat to ball. He's playing as a batsman, or he played against Somerset as a batsman only. I don't think he's bowling at the moment. There seem to have been sort of numerous issues amongst the Surrey players. There's been a lot of back injuries. If you look through their bowling attack, Jamie Overton, he's not playing in this game. He's had back problems. Reece Topley's had back problems. Sam Curran's had back problems. Taylor in to Ollie Pope, who again nurdles this one into the onside, and they trot through for a single.
Yeah, Pope's got to 19. He's had a couple of streaky moments, but equally he's played a couple of shots you may think, you don't want to let him get into any kind of flow, otherwise the
But
the boundary rope might be being hit rather regularly.
here's Taylor to Smith, who lets that one go to James Bracey. But after this, all of them like to put bat to ball. Sam Curran, Colin de Grandon, Will Jacks, Jordan Clark. He hit 6 sixes in an over in a second team game a few years back.
I mean, he's much better than a 9, you would say.
Yeah.
He could probably very comfortably bat at 8, and if not, possibly even at 7.
Yeah, I mean, it was in April 2013 he became the first English pro to hit 6 sixes and over in a second 11 Roses match at Scarborough. And the bowler was Gurman Randhawa, who don't know what happened to him. But Jordan Clark nearly did it in Australia a few months previously in grade cricket, where he hit the first 5 for 6, and I believe he was out and going for a maximum.
Mohammed Amir is back from the Ashley Down Road end to Pope. It's that I think looked like a thigh pad. Well, there was a nick on that, I don't know. Or there was a bit of bat by the looks of it. By Mike Burns. What's happened there?
James Bracey's lost the Velcro from the back of his pad.
Oh, right, he's going to...
He's gone for a slide, it's come off. And
he may need a new pad, I suggest, on that basis then. That one's gone. He won't be doing much with that. So, just saying, Mohammed Amir is back into the attack. David Payne's spell, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 14. And I think 3 wickets would be, Gloucestershire would regard as par, having won the toss. If they were to get another one before lunch, particularly if it was Pope, then you'd say they've had a very good morning. But Pope clearly is not only somebody who can score big, but he can score quite quickly as well. So he's certainly a threatening player for Surrey to have. A reminder that our email remains open. Thanks to Darren and for Harry for their earlier communication. It's commentators@glossccc.co.uk. James Bracey is getting a new set of pads for himself, having did what you might call was a footballer's slide and ruined one of the pads as a result. I'm sure that they get well supplied by certain cricket companies, but he's just strapping himself in once more down by the pavilion rope.
Yeah, long gone are the days when keepers used to wear batting pads, didn't they? They used to have the flaps above the knee. I think we haven't seen those since the days of probably late 70s.
I was going to say Alan Knott, would you go?
Bob Taylor, I think, might have had
maybe.
Them. Yeah,
maybe.
But I think by the time we got through to, the likes of Bruce French or Paul Downton in the 80s, I think they'd gone, hadn't they?
How do we get? Back for a second stint. This is his second over. Well, that's beautifully driven. Punched away by Jamie Smith up towards the boundary at wide long. Off, and it's going to go all the way for 4. This is the shorter of the 2 straight boundaries here at the Seat Unique Stadium. The apartments, since they were built, have brought the boundary in a little bit at this end, and therefore it tends to be the one where players do attack the straight boundary. It tends to be this is the one. That's been the odd hit on the window, unsurprisingly, but it's pretty tough glass at this end of the ground, has to be.
Yeah.
Just in case that should happen.
I'm glad about that, Ian. I'm glad about that. But going back to your point earlier, I think Graham Van Buren will be very, very happy with the morning's work already. I mean, if there's still half an hour to go to lunch, if they can winkle out one more, I think he'll be elated. But I think he'll be pretty pleased 3 down at lunch.
I mean, back at the end of this quite short run, really, into the wicket once more, and again, this time Smith just tries to play at it, but he's inside the line. He's going to go round the wicket. Is he, Mohammed Amir? He's staying over, I think. I just wonder for the moment whether Mike Burns was going to ask Ollie Pope to move to the other side. 48-4-3. Sorry, Pope has 20 of those. He's at the non-striker's end. Amir to Jamie Smith. And gets solidly in line. He's got 4 first-class hundreds, Jamie Smith. So, perfectly competent bat. And as I say, in this Surrey team for this match, because he's keeping wicket. Ben Folkes isn't playing. Yeah, in fact, he was in the squad yesterday, but Surrey left out, unsurprisingly. I think you'd say Amar Verdi and Gus Atkinson. And then the debate would be on what they would do with their quicker bowlers. Yeah. Once again, it's Mohammed Amir, and again, Smith is in line. Just to say that the Gloucestershire seconds are playing Warwickshire. It's the final day of that match. Warwickshire have been set 367 to win in that Gloucestershire second innings of 459. Obviously, George Scott on the ground today, but he made 119. Ian Cubbin 75, Ollie Meadows 74, and 40s from Max Trotman and Will Nation. Josh Shaw took 5 wickets in the Warwickshire first innings, so plenty of runs there. 367 to win is the target, and here is
Taylor
in. And thanks to our good friend Mark Halliwell for telling us about that, or advising us of the chase there in that game. I know Mark, he's not known as Stats for nothing.
Yeah, it looks
on all sports, may I add.
Stat-tabulous.
So the sort of man you want in a quiz team.
Taylor in to Ollie Pope, who...
And to be fair, he probably is a quiz team on his own, you know?
Yeah.
He's one of those ones who can enter a quiz by himself and you still say he'd get a decent score.
Yeah. Bit chilly here in Bristol. It's supposed to be about 14, 15 degrees today, but it doesn't feel like that. And got to be said that the ice cream van over there in the corner looks optimistic at best, Ian.
Yes, I'm sure that Anna and Paolo are both on the ground today.
Taylor bustling in, and Pope. These two looking to rebuild. Ollie Pope, he came through Cranley School, and he played for Cranley and then Guildford Cricket Club, which is one of their outgrounds here at Surrey. It's still used. It's the home of the Bicknell brothers as well, and it's loved by those south of the river when they go away, because everyone thinks of Surrey as South London, but it's all of Surrey. As Taylor comes in to Pope, who just leaves that one alone. But it's not only loved by the Surrey faithful, it's loved by batsmen throughout the world, because it's got a good batting track, small boundaries, and the outfield is like glass, especially square the wicket. And there's been a number of really high scores there, with Justin Langer got 342 for Somerset back in 2006 there, as they got 688 for 8 when Surrey just responded with a mere 717 as Taylor comes in. And that's worked. Oh, that's a good diving stop there at mid-wicket. Saves a certain boundary. And lovely shot there by Ollie Pope. And the festival's been there since 1938 with every county has visited.
Just
Guildford.
getting settled then?
Just getting settled, yeah, compared to Cheltenham, yeah. But Hampshire and Sussex have been the most frequent visitors. Here's Taylor in to Ollie Pope. Warwickshire apparently completed the full house in 1992. Alan Donald with 6 wickets, and then they returned there a couple of years later, just after Brian Lara's 501 against Durham. But unfortunately he scored 2 and 44, so the crowd were just left to marvel at the glory of an Andy Moles double 100 instead. So, yeah.
There was the full details of the card so far this morning. Sorry, 48 for 3 having been put into bat. And with both Matt Taylor and David Payne taking wickets with their first delivery of the match, respectively. They were first change at both ends. Here's Mohamed Amir in his second spell. Ooh, squeezed out by Jamie Smith off a pretty full length. Mohamed Amir bowling on a sleeveless sweater. He's sent Ryan Higgins back to deep square. I wonder if that's the bluff. He's not really shown any indication to bowl anything short. Let's see if that is the bluff. Well, that is the short one. It was very short, tennis ball short, in fact, and well over the shoulder of Smith, who at 6'2", as you say, is quite a tall man. Let's see how far this goes over his head on the replay. Oh, it's very short, isn't it?
He's got a very close stance, hasn't he? He almost faces extra cover. If you ever look at him, he looks sort of...
Yes, it is. I mean, it's very different to the ones that are very open, mind you.
And then he opens up just before the ball's about to be bowled. But going back to Guildford, I mean, I think it's credit to Surrey that they still take festival cricket out there, because, I mean, you know, at Gloucestershire we need no introduction to it with the wonderful Cheltenham Festival, and you know, it's fantastic, and you take it out to various people. But when you've got a 26,000 seater stadium back at home, you know, it's probably quite easy just to stay at the Kia Oval, and you know, there are obviously sort of costs associated with setting up Guildford.
Oh, he's almost played on off a full toss, to be fair. Smith might have felt he should have pounded that away through the covers, but in the end it was a bottom edge. Could easily have dragged it on. There are Hammond and Dent and Harris in the slips, but it was could easily have got a bottom edge and seen a nasty mess of stumps behind him. Jamie Smith. 5 to him at the moment. And Mohamed Amir striving for this first wicket. Smith again defends.
Smith's a product of Whitgift School, which has also been used, which is just outside Croydon, and it's a most unusual. I mean, it's got peacocks roaming the grounds and maras, which are some sort of South American rodent type thing, I believe. You know, not sort
about your better knowledge, Dan.
Not the sort of fauna associated with South Croydon. It's got to be said, but a number of fine sportsmen have come through there, which I'll go on to.
Well, that's pitched up but driven straight to Van Buren at mid-off. They got prepared to leave the gap at cover for Jamie Smith, and the belief they would attempt him to drive through there and get an edge into the slip cordon. If you have been with us for most of the morning, or you've only recently joined us, having just looked for a break from whatever you're doing, just a word that Ben Stokes has been formally named as England Test captain this morning. 79 tests he's already played. He's had 2 spells as vice captain, and he will succeed Joe Root, who had captained England for the previous 64. So Stokes just preceding Root into the team, in terms of being there when he was named captain, but now taking on the role himself. And first Test match will be at Lord's on June the 2nd against New Zealand. What a place to captain England for the first time.
Marvellous venue. And we can see Ryan Higgins back into the attack from the pavilion end, and he's going to be bowling to Ollie Pope, and that's just worked off his legs. Higgins just straying onto the pads there. But just going back to Whitgift School, Ian, it's produced some wonderful players. I mean, three of the top 5 here. Jamie Smith, Ryan Patel, Rory Burns all went there. Jason Roy, who I believe is really good mates with Rory Burns. I believe they were best men at each other's weddings. Came through there. Laurie Evans, Danny Cipriani, man of Gloucester, wasn't he at one point?
At one point.
Yeah. Dominic Sibley, as that's gone through. That's a good leave there by Ollie Pope. Tighter leave. David Ward, the man known as Jaws, and what a run scorer he was, and scored a lot of runs for Hertfordshire back in what was then called the minor counties. And Rahman Subbarao, he was a man of Whitgift School as well. But they've also played at Charterhouse School as well, which is where Peter May went, as that's forward defensive there from Ollie Pope. And it's some lovely grounds down there. East Molesey's had a couple of outground fixtures.
They used to play at Byfleet, Surrey.
They did. I'm just having a look at that. As Higgins comes in, that's a big shout for LBW. Oh, Hassan Adnan doesn't raise his mittened digit.
Here's a second look at that.
That looked a close one. Pope's batting, I think, quite a long way outside of his ground there. No, I think it's going down.
Down the leg side.
I think that's going down.
Yeah.
But it's a decent shout, and it keeps the pressure on. As that's worked off the back foot, late cut, deliberately done, and that goes down to third man. And that's 4 runs. That brings up the 50. 52 for 3 in the 25th over, and this is good tight stuff from the home side here. Making top of the table Surrey work for their issues, for their runs. Sunbury's used.
Pope's hit 5 fours this morning. The other batsmen only 3 between them.
Yeah. Higgins into Pope, who defends that off the front foot. Tolworth's been used. It's the works ground of Decker. Not Desmond. Not Carol Decker, lead singer of Tipau, but the Radar Company, who were based there, and they staged first-class action in 1973. Yeah, it's the Aircraft Corporation Sports Ground in Byfleet. And Leyland Motors in Kingston as well. So, and Cheam, where a benefit match for John Edrich was the first game televised in colour. First game of cricket televised in colour. So Banstead, Sutton, Reigate Priory have been used, but you know, when you've got the oval there that holds 26,000, you can see why they.
And I'm sure I read somewhere, I might come back to this during Mohammed Amir's over, about what financially how Surrey can take money on a white ball night. Here's Mohammed Amir outside the off stump, let go by Jamie Smith. Did I read something that Surrey can literally gross £1 million from a home T20 match? I mean, that's a staggering figure, isn't it?
It's huge, and you go there on T20 night on a Friday night, and there might not be, that many cricket fans. It tends to be
it's a different market. It's different audience, a different watcher of the game.
It tends to cater for the Jemima and Felicity from Clapham type sort of customer. But
Mohammed Amir, left arm around the wicket. Oh, that swung in. He's asking for an LBW. I suspect there was some bat there, and that's why umpire Burns was not interested. But again, a little bit of swing here from Mohammed Amir. He's bowled almost exclusively over the wicket, and now around. Yeah, that definitely. So it's maybe from the hand again. So it's early swing, not late, and bowler and captain just having a word about what might, if anything, be done about the field. Van Buren, he's sticking by his thought process of just keeping the covers open. He must be just moved Payne a little bit wider at mid-on, and Smith gets tucked up, but he gets the ball away out to Ryan Higgins, who's on the boundary in front of the Kennington Avenue ice cream van, and also the cars parked over there. I did suggest to one gentleman when he parked his car this morning with the front window facing the play, and we've been here before, so he won't go around down this road again. Had he thought perhaps about turning it round? And he said, yeah, but it's at an awkward angle, isn't it? So I don't. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I hope he's right. I hope he's right.
I saw
3 down then this morning, Surrey, having lost the toss. Mohammed Amir trying to make it 4. It's a full toss. That will go. I shouldn't think there's any chance of Jack Taylor hauling that in. That will go all the way to the rope at extra cover. That was just looking for a bit of extra pace and over-pitched and thumped away. In fact, there is the car park.
Yeah, I saw Carlos Brathwaite played in club cricket. I think in the Birmingham League, perhaps.
Oh, that was very full, wasn't it, from Mohammed Amir? Yes, he had a pretty unhappy day, didn't he?
He got a golden duck. He smashed a long hop down deep square leg's throat. He didn't pick up any wickets. He went all round the park, and he had his car nicked out the car park.
Yeah,
so,
that was not a good day. Not a good day. Smith into double figures. Mohammed Amir wait for him this time. That's a better length. And he was trying for the Yorker with the other one, but it was too wide. Apart from the fact it was the width that gave Jamie Smith the opportunity to free his arms and play the shot he did. But
going back to Surrey and sort of what you're saying, I mean, it's probably harsh of me to say, that the T20 caters for the Jemima and Felicity market from Clapham, because there's more to it than that, because they've got 14,000 members and they've done a fantastic job in their community.
Bit straighter from Mohammed Amir and defended by Smith out on the leg side. So Surrey have lost Burns for 6, Patel for 9 and Amla for 6. Matt Taylor with 2 wickets and David Payne with 1. Matt Taylor 2 for 12 in his 6-over spell. Those are the completed bowling figures, or the complete bowling figures as they are at the moment. I don't think we're going to see any spin for a while. These 4 can be rotated by Graham Van Buren. The key man at the moment, though, for Surrey is Ollie Pope. He's got 25 out of 58, and he's looked in the mood to get a big score.
He does, and he's very elegant. He's very easy on the eyes. Higgins comes into him, and he just plays that into the offside. Yeah, he's a good player. But going back to Surrey, they're a behemoth. They're huge. They just before COVID, they turned over 26 million. I think they had profits of about 6 million quid, and no county can compete with that at all. And it's a lot of off the work activities going on at the Oval, a lot of sort of business and conference events. And here's Higgins into Pope, who, as you said, looks in the mood and gets behind that.
Does that create, do you think, a degree of envy from other teams that Surrey can, because they generate that money, they can therefore spend more?
Yeah, I think it does. Here's Higgins as he comes into Pope, who defends that one. But saying that, I mean, you look at this side here: Rory Burns, Ryan Patel, Ollie Pope, Jamie Smith, Sam Curran, Will Jacks. They're all homegrown lads, and they're not only, yes, they do recruit well, but they also produce their own as well, and that's why Surrey are always going to be, up there or thereabouts in the county championship. Here's Higgins, who just strays onto the pads of Ollie Pope, who just turns out into the offside, but good work there, cuts off the single. But yes, there is a degree of envy, and but what they're doing there, I think the members get an email regularly from like Pat Pocock there, or older players, and there is a real sense of community down there, and it's not easy to create that in London. Ryan Higgins in to Pope, who gets a thick inside edge. That runs away to backward square. They think about a second, they come back for the second. So that moves the score on to 60. Pope's 27, Jamie Smith's on 10.
I seem to remember, this is going back, obviously, bear in mind how long Will Brown has been in charge here at Gloucestershire. It was, I think it was Tom Richardson in his time as CEO. I'll come back to that.
Yep, Higgins solidly defended. Yep.
They've said that there was a notional sort of squad salary cap, but Surrey were the only club that spent anywhere near it.
Yeah.
You know, in a sense, and they say that's why Tom used the word notional, because most of the other teams could nowhere near afford to get close to it. Surrey could, and they did, and you know that's been, in a sense, why they've been able to take some people and risk them not being a success. And I'll come back to one particular example in a minute, perhaps during this over, from other counties, and almost say, well, okay, we can afford to take you, we will, and if you're not a success, it won't matter. Here's Amir in, and that's outside the off stump, and that was Mark Foote, who took a lot of wickets at Derbyshire, went to Surrey, it didn't work, and they sort of just shrugged their shoulders and said, okay then, but you don't want to get to a situation where clubs tend to, how can I put this, sort of almost overstock their squads.
Harvest.
Yeah, and to deplete the resources of others.
Yeah.
We're 10 minutes from lunch. Mohamed Amir striving for a fourth wicket here.
Interestingly, I mean, you know, when we're on the subject of money and Surrey, they were one of the counties, I think, or maybe the only county who were opposed to the 100. They didn't need it. They're doing well enough out of the blast, and they don't need that 1.3 million or whatever comes from the ECB as a financial sweetener to vote.
And they didn't like
100.
the fact it wasn't called Surrey. That was the thing, wasn't it?
Possibly. They're the Oval Invincibles, I believe. So
Mohamed Amir in again to Smith, when he's, because of his height, if he gets that front foot forward, there isn't much for Mohamed Amir to bowl at, is there? If he gets his front foot in the right place.
Yeah, but they had a very forward-thinking CEO there, Richard Gould, who's now the CEO of Bristol City Football Club, I believe, isn't he?
That might be right.
Ooh,
yes.
Let's have a look. Before I make some...
James is putting his thumb up, so we'll say yes to that.
Okay. He'd know. Yes.
Amir. That's on the off stump again. Smith lets that go. Sorry, we're 37 for 3 when Smith walked to the crease. So they've only 23, these two. May not seem much, but in the concept of what's gone on this morning, it's restored a little bit of parity towards affairs, and Gloucester still would say have had the better of the morning session. They're going to be a bit behind on the overs though, because we've only bowled 27 this morning. They might get to 30 by the interval. Mohamed Amir outside the off stump once more. So we're looking at the way things are going at the moment. You'd suggest it would be another 6:30 finish probably here at Bristol this evening. And a reminder, it is free after tea. That will be available from. So if you were at home today watching us on the stream, it might be interesting to watch the last couple of hours live, and you're close enough to the ground, then free after tea will probably mean from around about 4:15, I would have thought. Given, or maybe 4 o'clock with a later than usual tea interval. So get here for 4, you can have 2 hours free cricket. Oh, that's a nice delivery from Mohamed Amir. Just Smith let that go, convinced if it was going to straighten, it wouldn't straighten enough. His judgment was correct, and Mohamed Amir has got through this morning 9 overs for 19 runs. Higgins 8 overs for 13. David Payne 1 for 14 from his 5. Matt Taylor 2 for 12 from his 6.
We ran a poll this morning on our YouTube channel, and how many runs do you think Surrey will score in their first innings? 201 to 300. Got 55%. The biggest amount as Ryan Higgins comes into Ollie Pope. Ooh, and he thought about playing at that, but doesn't. 100 to 200, 25%. That must all be Gloucestershire fans there. That 25% must all be with a BS postcode, I reckon. And over 300, or 300 to 400, 19%. So all of those with an SW postcode or SE postcode, I reckon you'd have been all over that. We're just seeing Higgins come in there, and that's played off. That's just dropped short of the slip call.
Yeah, I think it's not on the full. That it's probably
one of those horrible
2 feet in front, I think, of Chris Dent.
Yeah.
Anyway, that 201 to 300, that's probably the most interesting area for a first innings score here, isn't it?
Yep. Higgins in to Pope, who just angles
you
into
genuinely feel that both teams are in the game in that situation.
Yep.
301 to 400 would put certainly would put Gloucestershire on the back foot, because the highest first innings score so far is 252. So they need to get well past that in that.
Higgins from the pavilion end, and Pope.
I think he's thinking of lunch here.
Yeah, he is, and one more here before lunch, and Gloucestershire would really be in the ascendancy, wouldn't they? They'd really like to winkle one more. 5 minutes to go to the lunch break.
The one thing you'd say is that Pope has obviously got to start again at the resumption.
Yeah.
But they want to get him.
Higgins in. Oh, and that's a flash outside of off stump. He wasn't thinking about his lunch there, and he's lucky he didn't connect with that. And it goes through harmlessly to James Bracey. But one thing Gloucestershire will need to keep an eye on is their over rate. There's no proper spinner here, apart from the skipper Graham Van Buren, and they were slow against Yorkshire. At one point they got to -4, which is a position you really don't want to find yourself in. And they will be really keeping an eye on that. As Higgins comes into Ollie Pope, and classically correct forward defensive concludes the over.
12:56. I wonder whether Mohammed Amir can get through his over and still allow one more. We had 29 this morning, so this will be 30. That's probably about where you would be with all your quicker bowlers on. But Gloucestershire may use this quartet almost exclusively this afternoon, I would think, given the overhead conditions, which are fine. There's some got a grey cloud above, but it's pretty high. And Mohammed Amir, with clock ticking to 57 already, probably this may well be the last over before lunch. But for him to get 10 overs on his first morning of red ball cricket for 2.5 years is a good effort from him. And with one except, he's bowled one really bad ball this morning that was put away. That was
the full toss.
That was the full toss. But apart from that, he's been pretty accurate. The line has got a bit better. It was a little bit leg side initially, but overall you'd say he's certainly bowled economically, and he's not had a great deal of fortune. That one moment where he might have had a wicket early on, a drop. I say it was a drop. It was one that wasn't gathered by Miles Hammond. I'd say it was a drop would be harsh. It was probably a spill more than a drop, wasn't it? Because it was very low, off the outside edge of Rory Burns when he'd made 4, but Burns was out in single figures, so no great harm done. Amir again, and let go by Smith, who's worked out probably that he doesn't need to. What he doesn't need to play at, he won't play at.
You can see why Mohammed Amir's had such a successful career, and he doesn't play international cricket anymore, does he? Well, he doesn't play red ball Test match cricket. I don't know if is he retired from all international games. I can't remember, but he nibbles the ball about at pace both ways, and he's through the air and off the pitch, and you can see why he's been a handful over the years.
Yeah, decent red ball record, and as a experienced Test player as well. Again to Smith on the pad this time, and out on the leg side, chiefly off the. There was a nick on that. It wasn't really evident from our position, but Mike Burns says that's off the bat. Just the 2 leg byes in the extras column this morning, and Mohammed Amir in. Well, I'm sure will be now the last over of the morning, but Ollie Pope the threat for Surrey. He's got 27. Lost 3 wickets this morning. All the top 3 have disappeared back to the pavilion. Mohammed Amir to Pope, a late little dab out on the offside for a single. He's played a couple of shots very late, and again that may be him assessing the relative pace in the pitch, because he's had a couple of dabs down through third man which have been absolutely deliberate.
Yeah.
And therefore, if he feels that there isn't a great deal of pace in this pitch, we may see him play a bit more off the back foot this afternoon.
He's a touch player, Ollie Pope, isn't he? He's somebody who he's got lovely cut, lovely drive.
Last ball of the morning, unless it's a no ball. Here's Mohammed Amir to Jamie Smith. Oh, that's not the worst delivery. And Smith has, with not much foot movement, has gone to play at that. He's missed it, and he'll walk off, tucking the bat under his arm with 11 not out against his name. And Pope has 28. So Surrey 62 for 3 at lunch. Mohammed Amir has taken 0 for 21 in 10 overs. Higgins 0 for 13 in 9. Payne 1 for 14 in 5. Matt Taylor 2 for 12 in 6. We may see those 2 again shortly after lunch. Higgins might keep going, we'll see. Balance of power, Dan?
Yeah, I think Gloucestershire will be happier out of the 2 sides. I think when those 2 wickets fell with the score on 16, the 2 openers were dismissed with Burns and Patel, and they were both by the first balls of the spell from Matt Taylor and David Payne. And at 16 for 2, they were rocking. 37 for 3 with Hashim Amla back. They were really, looking down the barrel, weren't they? But these 2 have batted pretty well. And Ollie Pope looks like he's booked himself in. He's in for the long haul. And I'm enjoying watching him because he's beautiful to watch. He's easy on the eye. And he's lovely to watch, but I think Gloucestershire will be the happier of the 2 sides.
And they'll be looking to try and get Pope out quickly after lunch. We'll be back with you at 1:40. The ground staff are out to remark all the important areas of the wicket during the lunch interval, and the broom, of course, to get rid of any of that loose surface soil. But at lunch here at Bristol, at the Seat Unique Stadium, Surrey having been put in 62 for 3, thanks to James for his camera work this morning. And we've got something to show you during the lunch interval, which is sort of a roundup of
Welcome back to the Seat Unique Stadium here just after lunch, where Surrey, having been put into bat this morning, is 62 for 3 on resumption, having lost Rory Burns, caught by Chris Dent off the bowling of Matt Taylor, Ryan Patel, LBW to David Payne for 9, and Hashim Amla, who was caught by a sharp chance there from Marcus Harris off the bowling of Matt Taylor. And as umpires, Hassan Adnan and Mike Burns make their way to the middle, and Ollie Pope's going to resume on a rather pretty 28 not out, and Jamie Smith on 11 not out. And my name's Dan Whiting. I'm joined by Ian Randall, and should be an intriguing afternoon session, shouldn't it, Ian?
It should. The sun is also just starting to come out. Dan's gone for the hoodie during lunch because he thought it was going to be a bit colder this hour. Not colder, but it wasn't going to be one of those afternoons where you really felt any degree of warmth, but you might have been a bit cautious with that. I'm not saying you're wrong, Dan, but in half an hour you may decide that it was the wrong thing to do. But certainly at the moment it looks quite good conditions for batting. And as we suspected, Matt Taylor is going to come back for a second stint. He took 2 for 12 this morning, and he's going to come back for a second stint from the Ashley Down Road. And I've got an update on, I'll perhaps do them during the next over, the lunch scores from elsewhere, the seconds game at Warwickshire, and an email from America.
Taylor in from the pavilion end to Pope, who gets on the front foot, defends that back. Pope looks like he's batting quite a long way. I think he's back in a normal position there for Taylor, but to Ryan Higgins before the lunch break, he was a good 18 inches outside of his crease, and this negates the swing that Ryan Higgins gets, but also, you know, if you get yourself far enough down the track, if we have a look here on the replay, you'll see Taylor comes in and Pope plays that into the offside. We'll have a look at the replay here where Ollie Pope's batting from, and he's a long way out of his crease. Back in the day you could negate the LBW as well, but I think DRS has ruined that train of thought, hasn't it, Ian?
Yeah, I mean, it may indicate too, again, that he feels he can play Higgins that far out of his crease. He may not be able to do that against Mohamed Amir, for example.
No, here's Taylor, and Pope plays that out to mid-on. Sun just filtering through the clouds here in the West Country. As Ian said, I put my hoodie on. It's a bit of a West Country chill in the air for my delicate London bones here.
Southern, sorry, I shan't go down that very predictable route.
Taylor in, and Pope works that one a little bit squarer.
I know. One of Dan's pet numbers is the over rate. Gloucestershire start this afternoon at -1.
Yeah.
66 overs left in the day, so we will take tea at 3:40 or at when 32 overs are left, whichever is the later. And you'd have to think that almost certainly that will be probably 4 o'clock at this current rate of thinking.
Yeah. Taylor in, and that's played out to point.
Jack Taylor there.
Yeah. Tom Lace's mother's made us a beautiful cake, or not us, but made the whole team here a beautiful cake, and we're hoping to sample it in the tea break, providing that all the guys in the office haven't scoffed it by the time we get back there.
That might be a hope, mightn't it?
You never know. Oh, Taylor pulls out of his run up there, or Pope pulls away.
Pope pulled out there.
I think some guys opening the door on the top of the pavilion there. Coming back from the bar, a couple of ciders in hand, enjoying his good old West Country lunch.
Puts on the flat cap, sits down.
Taylor in, and that's driven pleasantly by Ollie Pope, and he goes out to mid-off. So what's this email from America we've had?
I'm going to get to that in a minute. First of all, the news on the seconds game at Warwickshire, 357 was the target for Warwickshire to win, and they are 26 for no wicket after 14 overs. So that looks like that might be going for a draw. Long way to go yet, though. Elsewhere in the Championship, give you the scores in Division 1 first. At Chelmsford, Northants 87 for 1, having been put in by Essex. At Southampton, Hampshire won the toss and chose to bat, and they're 71 for 5 against Lancashire.
Ooh.
And at Taunton, Warwickshire won the toss against Somerset, put them in, and Somerset 130 for no wicket.
Ooh, Somerset in being able to bat.
And finally at Headingley, Yorkshire won the toss, put Kent in, Kent 90 for 3. Here, David Payne from the Ashley Down Road end, immediately straight on target once again to Jamie Smith, batting in a sweater. And he defends a couple of games in the second division where sides are 6 down. Leicestershire 6 down against Middlesex at Lords, Durham 6 down at Hove against Sussex.
Yeah, 3 wickets there for Shaheen Shah Afridi for Middlesex.
Payne again close to the stumps, and Smith takes the bat out of line. Yes, email is from I just get to it. So Warwickshire target 367 against Gloucestershire. Is from Mike, who says, I don't know or understand the rules regarding overseas players. In reality, I'm a complete newcomer, but enjoying the coverage greatly. There's nothing like watching cricket at breakfast. Indeed. So we'll confirm that in just a moment. Here is David Payne in once more, and Jamie Smith again defends. Mike's in Pensacola in Florida. So Dan will, just to confirm the rules over the overseas in the different tournaments, because they are different rules for different competitions.
Yeah, in the county championship you're only allowed 2, or you're only allowed to play 2. Here at Gloucestershire we've got 3 on the books, but you're only actually allowed to play 2 in the county championship. So Gloucestershire, having played Marcus Harris and Zafar Gahar, having brought in Mohammed Amir, one of them had to go.
Payne in once more, Smith onto his back foot, or standing tall rather than moving back necessarily, and out on the offside.
Yeah, so Zafar Gahar, having bowled that marathon stint up at Old Trafford in the last game, has been rested, and Mohammed Amir comes in to bolster the seam attack.
T20, also 2 overseas, and they don't have to be the same 2.
Right. Yep.
You can have 2 different overseas for the T20. Here's Payne in once more, and nudged by Smith into the leg side, fielded by Ryan Higgins.
So we've got Glenn Phillips coming in for Gloucestershire.
Indeed.
Who was a big success last year.
Yeah. Big hitting batsman, and actually not the worst off spinner either, actually.
I saw a catch that he took. Was it at Cheltenham College?
It was.
It was just, it was a worldie. It's one of the best catches I've ever seen.
Yeah, Alex Winter was on commentary for that. Here is Payne once more again. Smith just gets a ball that is, again, good line and length, and again he defends out on the offside. In the Royal London Cup, which is the 50-over tournament, really, with a lot of the stars away at the 100, that would be almost exclusively home-based players, but you're not precluded from playing an overseas in that if you've got one available.
Yeah, interestingly, Glamorgan won that, and I think they'll be favourites again with no Glamorgan players having been picked up by the Welsh Fire in the 100. So I think they've got a very, very good chance, but how many have we got in Gloucestershire here? 4.
Hammond, Higgins,
Gracie Van Buren.
Yeah, and Payne, I think, as well. That's 5.
Taylor in, and just hurries Ollie Pope up a little bit there, who shovels it into the onside.
I should say, I was careful what I say here, but I had reason last week to ring the ECB.
Oh, go on. Go on.
And if you do ring the main number at the ECB, you get met by a series of options.
Ah.
Okay.
Matt Taylor. In Pope defends that. Go on, what are the options?
And the first one is,
So press 1 for
anything to do with the 100, press 1.
wow.
That is the first option if you ring the main ECB number.
Interesting. Interesting. So Mike's enjoying his breakfast out in the States. They like pancakes and syrups, don't they? Here's Matt Taylor in, and that's just down the leg side. A little bit of appeal from second and third slip.
Perhaps I should actually reveal this here.
Go on.
I used to play cricket with Mike
Okay.
a long time ago,
Okay.
and it says something that the world has become very small.
Yes.
That by logging onto the stream, the two of us worked out that we used to play cricket together.
Taylor in to Pope, who gets down square. They hurry through for a single. Van Buren has a shy at the stumps, but Jamie Smith scampers home, and he'll face his first ball from Matt Taylor after lunch.
He played in a team with his father.
Yeah.
I played with my father, and there are lots of scenarios in that particular club where it was father and son, father and son.
And what club was it in?
It was a small club in Cheltenham.
Okay. We don't name them?
So they had a league side, but I was very rarely in it.
Okay. Okay. Matt Taylor. Oh, and that's a good delivery, and Bracey throws that one up in the air. But just in the joy of the ball beating the outside edge, I don't think there was anything in that at all. It's very close stance of Jamie Smith, although he does open up. He's got like a trigger movement as the bowler comes in. He does open up his stance.
He wouldn't be the first to have a trigger movement, would he?
No.
But you say he's very, very square at the moment, and then
Taylor, and he lets that one go.
The front foot just straightens out, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Almost points down the pitch.
Yeah. Yeah. He's he's not in the league of Rory Burns with trigger movements, is he? But they seem very, very au fait, very de rigueur, don't they? The trigger movements, and I think Duncan Fletcher was always a big advocate, especially to spin with the forward press, wasn't he?
Well, he's obviously the fourth wicket pair for Surrey. Due in at 6, Sam Curran, Colin de Grandon, Will Jacks, Jordan Clark. Has plenty of stroke makers there in that middle order. Payne in once more, and Pope goes back this time.
Dan Worrell likes to give it a biff as well, doesn't he?
Yes, I think Dan would say he enjoys his batting, but from a point of view that I'm here for a good time, not a long time, would be Jan's generally. I mean, he has got a first-class 50, which he made for Gloucestershire, but that's the only one in his career, and he would generally like to attack, shall we say. Payne in, dabbed again quite late by Pope out into the offside. So Surrey probably will feel at lunch that they're marginally behind in the game overall, but that's not to say they haven't got power to recover. And certainly that poll suggested, was it 201 to 300 was the general was the favourite out of the result this morning, and that's probably as much based on history as what people have seen this morning. Payne still with 3 slips in. Again, that's through the air. It's moved and given Pope the chance to clip that away through mid-wicket. Fielding is done by Van Buren, the Gloucester captain. They'll pick up a couple, but again, nice shape on this delivery from David Payne.
Yes, late swing as well, isn't it? That's what's crucial, is when it's early swing and the batsman can see it out the hand. You know what way it's going, and you can play for that. But when it's late swing, that's what's dangerous.
And Graham Van Buren retained this attacking field after lunch here. Oh, and that's another, Harrow cut, Surrey drive, whatever you want to call it, away from Pope, that's gone down to Matt Taylor in front of the smaller of the two scoreboards. Here's the replay of that. He's had a couple of these this morning, and now Payne again has got the batsman to have a bottom inside edge, and he hasn't got any fortune out of it.
But going back to the poll, 201 to 300. I mean, history tells us that's a standard total, but I don't think you'd find any bookies giving you that large a spread, would you?
Probably not. No, I was listening to the radio in the car coming down this morning. There was a numbers-related quiz. It's, okay, the answer is this, but you can have two either side. I thought, that's not very generous. To be fair, the team concerned got it to within one, so they were all right. But it was, I think it was in terms of a spread bet, it wasn't very generous really. Payne, that's a bit shorter and clipped away by Jamie Smith. They'll take one. They think about two, but there's a bit of a yes/no moment, and George Scott out there temporarily in the field. I'm sure again. I wonder if Mohammed Amir isn't out there. Just look round and see if we can see him. I'm not sure we can, so that may be why Scott is currently on the field as a substitute.
Yeah, man of Potters Bar Cricket Club in the Hertfordshire League, George Scott.
He was in the 13 for this match, but he and Josh Shaw were the two players left out. And Scott will be looking to try and do something, particularly in white ball cricket this season. Danger would be that in his third year, he hasn't had an awful lot of first team chances.
Taylor into Jamie Smith, who plays that one into the offside.
To be fair, he's got a contract for 2023, so he's got one more year, but you can't really put your case unless you're in the team. And I suppose, in a sense, that comes from making runs in the seconds. In his case, probably more making runs than taking wickets. He's probably a batter who bowls rather than a genuine all-rounder.
Yeah, Taylor in and driven handsomely by Jamie Smith.
I know that our good friend Ed Seaborn had a little bit of a running. There was a running gag between Ed Seaborn, David Bartlett, and myself over the pace at which George Scott bowls.
Right.
And I think suffice to say, I'm no batsman. He'd probably be lightning fast to me. But the question is, how does he seem to other first class cricketers?
Yeah.
I think David Bartlett argued that he was faster than we kind of intimated he might be. But he's got to have some first team opportunity, George Scott.
Taylor going around the wicket, and that's a good delivery. Angled into Jamie Smith, catches the seam and nips away into the gloves of James Bracey. Yeah, Dave Bartlett's another one who's...
Here's a second look at that. That was again...
Yeah, good delivery. Just holds its line, doesn't it?
I mean, Smith judged it well, but the bowler will be pleased to see the movement.
Yeah. Here he is around the wicket, and Smith comfortably behind that one. Ollie Pope out there, got his maiden 100 for England against South Africa at St George's Park in Port Elizabeth. Got 135 not out. Got the band playing there. I quite like that venue. Regularly playing songs like Kumbaya and...
During play?
During play?
During play.
During play, yeah. They're at it all day. Taylor in. Smith prods that out to extra cover. Yeah, they're at it. They've got some other classics up their sleeve as well. And not like the days of Chicky's Disco in Antigua. But talking of Antigua, moves me seamlessly onto Gareth Batty, who played in a test match there. He was the bowler when Brian Lara scored his 400th run in Antigua in 2004. Taylor. Smith. Drops that into the offside. That completes the over. 67 for 3. Ollie Pope's 32. Jamie Smith on 12. 34 overs gone. And a bit of cat and mouse going on here, Ian.
Yeah, Graham Van Buren's just taken a sweater off and given it to George Scott, who's trotting down to the boundary. Mohammed Amir's coming back on. So, yes, it was he who was a bit late out from his lunch for whatever reason. And Payne to continue. Looking down the card here, the Amler wicket fell off the last ball of the 19th over. Payne in. Again, Pope around his pad a bit up to mid-on. And we tended to think that certainly the first session, maybe first 20 overs might be a bit lean, to be fair. First session is when you get most of the movement here, and then the pitch, as we know, starts to flatten out. So Gloucestershire, having won the toss, know that what they would expect probably will be to batting last on it, and that's clipped off his legs. Very fine by Pope down to Matt Taylor in front of the Hammond roof stand, and the terrace that's to its right as we look at it from the Ashley Down Road end of the ground for one more. Pope looks a bit curious at his bat. He's got 33 from 72 balls, Ollie Pope. 5 fours in that. Couple of very nice cover drives. And he, the key man here for Surrey, you would say. But the question is, and Surrey will know this, as the ball gets a little bit older, a bit softer, they can hang in there, even if they're not scoring that quickly, they may have the chance to build the score after tea. That didn't get up very much.
No.
David Payne turns ruefully there, and Jamie Smith had to drop his bat on that very quickly. That was below the knee roll comfortably, wasn't it?
It certainly was. I think it was too far up. He wasn't particularly very far forward. It was too far up to be going onto the back foot.
Yeah,
that's why
that was probably
lower.
Calf height, no more than that.
Yeah, but you want to be on the front foot there.
Really did keep quite low. Payne again. Oh, it's wide this time. Smith doesn't play it. And just should say, thanks to Mike from his email later on, by the way. David Bridle rang me at lunch and said that this pitch is one of the ones that was relayed in the 1960s on the square here at Bristol, and he knows that because the very edge of the cut strip is a little darker than the actual main body of it. Mm-hmm. Payne in. Oh, that's driven down the ground. That should be 4. It's a chase for Van Buren up towards the rope at the front of the sight screen, but he can't reach it. And it goes all the way forward. Nicely struck shot by Jamie Smith. He picks up a boundary. His 3rd in all, and he goes to 16. And Surrey to 72 for 3. And David said he knows that it's one of the ones that falls into that bracket because when those pitches were relayed, they did not relay the full width of the strip. Only really relayed what they absolutely needed to. Payne in again. Smith all pushes at that. He didn't push hard at it, and he was just a touch fortunate that the ball was past him before he saw a feather go through to the keeper. But those two slightly darker strips, which you can see on the perimeter of the cut strip, there's the last ball of the over where Payne again draws Smith forward, says that it is one of the relayed strips in the 90s, and as such should have a bit more bounce, and we've probably seen that, to be fair.
Yeah, I think we have.
That one in the last over was the exception rather than the rule.
Yeah, I think it's generally had good carry, and I thought the pitch against Yorkshire here had good carry. I've got a quiz question for you, Ian. I'm going to come on to it after this ball from Matt Taylor. Just worked into the onside, and they scamper through for a single. Another one to Pope, takes him on to 34.
Am I going to need a pen?
73 for 3.
Is it one of those
No.
I'll know or I won't? Is it one of those?
No, I'm sure you'll get a couple of them. Maybe.
Oh, a couple of them. Here
even
we
all
go.
4. Alex Stewart, Surrey's director of cricket. He averaged 46 opening the batting for England. Yeah, 4 others have bettered it since the start of the Second World War.
Oh, gee, right, okay.
Taylor in.
So 4 England opening bats.
4 England opening batsmen. I mean, you know, think of the great English opening bats in the last sort of 70 years or so, and you'll get there.
Well, there'll be one who'll think he should be in that list, but I bet he isn't.
Go on.
Jeffrey.
He's in there.
Is he?
Yeah, he's one of the 4.
So what was his average?
Ooh, don't know. I'll have a look. Taylor in, and Smith up on his toes. I'm sure Jeffrey opened the batting at all times, didn't he? I don't think he ever batted in any other position.
Not that I can recall.
So Jeff Boycott, his test average was 47.72.
Oh, there we are.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 3 more to get. Taylor into Jamie Smith, who drives that one out to mid-off. No run.
Now, again, this is... Would one of them have played for Gloucestershire's opponents today?
No.
No. Okay, because I was going to say John Edrich.
No.
Okay.
I think his average was slightly spoilt coming back against the West Indians in '76, wasn't it? Here's Taylor in to Jamie Smith, who gets on that a little bit late. Dribbles through to Marcus Harris, the third slip.
I was not a numbers person when I was growing up with cricket as such.
One of them played for the same county as Mr. Boycott.
Okay. Just have to think about that.
Taylor in, and that's cracked off the back foot through the covers beautifully by Jamie Smith. And that goes away for 4 runs.
That was a good shot. We've not seen much off the back foot. Gloucestershire haven't offered much that's been cuttable.
No.
Largely because the line has been pretty tight most of the time.
I think they've been very good disciplines, and what we haven't seen as well is the extras given away that we saw in the first few games. There was a host of no balls and that malarkey, and we haven't seen any freebies. The only one really was that ball there and Mohammed Amir's full toss.
David Payne, to continue his second spell of the day, came back for a second tilt after lunch. Bowled well this morning, 1 for 14.
Think of an England opening batter who's just recently retired.
But the 3 I had in my head were Boycott, Edridge and Cook. But
Cook's one.
we've established that I wasn't sure Boycott was in it. I clearly thought Edridge is and wasn't.
Yeah.
And Cook is.
Yeah.
So we need another Yorkshireman.
We need a Yorkshireman and someone who played for a Midlands county.
Would Dennis Amos be
Yay!
in that bracket then? So who's the other Yorkshireman then? Who am I missing?
I think his career spanned both sides of the war. I think he made his debut before the war and finished maybe against the 53 Australians, perhaps.
Well bowled again. Pope forced to defend. There is a little bit of movement in the air, isn't there?
A little bit
Payne,
of wobble,
which is something he'll look to work with.
and what he's got the one that just goes straight on with the angle.
So he gets very close to the stumps. So again here, and that's why we've had a couple of those where the ball was squeezed out in front of square by Pope. But we've had a couple that have gone very fine off a bottom edge and could easily have been dragged on.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing. I know it's a game of cat and mouse, and both sides are waiting for the other one to blink here. But I wouldn't mind seeing Graham Van Buren putting in a short leg, stop Pope lunging forward. He's had a few off that inside edge of the bat there, and I think it would just stop him from getting so far forward.
He's got a fairly orthodox 6-3 field, and that's very close. He's just pitched that up a little bit further. James Bracey can't believe he's not got a nick on that. Hammond, and it's quite wide that actually. I mean, Pope needn't have played at it.
No. He's disappointed in himself, giving himself a slap on the backside.
Payne again to Pope. Lets that go this time. Judged it rather better. Now, okay, so I'm going to perhaps show my lack of long-standing knowledge of Yorkshire openers here, and I'm completely unclear whether he was actually an opener or not. If I said Len Hutton, would that be wrong?
No, that is the answer that I'm looking for.
Right.
Sir Leonard Hutton. Yeah.
So we
just,
got there in the end.
Yeah, just the five men who've averaged 46 or more for England opening the batting. That wasn't far away from third slip. Taylor came in there, and that just went past Marcus Harris there at third slip. It goes away for 4 runs. Let's have a look at this again on the replay.
But Harris isn't in the shot. He is just about.
Yeah, that one didn't go far away from him. It flew. It went really quickly.
Boundaries just starting to tot up a little bit.
They are a little, yeah.
And they've scored. I mean, it's only scored 19 runs since lunch, but greater proportion coming now in 4s.
Taylor in from the pavilion end. And Jamie Smith gets behind that. 81 for 3. Ollie Pope 34. Jamie Smith now on 24.
So 10 4s between these two. They came together at 37 for 3. So they've added 44 at the moment. And I say the boundary's just starting to tick up.
Yep. In, and that's a... don't know whether that's deliberately worked or a thick inside edge, but it goes down to fine leg, and the result's a single.
we've not had it. I mean, we've had a couple of, literally just a couple of LBW shouts, but really nothing much. We haven't had the feeling that the umpires have been turning down.
No.
You know, loads of appeals for LBWs, have we today?
No. Taylor and Pope works that one out to extra cover. Is that Tom Lace there? Extra cover, I think.
Yes, that's Lace there, definitely.
Yeah.
Jack Taylor's at point. Van Buren at mid-off.
Whose mother has made us made all the staff here a fantastic cake. Taylor in and strangled appeal. Yep, Tom Lace, whose mother has taken part in the Great Gloucestershire Bake Off. And we're looking forward to feeding our fat faces a tea.
Was well put, Dan.
Right, feeding my fat face at tea. Matt Taylor. Oh, and that's worked through the onside. It's going to be a chase down to the boundary. Who's the ball going to win? No, that's hauled in by Graham Van Buren. Going to save one run. They scamper through for 3. And that completes the over. The score moves on to 85. Ollie Pope 37. Jamie Smith 25. There's been 39 overs gone now, so we're almost halfway to the new ball.
Yes, I mean, Surrey haven't overall been scoring quickly. I mean, from a position where they were 16 for 2, there was a bit of a recovery to pull together. Amler and Pope got them to 37, but now 37 for 3, one more wicket at that stage, and Gloucestershire would have been well on top. But that's what happens, I think, when you play the better teams, and particularly in Division 1. I mean, various people have sort of said as this Division 1 season has gone on, you can see the difference in the quality. You know, the sides bat deeper. They have a better fourth change bowler, for example.
Yeah.
You know, the quality just overall is better. And you know, Surrey, as Payne comes in and bowls once more to Pope, lets that go. You know, Surrey have the ability to recover, and you know they still might end up getting 300.
Yeah, I mean, I think that. You know, there's even the weaker sides. You know, I mean, I think some of the Gloucestershire fans think that they're probably amongst the weaker sides. And
there is Benny. Those of you who don't know Benny is owned by a supporter there in the glasses, the grey hair. Sure, that's him. He's a regular visitor here to the Seat Unique Stadium, and clipped away on the offside by Pope. He'll pick up 2. Payne again. I don't think you'll mind him trying to play through that gap, but Payne's not had much fortune so far in terms of an edge.
Great to see Benny there with his Gloucestershire membership. Oh, he's put his head down now, so I'm sure if we get some food out, we can distract Benny to show his membership card.
Pope waits once more for Payne, who tries the short one. That was probably a touch of frustration. The referee says, "Oh, the umpire's given that as a no ball." That was very short. There is Benny.
Yeah, enjoying
a snooze.
Enjoying a little doze after lunch. Never mind Brian the cat down at Taunton. Benny the dog is where it's all happening here at the Seat Unique Stadium here in Bristol.
Payne just gathers himself at the end of his run once more. Rather watery sunshine trying to break through. Forecast was there may be a few brighter spells this afternoon. And don't forget, it is free after tea here at the Seat Unique Stadium. So, let's say our estimation would be that the players might get to tea around about 4 o'clock. So from about 20 past 4, if you've got a free evening in the area, you can potentially watch a couple of hours of live cricket here. Payne, again with decent carry. I was quite full again to Pope outside the off stump. But these two just starting to redress the balance a bit in terms of the play. Smith's got 4 first-class hundreds. Ollie Pope's got 13 of them. So there is ability in both, and Pope snaffles a quick single with a sharp call, which is answered by his partner from the other end. 63, no, Sudden, who were 53 these have put on.
We've had a brilliant email come through by a gentleman called Toby on the stream. He wants to know whether Benny's surname is Howell. Very good, very good.
Payne in, and same shot by Smith. Same shot. He and Pope have both had a look now. Is that what I think it is? Now this is aggressive from Graham Van Buren. We're going to see Jack Taylor's leg spin.
Yeah, very interesting.
Now Taylor only bowled 3 overs and 2 balls in first team cricket last season, and that was in the Royal London Cup. And I don't think those 3 overs were even in the same match. He didn't play, he didn't bowl in any other first team cricket. But as we did say before lunch, he took 6 wickets in the seconds and made 100 last week. So this is an aggressive move, I suggest, by the captain.
Yeah, it's interesting because Surrey have gone with a part-time spinner as well in Will Jacks. Well, he's more than a part-time spinner, isn't he? He's a batsman who bowls a little bit. He's Jack Taylor in, and Pope just works that into the onside. But he's more than that. But they didn't pick Amir Verdi, who was their out-and-out off-spinner this morning. And, you know, with all these left-armers, is Jack Taylor. And that's cut away off the back foot out to deep cover. With all these left-armers, David Payne, Mohammed Amir, Matt Taylor, they're going to cause a little bit of rough outside the off-stump. And with all the left-handers at the top of the Gloucestershire order, I'm very, very surprised at that decision.
Verdi did play in the game here last year and actually wasn't very effective.
Jack Taylor in. That's well bowled to Jamie Smith.
There's, with a leg spinner, whether you're Matt Parkinson, who is a real leg spinner, or Jack Taylor, who's adapting himself to this.
Oh, and that's well bowled as well.
Or there's the risk that you might drag one down short and get put away.
Yeah.
But there's 2 things for this. I mean, Gloucester is still -1 on the over rate, and also neither of these two would have seen Taylor much bowl leg spin either.
No. Here he comes. There's that one he dragged down, and he's been punched very nicely off the back foot through extra cover. Classic back foot cover drive. It goes all the way to the fence. Jamie Smith's playing some lovely shots here. I mean, Pope's got the reputation of being aesthetic, being easy on the eye, but Jamie Smith's not far behind him.
No, and I say his numbers would certainly suggest that he's capable of deputising for folks quite.
Just worked into the onside. They're going to have to hurry here. And they get through for the single. That completes the over. Moved on to 95. Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't see Amir Verdi. He's come through Sunbury Cricket Club, which has been the home of numerous players over the years. People like Toby Rowland Jones and David Nash. came through there. But originally he was at Indian Gymkhana, who play at Osterley. And I played against them previously, I think, when I was a kid on their third 11 ground. And they used to play on more or less the end of the runway at Heathrow Airport. When Concorde took off on a Sunday evening, you certainly knew about it back in the day. But he's an interesting guy, Verdi. His parents were had to get out of Uganda quite quickly with the Idi Amin days in the sort of early 70s, and they came over here, settled in West London. And Monty Panesar, he's a Sikh, he's a practicing Sikh. He was educated at the Guru Nanak Sikh Academy in Hayes. And Monty Panesar, big hero of his. So
Monty's 40 recently, wasn't he? Last day or two?
He might be, yeah. He's a man from the Hertfordshire League, came from Luton Town and Indians.
Ryan Higgins has changed ends, and for the first time in this match, bowling from the Ashley Down Road. And so David Payne, since lunch, has bowled 4 overs in that spell. 4 overs for 9. But I'd say Graham Van Buren's quite proactive with his bowling changes. He doesn't let things drift too long.
No.
Higgins in and let go by Smith. Higgins bowled 9 overs for 13, a 6 and a 3. But because that pre-lunch spell was only short, I suppose not too much of a surprise that it's quite quick that he's back into the attack once more. So we've had 45 minutes since lunch with no breakthrough for Gloucestershire, and Higgins again to Smith, who lets that go again. Just indication from Smith, it might have just gone away from him a little bit in the air. We're in the 42nd over.
The sun is reflecting right off something just over the
dressing
room
there. Over the back of the pavilion. Higgins in. Oh, it was almost on leg and middle, but Smith wasn't prepared to try and flick it away through the leg side. There isn't a man at square leg. Got a mid wicket, a mid on, and a fine leg down in front of the smaller of the two scoreboards for Ryan Higgins. Benamir trying to do his bit in the shining group, the ball shining group. Higgins over the wicket and let go once more by Smith. So the wickets to fall for Surrey, who were put in this morning. Ryan Patel, LBW to Payne, first ball of Payne's spell as first change for 9, and then Burns caught by Dent at second slip off Matt Taylor in the same situation. First ball of his first spell, he made 6, and Hashim Amla caught by Harris at third slip off Matt Taylor in the same spell. Nicely played, or pleasantly on the eye anyway, by Jamie Smith. Straight to Van Buren. Amla made 6, 4 wickets fell at 16, the first 2, and at 37, but it's now 96 for 3. And as we hinted earlier, Surrey have the power to recover because of this sort of quite attractive middle order they've got. It's not people who are going to really come in and play things very patiently. They're all the more aggressive type, aren't they, if I can call it that?
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to what you were saying earlier about depth and the good sides in this division, and the good sides don't just give it away, do they? You know, Surrey were in bother this morning. They were 37 for 3. Their skipper, Rory Burns, back in the pavilion. Ryan Patel, fresh off 100 last week, and Hashim Amla, who's a big run getter and the linchpin of their middle order. And these two have knuckled down, and they're still attractive on the eye, but they've knuckled down. They've gutsed it out, they've grinded it out, and hopefully for Surrey fans, they can see the fruits of their labour when the ball gets a little bit older. Here's Taylor, and that's played out to long on for gentle single.
And equally, Gloucestershire will have Jack Taylor batting at 8, which is lower than he'd normally expect to.
Yeah, here he comes, rolls his out the back of the hand, leg spin. Has he got a googly up his sleeve?
I don't know, and the obviously the story with Jack is that he was. I'll come back to that.
Here he comes, and that's just played into the offside, finds the gap. Chris Dent's quick in there, but not quick enough to prevent the single.
Yeah, there was the problem was that Jack's off-spinning action was twice deemed to be with the arm not straight enough.
There he comes in, and that's played out to deep cover for a single.
So after sort of corrective work the first time, in terms of his action, trying to straighten the arm to a point where it was deemed to be acceptable, and after the second time they said, well, okay,
here he is, and that's played out to long on.
Do something different with it, and they've tried to get round it by turning him into a leg spinner, and that's the 100 up for Surrey. 100 for 3 in the 43rd over.
So was he sent up to Loughborough for? Got the protractor out.
That's it.
Here he comes, and Ollie Pope just works him into the onside, and there's nothing worse for captain than a spinner just being milked for ones, is there? At least when the batsman's going for boundaries, you think, you're in with a chance because there's an element of risk there. But when they're just getting worked for ones all around the ground,
and maybe
that's frustrating.
Yeah, and maybe Graham Van Buren thought that the right-handers might be able to do that with himself, therefore give them something different to go at.
Yeah.
With the leg spinner, who they would not have seen much of.
It's interesting that he hasn't bowled yet, GVB. Well, I don't know.
He doesn't have the Ben Charlesworth option, obviously, and we wish Ben all the best for his recovery with his stress fracture in his foot. Here's Ryan Higgins, and Pope lets that go. Again, little bit of swing or gentle drift, and if you might call it more than swing necessarily. So I'd say we looked at the squad when it was named and said, well, probably it was going to be a flip of a coin between George Scott and Jack Taylor for somebody who would bat lower down the order and then offer the captain a few overs if necessary. Here's Higgins in, worked off his front pad by Pope, out to Tom Lace at deep mid wicket. And Miles Hammond also, bowled a reasonable amount in the game at Old Trafford. Hammond, even at this stage of the season, we're not through April yet, has bowled 17 overs with his off spin, which is more than you might normally expect. Hasn't taken a wicket yet, but Higgins with, what would you call that? 2 slips and a 3.5 there. Really, Harris is not really in the gully, is he?
No, he's like a floating 4th, 5th, isn't he?
Yeah, there's a gap there which they're trying to cover by putting an extra man now into the offside. Matt Taylor's at mid-off, Van Buren at extra cover, and Jack Taylor at point. Higgins in. Against a good line once more. He doesn't often bowl a bad line, Ryan Higgins, and I think that's why as we saw at Old Trafford last week, Lancashire were prepared to respect him and feel perhaps that if they were going to score big, they would have to get the runs from the less experienced bowlers. Here he is again, and again forcing Smith to come forward. Nothing wrong with that. And in certain other forms of the game, you'd have the keeper standing up.
Yeah,
probably.
I think Ryan Higgins' track record speaks for itself. You look at his figures from last year, and he's 51 wickets at 22 and a bit, and that of decent numbers, especially on a wicket like here in Bristol that can be unresponsive at times.
Oh, that also swung. It was a bit of a reverse from Higgins there. And nothing more that Smith can do than defend. And Higgins has returned with tidy figures overall. My screen's just not... There are the full figures. Higgins 11 overs for 14. Mahodamir 10 overs, 2 spells for him. 10 overs from Payne. So it's been quite well spread amongst the 4 quicker bowlers. And then the question is, for Graham Van Buren, how and when does he try and use his, I won't say part-time spin options, but you kind of know what I mean by that.
Yeah, here's Jack Taylor with his leg spin, and that's short, and that's pulled away. And that got what it deserved, really. And Ollie Pope moves on to 49.
Yes, Pope almost there with his half century. 96 balls faced, I think.
Yeah, he's batted well. He came in with his side in a little bit of trouble. Most home was dismissed on the score on 16. He's had to... It hasn't been easy. Here's Jack Taylor, and that's outside the off stump. I thought we were going to see a big booming drive there, but Pope reins himself in. There's a man out deep cover.
He's got Dent at short extra to contend with now.
Yeah. And he cuts that one away, but can only find backward point. So we've got a slip, we've got a backward point, we've got a deep cover, we've got an extra cover. Chris Dent there, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, backward square, and a deep mid wicket as well. As Taylor comes into Pope, who just nudges him into mid wicket, just needing 1 for his 50, just hoping to squirt one off the bat somewhere, get down the other end and milk the applause. Jack Taylor in, and Pope always finds that gap. Jamie Smith's on his toes, backing up there.
It's interesting. I might talk about this perhaps if Taylor stays on after Pope's got his 50, because that's the next landmark in the game.
Yeah, Jack Taylor in, and Pope hits that one back to him on the bounce. That's the end of the over. 106 for 3. Pope 49. Jamie Smith 32. 45 overs gone, and it's Surrey's afternoon so far, isn't it, Ian Randall?
It is at the moment. They started at 62 for 3, now 106 for 3, so 44 added this afternoon in 55 minutes. But I had just a word with Jack Taylor at the end of that over, Hassan Adnam, maybe about where his first stride in his follow through was bringing him down in terms of that placement of that foot. Higgins to start a new over in and fielded by Marcus Harris in that sort of floating 4th slip position. I think the umpire was just concerned that in that first stride Taylor was getting quite close to the line of what would be the right-hander's leg stump. And you're thinking further on in the game, an off-spinner bowling round the wicket to batsmen at that end might be something of a concern for them. Higgins in, that's outside the off-stomach. Should have been cracked away really by Jamie Smith. He didn't get a bat on it. Just a reminder that in the second team competition, 367 is Warwickshire's target. They're 92 for 1 in their pursuit of that. Amir Khan, no, not the boxer. He has 54.
Multi-skilled.
Yeah, and Ethan Brooks has 24. So they're chasing a big score there. Here, Surrey trying to establish one. And Higgins sees Smith steer that away down through the slip cord, and Chris Dent's on the chase down towards the boundary, and he won't quite. I say he won't. He might just have hauled the ball in. I think the umpires might need to ask Dent whether it's gone for 4 or not. It was a good bit of chasing, and I think he has managed to save 1 run by that dive.
That was absolutely superb there from Chris Dent, and that's the sort of spirit that epitomises this Gloucestershire side and why they do go all the way in games, because they just never give up. And Chris Dent there just never ever gave that ball up, despite it being favourite to win.
Pope then on 49. He won't get his 50 there because he's taking the bat away to Ryan Higgins. But sorry at the moment. Higgins bowling to Pope now, 102 balls faced for his 49. Smith 35 off 81. And there is the half century, clipped to mid-wicket by Surrey's England Test player. Waves his bat and gets a round of applause from the Surrey teammates on the pavilion balcony. Now these two say they came together when the score was at 37, so they've added 73, and Gloucestershire would need a breakthrough to redress a bit of balance here now. Higgins into Smith. Can't drive that with any power. Goes straight to David Payne at mid-off. Higgins takes his cap and sweater. Yeah, and heads off. The point I was going to make about Jack Taylor, I can perhaps come back to.
Go on.
Interesting to know how they would have gone about changing that concept of being an off spinner to a leg spinner, because obviously the action is completely different, and it's not something that's going to be done in a short period of time. It's about sort of muscle memory, isn't it, and about repeating the same skill.
Yeah, it's completely different as he comes in, and Pope carves him away out into the deep on the offside for a single. It's completely different, but you can see how he's not a classic leg spinner with his sort of chest on action. You can see his front leg goes across like an off spinner. Off spinners tend to get their purchase, their turn, as he comes in, and that's short outside the off stump, and that's again got the same treatment, carved out for 1. Off spinners tend to get their turn not only through their fingers but from the pivot from their body. They tend to get their left foot across and their whole body comes through. So it's the actual action as well, not just straight off the fingers, where a leg spinner is all wrist and all shoulder. And leg spinners tend to land their foot flat, whereas an off spinner will land on his toes. As that is delicately played, he's not going to get any for it. So an off spinner will tend to land on his toes and pivot off that front foot, and his whole body comes through round into the action. So they are, but if you look at Jack Taylor, his action comes through initially like an off spinner, as that one's played out to mid-on for no run.
I wonder, and again, you'd only really know this if you had a really fine measure on it, and that is
Jack Taylor in, and Pope gets that one a little bit squarer. They run the first one hard, thinking about a second, but they don't take it on.
I wonder how much he's got the leg spinner's action, but how much is he actually trying to turn it, I wonder?
Yeah.
How big a rip is he trying to give it?
The other thing is the late great Shane Warne used to say, here he is, Taylor coming in, and that's played off the back foot, beats Chris Dent there at extra. He's only going to get 1 because the man out in the deep there's quickly round. But Shane Warne said, you know, what he wants to see out of a leg spinner is somebody who probably gives it a rip, not just a leg spinner who rolls it out the back of the hand, someone who actually fizzes it and actually gives it a proper rip. And I think, you know, in this country especially, there is a safety first approach where the leg spinner goes for accuracy as opposed to actually, you know, turning it. And loses some of that spin.
And you couldn't blame Jack Taylor for his first thought to be, I don't mind how much it spins, so long as the action is deemed to be legal. That's probably the first thing he went for, and then you build everything up from that platform, don't you? Because unless it's a legal action, he can't bowl at all.
Well, it's one of the worst things to be called for, isn't it, really?
Higgins continuing from the Ashley Down Road end to Jamie Smith, who is in the team in place of Ben Folkes. Folkes, of course, had this in the Somerset match, was involved in a collision with Craig Overton. He did go on to bat in the Surrey second innings, finished up 48 not out, and he was named in the squad for this game too, but ultimately not selected. Higgins again to Smith, who again was not in the 14 that Surrey named at tea time yesterday, but the Gloucestershire scorer Adrian Bull spotted him on the ground this morning, and was not surprised to see him in the team. Higgins with 2 slips and probably first, second and fourth, you'd probably say. Marcus Harris leaving a gap at third slip. Hammond and Dent at first and second respectively.
Yeah, Sam Curran's been sitting with his pads on, ready to come in. His father played here at Gloucestershire between 85 and 90.
Higgins in, that's steered on the bounce to Chris Dent. Yeah, Kevin Curran, a proper all-rounder.
Hard hitting, wasn't he?
Yeah, hard hitting bat.
Gave it a whack.
And quite a sharp bowler too.
Yeah. Sadly, no longer with us.
No, indeed.
Yeah.
But a real all-rounder in the true sense of the word. Higgins again, pitches that quite a long way up, not quite Yorker length, but certainly drivable. And Smith didn't really pick up on it. Just played it straight to Van Buren, who in his pre-captaincy days was chairman of the Shining Committee.
Kevin Curran's father also played, also called Kevin.
Higgins in, short, pulled away. You don't often see a short one from Ryan Higgins. That's going to go for 4. He's got that a long way in front of square, Jamie Smith. And no chance for that to be hauled in. Tom Lacey's away on the boundary at mid-wicket, but it went a long way in front of him. And Surrey's recovery, gathering a bit of momentum here. There are Jack Taylor's figures, 4 overs for 19. I don't know how long Graham Van Buren thinks he can extend that experiment for.
I think it's time for Mohammed Amir.
It would be one thing if it was 4 overs for 8. 10 runs might not seem very much, but if you feel as if the opposition are gaining momentum in the innings, you don't want to be allowing them just to pick off singles against one of your stand breaker type bowlers, if I can call Jack Taylor that, in this context.
I agree with you. I think it's all a little bit too easy, isn't it? It's Jack Taylor, and that's short and wide and hit out through extra cover. And Tom Lace isn't going to be able to cut that one off as well. That's 4 runs, and that got exactly what it deserved. That was short and wide, and as known in the trade as toffee, and it was put away.
Why is it known as toffee?
I don't know. Actually, it's one of those sayings, isn't it? Like pies. Where does it come? The bowler's bowling pie. Where does that come from?
Well,
maybe one of our listeners can let us know. Get in touch. Here's Jack Taylor in, and that's played out to Chris Dent at cover. That's a better ball.
Yeah, there's an element of surprise for an over or 2.
Yeah.
In Taylor, but when the surprise goes, then
Taylor in, and that's Ollie Pope just straying onto his leg stump, and he works that one out.
Then Jack Taylor's really got to concentrate, because he knows that Surrey will pick up on anything loose, particularly these two.
Here's Taylor. And that's a great stop in the covers there by the man from Thornbury, Chris Dent. Very popular man in these parts. Great to see him back in the side last week. Taylor in, and Chris Dent dives for that one but can't get there. Mid-off comes round and manages to keep it down to 1. Yeah, I think everyone was pleased to see Chris Dent back last week, and batted very well, I thought, against a decent attack at Lancashire. And that's down the leg side. Bracey takes, and that probably is the last over of Jack Taylor's spell.
Yes, I would have thought it would be a surprise if he kept going. So Amir is the only one of the cricket bowlers we haven't seen since lunch, and I wonder whether he's just doing some stretches at the moment. Maybe that he has a change of ends and has a stint at the pavilion end.
Yeah, we've only seen him from the Ashley Down Road end, haven't we? So I wonder if he fancies. Well, it's Hammond there at first slips, practicing his golf swing.
Well, again, Hammond might be your other option. I mean, Van Buren hasn't bowled himself yet, so
no.
if he did feel that he wanted to have a second burst with two of the cricket bowlers together, he might have to think about bowling himself from that end, which has the longer straight boundary.
Yep.
Higgins to Jamie Smith. Out on the offside, straight to the fielder at point. So still no third man. There is a fine leg. But just the 2 slips now. 3 saving 1 on the offside. 2 saving 1 on the leg side at mid-wicket and at mid-on. Higgins, again, Sunshine trying to come out in, and Smith pushes at that, and again doesn't get a touch. AJ says, "Afternoon, gents. You mentioned on commentary that the first option when you're in the ECB is the 100. My theory is that the ECB fears that fans of that particular competition would have lost interest and hung up on the phone by the time you hit options 2 and 3. Interesting view. Clipped away by Smith again, past Marcus Harris. There is a chase for Jack Taylor. They'll get a comfortable 2, and they won't pick a third on the phone. That must be the reason it's at the front of the list, he says, and not because it's being prioritised by the ECB over proper cricket. Keep up the good work. Interesting observation, that. Thank you, AJ, for your email.
Yeah, keep them coming, guys.
Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. 126 for 3. Sorry, there is the email address, top right hand corner of your screen. Higgins from a little wider in the crease. Ball's a no ball. We've only had a couple of those today. David Payne had one called for a very, very short bounce, which I don't think you could have too many complaints about, and that is just the second no ball of the day. So on that front, much better from Gloucestershire.
Yeah, I'm sure Dale wasn't very happy about that.
Higgins into his 14th over and let go by Jamie Smith. I wonder if Surrey think that if they got, say if they were still batting with at least 2 recognised batsmen together and at least one more to come by the end, whether they could feel they could dictate the game from that position having been put in. I mean, Gloucestershire last time against Yorkshire didn't have the chance to do that because Marcus Harris got his century, but 227 was not going to dominate the game at that stage. It's a bit different if a side was to get. I mean, the pollsters were saying 201 to 300.
Yeah.
Sorry, get beyond that. No ball again from Higgins. 2 in and over, having not bowled any at all.
I don't know if it's me, but
until this over.
I've noticed when he bowls from the Ashley Down Road end, he bowls more no balls. I don't know whether he's striving that little bit more, perhaps. I don't know. But we noticed in the Yorkshire game, I thought that he bowled more no balls once he switched to this end of the ground.
That'd be an interesting stat to know, wouldn't it? There'll be somebody who might have a log of that somewhere. I might put a call in. I wouldn't say that we'll do that during the day today, but I wonder if there might be a stat somewhere that somebody might have as to whether he does or not. But I'm kind of with you. I think that certainly, to have 2 in 1 over here was unusual. Now, what's Graham Van Buren thinking in terms of the Ashley Down Road? And the answer is you're going to have the opportunity to call Mohammed Amir for the first time today, Dan, because I think he's having a change of ends. Yeah,
I'm looking forward to seeing him as well, because he's I think it was much needed. And
Warwickshire still 1 down in the second 11 match up there at the community ground at Edgbaston. They've been set 357 to win. They're 108 for 1. Today's the final day of that game.
Here's Mohammed Amir from the pavilion end, and Pope works that one beautifully off his legs. Really pleasing on the eye, and that's 4 runs. Lovely shot. Takes him into the 60s.
Yeah, he's not. You wouldn't say he's absolutely dominated the bowling today, but I suppose he's scored where he's been able to, is the way I put it, I think.
Yeah, I think he's, he has ridden his luck at times. He's got, a few thick inside edges, etc. But he's had to grind it out on a day where the ball has probably been in the ascendancy over the bat, and he's managed to still be there, and he's making hay now that the ball's a little bit older. There's Amir to him, who's just across him, and he lets that go.
I'm sure that's what Alex Stewart and Jim Troughton would have been saying to this Surrey team. Can we get to tea with a reasonable position, and then the power to accelerate after tea when the ball is older? And obviously they would have a second new ball to contend with at that stage, or in the final hour, but an hour's batting after tea, got 2 men well set, you could score quite quickly.
Here's Mohammed Amir, and that's a nice shot. Played out mid-off, they're going to take a single, and Pope had to scamper home. He had to hurry up there. Mohammed Amir, born in Changa Banglau, Gujar Khan, Punjab, Pakistan. That's just the name of the town. It's not even the full address. And the second youngest of 7 children, grew up idolising Wasim Akram, as I'm sure many did. And then the family, realising that Mohammed was decent at cricket, moved to Lahore to be nearer the better cricket facilities in the country. And yes, we know he made his debut as a very young man, Pakistan. He was just 17. Here he comes in to Jamie Smith, who's equal to him. Helicopter going through overhead. It's not one of those, one of those grounds. Bristol, it's not sort of too bad for aircraft noise. It's not in the realms of the Oval. The Kia Oval's pretty decent. Headingley's not a million miles away from Leeds Bradford. And yet some grounds are awash with planes. There's a mirror into Jamie Smith, who's up on his toes, plays that into the offside.
Gloucestershire still at -1 on the over rate, but that's only obviously one in the. That's where they were at lunch. It can be altered during play, can't it? Because we've seen.
Yeah.
There was an occasion last week, I think, when Gloucestershire actually recovered two of 3 overs they were behind within a session, so it can be improved.
Amir's going to come around the wicket, and Smith gets that one to third slip, all along the ground there. No harm done, or not third slip, but a floating fourth, fifth slip there actually. But the third man in the cordon, that completes the over. 135 for 3. Ollie Pope 62. Jamie Smith has moved serenely on to 44. 51 overs gone, so we're going to have another 13 till tea. That should be about right. Tea shouldn't be too late, actually, I don't think.
Well, it may have recovered that well then with the Jack Taylor stint from the far end. But
yeah.
I say Taylor's bowled 5 overs in his spell, but didn't really look as if he was going to take a wicket. And his 5 overs cost 25, which Graham Van Boom will be conscious that you don't want to give this Surrey side any kind of chance to settle in even further than these two already have. Higgins once more, again, quite nice shape to that, was a bit wide, probably 5th stump. And these two have put on now 98, so they just need 2 more for the century partnership. And they've dragged Surrey, that drag's a bit unkind. They were certainly in a pretty tight corner when these two first joined forces, but now, arguably, they have the impetus with them rather than with Gloucestershire.
Yeah, you're right what you're saying. I mean, Jack Taylor has only gone at 5 and over, but what you do is you release the pressure, don't you? You open the valve, and you actually do release the pressure that you've spent all morning building up, and then all that sort of hard work, I wouldn't say goes to waste, but it's difficult.
Yeah, well, got a bit low from Higgins, well outside the off stump, let go by Ollie Pope. 2.5 hours he's been out there for his 62. Jamie Smith just over 2 hours for 44, so they've scored steadily, not extravagantly,
yeah,
but steadily, in terms of bringing Surrey back into the game. And there have been a few, as that was just an ooh moment, where the batsman was just hurried a little bit. But a reminder, they've still got the likes of Sam Curran, Colin de Grandon and Will Jacks to come. So, and Jordan Clark's no mean bat either. He's very much in form with the ball this season, but more than handy with the bat. Higgins in and played almost into his pad by Ollie Pope. Clark was at Lancashire, wasn't he, before?
He was at Lancashire and also Cumberland in the minor counties, so probably in the days after Mike Burns, the umpire, was at Cumberland.
Yeah, they play at Jesmond, wouldn't they?
No, I think Barrow-in-Furness.
Ah.
Jesmond's Northumberland.
Ah, is it?
Yeah,
wrong side of the country.
Yeah, so I think they play at Keswick, might be a venue that they use. I know that's a very pretty ground up in the Lake District there. And but I know from the Hertfordshire boys that played up there, they had the delights of Barrow-in-Furness to go and see how the nuclear submarines are made.
I was at a. I mean, it's going to come around the wicket. I was at a football game recently, same division as Bristol Rovers, and the gentleman there said, he said, going to Barrow, he said, you think you go at the wake and you turn off the motorway and you think you're there, and he said, what you don't realise is it's another 35 miles.
Yep, here's Mohammed Amir. Smith behind that. Yeah, it's. I remember us having to train when we went there, having to change trains at
Preston
and Lancaster. And then you get the train. It's a very pretty train journey, actually, which goes across Morecambe Bay, goes past Cartmel Racecourse in that neck of the woods.
That's tiny too, isn't it?
I don't know. The station wasn't.
Yeah. Cartmel is tiny, I think.
Yeah. Amir around the wicket, and that's wide outside the off stump, and that's going to be 4 runs. Lovely shot.
100 partnership between these two.
Yeah. Yeah, great recovery this from Surrey.
So 33 overs it's taken, that 100 partnership, which just backs up the point that they've been steady rather than particularly extravagant.
Yeah. Yes, Smith becoming a regular in this side. There's competition for places amongst Gareth Batty's squad here, and he came in last year, and he settled into such an extent that he even skippered in a T20 game.
I was going to say, I think he's played quite a bit of white ball, and some red. I mean, 1,400 red ball runs at 35 suggests that even if he couldn't keep wicket, he'd be worth his place in the team, given those numbers.
He's played 28 first-class games.
There we are
then. Yeah. Here's Mohammed Amir into him, and he defends that one. He's faced so far 107 balls for his 40.
And you might say this is kind of middle of the afternoon on the first day. You would kind of expect this with a ball that is now 52 and a half overs old. Less is beating the bat now.
Yeah, definitely. It feels like just a gentle meander towards tee, doesn't it?
Sorry, have the impetus with them. 139 for 3. They're recovering from a slow start, aren't they?
Amir in, and that's dropped. That's dropped by James Bracey. That goes across Jamie Smith, who gets a feather on it, and I think he was going towards Miles Hammond at first slip, but Bracey's gone for it one-handed, and he spilt it. And that's the 3rd chance that Gloucestershire have dropped in that slip cordon today.
Was he worried it wasn't going to reach Hammond? Because it looked trajectory-wise as if it was going straight to Hammond, didn't it?
That's what he said. He just pointed at the floor. So here's Amir. And he's gone to throw that back. He's not happy. And you can understand his frustrations, because that's the second one that's been dropped off him this morning. Or this today, sorry. And you'd expect that one to be snaffled, really.
Well, it's that thing, isn't it? It's the man with the gloves you generally think takes the responsibility, and Hammond and Bracey again just having a chat as they take their positions at the other end. Smith's gone to 48 and 8 fours in his innings so far. Not on strike at the moment though. Pope on 62. And obviously they didn't bat first in the game, but listening to Ed Seaborn with Scott Reed last week, the view very much was from Lancashire, bat once, bat big. Higgins in, and Pope defends. I mean, it will be a big challenge for Gloucestershire to face a side who've put a big first innings total on the board. They haven't really had that this season because they've bowled well enough to regularly chip away at the opposition's top order. Higgins in, driven between Payne and Van Buren. Payne's on the pursuit up towards the boundary. Ball's going to reach the boundary and beat him to it. So again, that just influences. That was little more than just a punch.
Lovely shot. Lovely,
all in
lovely
the timing.
Shot.
And Surrey's net run rate is almost back up to 3 and over, even though at lunch they were barely at 2 and over. It shows how much more quickly they've scored since the interval. Higgins in, and that's on the pads this time of Pope. He'll get a comfortable single. Yeah, so they were 62 for 3 off 30 at lunch, and now they're 144 for 3 in the 54th. So 24 overs since lunch, they've added 82.
Yeah, but you cannot afford to drop 3 catches on the first day, especially when you're playing against top of the table side.
They've got away with it in one sense because 2 of those have been out cheaply.
Yeah,
but I might argue that they wouldn't get away with it a third time, perhaps.
No, and it also, a lot of cricket is played in the head, isn't it? So much cricket is psychological, and the catches start to go down, and then you can see Mohammed Amir getting frustrated there, and rightly so, and the next guy is just praying it doesn't come my way rather than being confident that he's going to be able to pouch that chance.
Against Smith, he's 2 for his 50, won't get them there, or indeed in this over, because that's the last ball of the over, and lets that go. Higgins is figures 16 over 6 maidens, 0 for 33. He is finding that economy is okay for him at this level, but wickets have been a bit thin on the ground for Ryan Higgins in the last couple of innings. So 1 for 72 and 0 for 41 in the game here against Yorkshire, and then 0 for 48 in the game at Old Trafford. And that's not to say that he didn't bowl quite a lot in both those 2 matches. And here he is again, 16 overs without a wicket. It's he would have been one of Gloucestershire's main threats in Division 2. People are respecting him in Division 1, but he's not getting them out.
No, he's not.
Not at the moment.
No, and I'll come on to why I think why is Mohammed Amir, as Pope gets in behind that and defends it. I think that last year we saw sort of more damp conditions early season. We've had hardly any rain in April at all.
Well, I think I'm right in saying I spoke to somebody after the Lancashire match. I think Gloucester have lost a minute's play so far.
Yeah. No, at Northampton on the first day. They
was
run
there?
Off 8 times.
Oh, sorry, they did there, yes.
Yes. Yeah. Amir in, and that's angled across Ollie Pope. Who lives
the last 2 matches, definitely not.
No, nothing.
And actually, the Northants game, you might argue, was not really affected by the weather because we still got to the last 5 overs with both teams possibly able to win it.
Yeah, not a drop from the sky. But I think, due to those dry conditions, we haven't seen the same bowlers who are always there or thereabouts in the wicket takers. As Amir comes in and Pope lets someone go through.
Even Darren Stevens isn't taking wickets.
Exactly. He was going to be the first one on my list. Tim Mercer's been injured, but he's always there or thereabouts in those wicket takers. And Ryan Higgins has had a bit of a dry patch. David Payne's hardly played. He's generally up there in the wicket takers.
So 9 overs to go in the session after this one.
Amir and Pope lets that one go.
Surrey, if you got offered Surrey for these two to get to the tea interval, they would say, well, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Whatever the score is, that's absolutely fine, because
Yeah.
we've gone from a position where we'd lost 2 wickets in the first hour and 3 by the time we got to 37 to get to the stage of where we're well advanced and still the 4th wicket pair together, then they would be delighted.
Mia goes through to the keeper. You can see he's got a little bit of Wasim Akram in his sort of approach, as well as just being left arm over as well. He's still got that sort of Wasim Akram attack the crease, bustled in, didn't he? He did everything fast. Bowled fast, gave it a whack, ran into the crease fast. What a player, what a cricketer. Amir into Pope, who plays a forward defensive, goes out to point. That completes the over. 144 for 3. Pope 67. Jamie Smith on 48, just dropped there by James Bracey a couple of overs ago. And we've got 8 overs, 9 overs till the tea interval.
Gloucestershire really would want something before then. And Matt Taylor's coming back.
Well, he's been the most successful bowler to date. 2 for 26 off 11.
Yeah, 2 spells from him. Mohamed Amir's bowled 13 overs, Payne 10. And Higgins, who he's just replacing, 16. So Jack Taylor had a short stint from the pavilion end, but Surrey just largely picked off the runs they were able to against Taylor. It didn't look to be a real threat there. And now brother Matt is coming back at this Ashley Down Road end. Still with, let's say, first, second and fourth, you'd probably say, are the slips. And worked by Jamie Smith into the onside. Tom Lace at mid-wicket. Mohamed Amir at mid-on. And 3 saving 1 on the offside for Surrey's keeper. David Payne at mid-off. Graham Van Buren at extra cover. And Jack Taylor at point. Matt Taylor, again, so almost a full length, almost a half volley. But it was doing enough that it was just clipped straight to the man at mid-on by Jamie Smith. And Sam Curran to come in next, then Colin de Grandhomme, then Will Jacks, then Jordan Clark. So there's that Surrey lower order, a bit like England's white ball team. They said there was a lot of power in that sort of area of the side. Same here. Oh, and that's nicely bowled. Just drew a half a stride forward there.
Yeah, he's been a good bowler this season, Matt Taylor. He's impressed me at times. And he gives you everything, doesn't he?
Always does. Always does. Only 4 wickets so far. The South Africa has 10 wickets, but obviously not playing in this match because Mohamed Amir is playing. Jamie Smith's taken 1 here. Will he get more than that? He won't. So we have to stick on 49. An hour and a half after the hoodie was necessary. Dan Whiting decides it no longer is. And to be fair, it has the temperature has risen a little this afternoon. Taylor round the wicket with this very springy run of his to Ollie Pope. Tries to york him, can't do so. Pope with a punch drive down the ground. There's a chase for David Payne. It might just go to the rope, and it does. It was well to be dug out that by Ollie Pope.
Lovely shot there, wasn't it? He just dropped his bat on it.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't say there was much wrong with what Taylor did there. It wasn't badly overpitched, but it was just nothing more than a block drive, really, you might argue. And 4 more to Pope, 71 he's got. Down the leg side from Matt Taylor, and Pope can't profit from it. James Bracey takes. To go back to the point about the extras, we've only had 3 no balls today. 1 very short one from Payne and 2 from Higgins, both in this, I think both in the same over, weren't they? They're both the 2 Higgins bowled from this Ashley Down road end.
I think they were. I think they were
other than
2 and 3 balls, weren't they?
Yeah, that was the one error of the day. But in terms of overstepping, other than that, the bowlers have done well to stay within the limits. But what they haven't had is a great deal of success since that double change this morning. Both openers went quickly, then Amla not far afterwards, and that's been it.
That's angled across him from Mohammed Amir. And
so Smith
one ball away.
Needs a single for his 50 here. And the stand is 112 now for the 4th wicket.
116 balls he's faced so far, Jamie Smith. And he looks a very elegant player as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, part of that is perhaps made by his height. And you said he's 6'2", so
he's a mere 2 him, and just keeps him honest.
Warwickshire making steady progress towards that big target in the second 11 game. 357 is the target to win on the community ground at Birmingham. And it's 148 for 1 now. Amir Khan and Ethan Brooks still together, both in the 60s now. Partnership worth 110 currently for the second wicket.
Amir. And that's cut. No, it's not. It's pulled. I was looking through the offside for the ball there. It might have gone through the leg side, but that's 50 to Jamie Smith, and well batted. 117 balls, 8 fours, and came in with his side in a little bit of trouble at 37 for 3, and he's batted really well. But he got a late call up. He probably didn't realise that he was playing until either last night, or because he wasn't named in the squad of 14 that Gareth Batty named. So we'll play Jamie Smith.
It's one of those things where somebody said to him at 7 o'clock last night, Jamie, but you better get in the car and get down here.
Amir. And Smith gets up on his toes, plays that into the offside.
Well, I actually, here's a story which I remember for a different sport, but you'll understand the reason for bringing that up. Gloucester Rugby in the knockout cup final in 2003, one of their regular second row forwards had been left out.
Right.
The guy who was picked was ill overnight. I'll come back to that in a minute.
Amir in defensive.
The call was made at 8 o'clock on the Saturday morning. Get yourself here. And he admitted that he'd had a lager or 2 on the Friday evening. He still played and they still won, but I'm not sure the preparation would have been ideal, thinking that he wasn't going to be involved.
There's a similar story. Marcus Trescothick in a second 11 game got a 100 against Warwickshire, and the 11th man in the side got injured, and they had absolutely no chance of getting near it, and Trescothick just batted and batted. They were set about 600, and Trescothick just batted and batted, and their 11th man had got injured and was due to take no further part in the game. So this was on day 3. So day 4, they had to go round to his house to find him. There's no mobile telephones in those days in the early 90s. So they went around every pub and found him about 8 pints deep in one of the pubs. managed to get sort of get him to the ground. But Trescothick ran himself out about 20 runs short, but they ended up, Here's Amir. Ian Smith having nothing to do with that one, leaving it alone. Goes through to James Bracey in the over 151.
There appeared to be a chat after the 5th ball of that over between Higgins and Van Buren. It was one of those, can we ask about the ball again? Nothing's happening. We sort of chats.
Yeah.
There are the bowling figures in their full form, and those are the short form details of Surrey's efforts to the bat today. Remember, they were put in and they were 37 for 3 at one stage. When Amla was out at the end of the 19th over, they were 37 for 3 and now 151 for 3. So as you would expect, I suppose, from a side that's won 2 and drawn 1 of their opening 3 matches, and they've got good scores and north of 300 in each of their first innings, you'd expect them to have a bit of backbone about them, and that's certainly how it's proved. Matt Taylor around the wicket, that's a bit short, but not attacked by Ollie Pope. Pope's got 71.
And 3 strong sides on paper at the beginning of the season, or 3 of the sides you'd expect.
In terms of who they've played?
Yeah, Warwickshire, reigning champions. Hampshire with, Abbott and Abbas. I mean, that's the best opening pair in the country. And
then Somerset, who, albeit have had a wretched run in 4-day cricket, and it continued at the Oval, but on paper they're a much better side than they're showing at the moment. Matt Taylor round the wicket, defended by Ollie Pope. Somerset, of course, in this round of games, playing at home against Warwickshire, and at Taunton they were put in and they're 198 for 1, which is a big contrast to how, and there's a century there for Matt Renshaw. Still there, 109 not out. Matt Taylor in once more, and again defended by Ollie Pope. In terms of the other matches in the first division, at Chelmsford, Northants 147 for 3 on my screen against Essex.
Yeah, they lost one early, I think, Northants. They've had a bit of a recovery.
At Southampton, Hampshire 142 for 6 against Lancashire. And at Headingley, Kent 178 for 4 against Yorkshire. Taylor around the wicket again. Just suspicion he might have been rolling the fingers over the top of the seam there, and already one game is into its second innings. That's in Division 2 at Trent Bridge, where Worcestershire dismissed for 159 by Notts, who had 20 without loss in reply. So that game herring on at a fair old rate. I think quite a lot of Notts games might do that this season in the second division.
I think so. I think
Matt Taylor down the leg side, this time onto the hip of Ollie Pope.
The next game there is
leg by given off the thigh pad by umpire Mike Burns.
Next game seeing Derbyshire 175 for 2, and Sean Masood has failed. He's only got 60.
And out?
And out.
Oh,
he's a failure.
I think, was it 2 double hundreds already this season?
Yeah. He could be the first man to 1,000 runs for the end of April.
Matt Taylor appears from behind the umpire. Oh, and that's
well bowled.
Again, as you say, well bowled. Played down by Jamie Smith on the bounce to Chris Dent in the second slip. There are 6 overs to go until tea, and I wonder whether Graham Van Buren might be thinking, Matt, time for me to see if I can change things a bit. He hasn't had a bowl yet, the skipper, and he's just handed his cap to the umpire.
Yeah, The last man to get anywhere near 1,000 runs before the end of May was Nick Compton a few years ago. He took one of the universities for 230, I think, and he had an absolute storming April. And he had one innings to get, I think, about 30 odd against Worcester. I think it was one of the years he was at Somerset. It wasn't for Middlesex. And it was against Worcester, and here's Van Buren. And that's driven out to cover. And it absolutely hosed it down with rain. And that was the end of his chances. I don't think anyone's got there since Graham Hick in 88, have they? Here's Van Buren, and Pope moves his feet, and they take a quick single, skips through, and they managed to get there, but these two are quick between the wickets.
So
yeah, I think Hick
91 they've added in the session, these two.
Been a very, very good session for Surrey. They'll be pleased with this. Van Buren wheeling away, and Smith uses his feet, and they get through for a single. Chris Dent, in that style of his, attacks the ball even when the batsmen are jogging through for a single. He's got that slide and throw all in one movement, hasn't he?
Often in mid-air.
Yeah.
Both feet off the floor.
Van Buren in, and Pope dances down the pitch. Footwork of Nureyev doesn't quite get it between mid on and mid.
3 saving the single on the offside, 3 on the on, all saving one as well.
Van Buren in, and that goes out to mid off. And Buren doesn't really look like he's trying to turn the ball here. He's just bowling. Is he just bowling a series of arm balls here? Here he comes, and that's
They're little
darts.
Yes, I was going to use the word darts actually, because that was the phrase that was used about Michael Yardley when he started at Sussex bowling in white ball cricket, and saying that because of the angle he was bowling at, it was almost like a little more than a dart. I mean, sorry, I'm going showing my age here, but in Leicestershire's pomp in white ball cricket, John Steele would have been the man who would have bowled darts, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Van Buren, I think he does spin it, but I don't think he would expect to spin it necessarily very much on this pitch or at this time of the game. 60 overs gone on the first day of a red ball game. It's probably more about just containment up until tea if he can. Now just giving his bowlers again a little bit more of a breather. Matt Taylor in with second slip having come a little bit closer there. Chris Dent, I think he's definitely a yard in front of Miles Hammond there, isn't he now?
Yeah, definitely. He's moved up.
And that's the judgment probably that the ball is softer.
Yeah. John Steele always couldn't ever remember anyone's names, just called everyone Youth.
Did he? That was the tale with him.
Yeah.
Well, as you know, David was his brother, wasn't he?
He was his brother, yeah.
Yeah. And do you know what his nickname was?
Crime.
Yes.
Yes.
Here's Matt Taylor in from round the wicket. And if you don't know the context of that, crime doesn't pay.
Yeah. Yeah, he wasn't the most generous man when it's his turn for the bar. I think John Steele was known as Stainless, wasn't he?
Oh, that's what, yeah. Well,
yeah.
We could start a whole thread of conversation here. 154 for 3. Sorry, having been put into bat, they were 37 for 3 at one point this morning. Both the openers were dropped, but both the openers out by the time the score had reached 16, so no harm done there. Taylor in, and again, almost everything now is finding the middle of the bats of Pope and Jamie Smith.
Yeah, this looks like a good batting pitch. Outfield lightning quick. And you get through the first 20 overs with a new ball. Now, I think you're in business on this. I really do. I think that what most people went for under 300 is a little bit light, perhaps. I think it's It's a good wicket here at Bristol.
I think maybe you were right in terms of who was doing the voting. Taylor in, and again, nothing much wrong with that as a delivery. Good length ball, little bit of wobble in the air. Smith solidly behind it. Smaller of the two scoreboards, down by the club office, and the not many on the Hammond roof today.
No.
People are wandering around the ground perhaps, and it is a Thursday, of course, not a weekend. Working day for many. Taylor with that closer second slip, but the dab there from Jamie Smith goes to Marcus Harris, who pulled off a good catch to get rid of Hashim Amla. That was a decent effort to his right hand side, slightly forward, and at that stage you say Gloucestershire certainly had the impetus, but Surrey have wrestled it from them.
Ahmed Verdi just having a walk around the boundary there with, I think it's Ryan Patel with him.
Matt Taylor again aimed in at sort of leg and middle with the natural trajectory of his arm, but defended once more by Jamie Smith. And Surrey will know, or these two will know, there is Verdi, and there are the full details of the card today. 3 cheap wickets at the top, and then the big stand for the 4th wicket. Dale Benkenstein down to our left hand side at the Ashley Down Road end of the ground, and Van Buren to continue.
Here he comes, and that's gone down the leg side. Bracey can't make it around there. That's going to go away for 4 byes. Yeah, Dale walking on the ground with David Bartlett there.
Yeah, that's actually more Mark Thorburn. Actually, I did do him a disservice. His hair's a bit shorter than normal. So that's bowling coach and head of medical.
Van Buren, oh, and that's a sharp chance to Hammond, who spills it. That's the 4th one today, dropped either behind the wicket or in the slip cordon. This is really frustrating for Gloucestershire. It was a sharp chance. It was out there to be driven. He flashed hard at it, and Hammond's quite close, but
hit him on the wrist.
Yeah, that's 4 gone down now. Van Buren in, and that's well fielded there. And this will really frustrate Dale Benkenstein. Really frustrate Graham Van Buren. Not only because he's skipper, but it's off his bowling. That's a dot ball just played out to mid wicket.
Yes, I mean, you say if you can get away with the 2 from the openers because they were dismissed shortly afterwards, but
yeah,
these two have now both had a chance.
Pope rocks onto the back foot, punches it through the onside, but can't beat the man sprawling away at mid wicket.
Smith's only added 4 since he was dropped, but
Pope's
still
the one
there.
you want. That goes into Pope, who just nudges it around the corner. That completes the over. But, you know, I was going to say up until that point, Pope just seems to be ambling towards a century here, doesn't he? There doesn't seem to be any pressure on him at all. He's just, you know, it's nice and easy. And that's very un-Gloucestershire-like from what I've seen of them this season. You know, they're a side who scrap and they make the most out of their talent. And they don't let sides just, you know, roll all over them easily.
Well, this is not to vilify Miles Hammond at all, but he dropped the chance off Amir when Burns had made 4. That was a low one. He didn't really get his hands underneath. He was then involved with the Jamie Smith miss in the sense that it was going straight for him, but James Bracey took the decision that it wasn't going to carry. Only he will probably know that. And then that chance in the last over as well. So such is the life of a slip fielder, you might argue. Matt Taylor round the wicket and defended by Jamie Smith. So 2 overs to go until tea after this one. A reminder that, I say, if you are in the area and you fancy a couple of hours of live cricket, entry will be free after tea. And I would reckon we'll be probably at tea at 3:45, so not long after 4 o'clock. It would make probably be an instant decision to head to BS7.
Yeah.
And see if Gloucester can claw their way back into this. Surrey beginning to dominate now, you'd say. Taylor in, always a chance of a quick run out here, and a shy at the bowler's end. It does hit from Tom Lace, but comfortable single met in the end by Jamie Smith. The stand up to 122 for the 4th wicket. Sometimes you see those go herring past the stumps. At least Lace has the credit for knowing that he hit the stumps.
Indeed. Indeed.
But
Gloucestershire have been on the receiving end of 6 runs in overthrows twice this season, in buzzers.
Matt Taylor in, defended again by Pope. I think he might be thinking now, right, okay, there's a century here for me. If I just get in at tea, have some refreshment, and out again 20 minutes later, I can reach another personal milestone here. Remember, he's got 13 first-class hundreds, Ollie Pope. I'd argue he shouldn't be there at the minute, and that's
not
nicked,
carried.
and Matt Taylor's not sure that's carried.
No, it's not carried.
Bracey's looking pretty disgusted. I wonder if he thinks he might have done better with that. Let's have a look and see. Can we tell at normal rate? No,
No.
it's just short. But the exasperation is pretty clear for everybody in that slip cordon.
Bracey's frustrated there. I don't know if he's frustrated at the lack of carry or whether it was a slightly slower ball from Matt Taylor who didn't give him the signal to come up a little bit more, perhaps.
Taylor in. See, that's carried to sort of knee roll height on Bracey's pads. But it hasn't been their day in that cordon today, has it?
No,
By and
definitely
large.
not. Definitely not. We're going to have a look at the MD over at the Miles Hammond spill.
Question is whether James can slow it down at all. If we're watching it at normal pace, I think we still get a pretty good idea. Steered between the gap between 2nd and 4th slip by Ollie Pope's going towards the 3rd man boundary. Chris Dent will haul it in, and they'll come back for 2. That is the end of the over. So here's that Hammond chance off Pope. We had 72 at the time. Hammond the only slip.
It was floated outside off stump by Van Buren. And
It's a sharp one.
Yeah, it's a sharp one, but you know, that's why he's there. That's why he's there, and unfortunately we can't get that to slow down. James is good, but he's not that good.
So
it's Graham Van Buren. And that's just eased into the offside. Never a comfortable run though with Chris Dent around. He's probably the scourge of groundsmen up and down the country, diving across their squares and their practice wickets. But here's Van Buren, just works that onto the leg side, a little tickle around the corner. Ollie Pope's going to get 4 more runs. Very delicate, lovely shot.
He really hasn't appeared. Right, it's too strong to say he's almost got this far in 3rd gear.
Yeah, he has.
He really doesn't. He hasn't played anything that you would call like an extravagant shot today. Hardly at all.
I think with Van Buren, he's got to bowl either one side of the wicket or the other. He's got, split field. There he's in, and that's well bowled. But he's been hit for runs through the offside and through the leg side, and he's not bowling one side of the wicket or the other. This is very well bowled, actually, from Graham Van Buren. Again, an arm ball as he comes in, and Pope strokes him elegantly into the offside. Very easy on the eye, Ollie Pope. Beautiful to watch. Jamie Smith's not that far behind him, I tell you. He's got a really nice 54 today. Van Buren in and defended out to Chris Dent. Yeah, there's they've had to battle, they've had to guts it out, but it hasn't looked like that, has it? Because they're pretty batsmen to watch, and that's off the back foot. Dent goes diving across, cuts the run off. That completes the over.
I wonder what the chat will be at tea for Gloucestershire, because they've had, it will be 2 hours and 10 minutes, give or take, in the field. No wicket. And these two looking increasingly as if they are bossing the situation.
Yeah, I think there might be strong words had.
So they will have had 34 overs in this session for, it's 33 and 105 at the moment, so 3 and over for Surrey. There have been opportunities, yes. 2 chances have gone down, one for each batsman, but this is the last over before tea for Matt Taylor. And Pope defends. Pope had 28 at lunch, so he scored 51 in the session, and Smith had 11. He's got 43. So they have really, it's been a properly built partnership, this, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. Yeah, really, they've scrapped, but as I said in the last over, they don't look like they're scrapping just because they played some really easy shots. But
Taylor in once more. Matt Taylor, that is. Jack had 5 overs with his leg spin from the pavilion end this afternoon, but it was a stand breaker sort of move, although arguably Van Buren's spin might have broken the stand if Miles Hammond had clung onto the catch. Van Buren's only bowled 3 overs, but he generated a genuine opportunity for a wicket in those 3 overs. Matt Taylor again will let go. Very, very tight leave by Ollie Pope. Matt Taylor, you can see there is a rueful grin there. That was the proverbial coat of varnish coming around the wicket. Matt Taylor, here's the replay. And it was a little wider actually than it looked first time. Probably 4th stump. Taylor pitches that up, and it's driven by Pope out to brother Jack at point. It could be a Mir and Payne perhaps after tea.
I think so, yeah. Or maybe we might see the spin, because we've only got another 16 overs then until the new ball, and they might keep them fresh perhaps.
Or maybe a short burst, say 2 threes, 3 overs each, and then
possibly, and then see. Yeah, and then I think it's worth a burst. I really do.
We're going to get these two before they really reset again.
Yeah.
Matt Taylor outside the off stump once more. Well, sorry, definitely sorry session. No question about that. The first hour, definitely Gloucestershire's. The second hour, before lunch, a little bit more even, but 3 wickets down at lunch, you'd have said was probably fair enough. Sorry, hadn't got away on the board at that point, 62 for 3, but 167 for 3 is a bit of a different picture at tea time. And that is where we will be, because umpires Hassan Adnam and Mike Burns will remove the bails. Matt Taylor will be throwing his cap, and the Surrey batsmen and the Gloucester fielders will head to the pavilion here at the Seat Unique Stadium. Surrey 167 for 3 at tea. Pope 79, Smith 54. There we are, 3 cheap wickets at the top of the order, and then a very good stand between these two, who came together at the end of the 19th over. So they have been together for 45 overs for their stand of 130. And I think we have to say, Dan, they have wrestled the momentum very much Surrey's way.
Usually if this morning belonged to the hosts, then this afternoon session is definitely goes to those brown-capped gentlemen from SE11, and wonderful innings here from Ollie Pope. Played with some really pleasing drives, and Jamie Smith as well has also got a few away through the covers in a aesthetic style, and Gloucestershire need to be a little bit careful, but the story here is the missed chances, and Gloucestershire will be fuming. Dale Benkenstein will be fuming, and it wouldn't surprise me if the bleep button could be heard from here in that dressing room. So we're going to turn the mics off before Dale turns the air blue, and we're going to go and grab a cup of tea, and we suggest you do too, and we'll see you back in about 16 or 17 minutes, something like that.
Just after 4 o'clock play will resume, and Gloucestershire hunting quick wickets here. 167 for 3 Surrey at the break. We'll join you just after 4.
Welcome back after tea, and the umpires and the Gloucestershire team making their way to the middle, as does the batsman behind them, Ollie Pope, about to resume, 21 short of what would be a well-deserved 100, and Jamie Smith on 54. But Gloucestershire will be ruining the missed chances this afternoon.
I don't know whether the story's been the same for the second 11, but Warwickshire having a good fist of making 357 to win. They're 215 for one, albeit with a very young Gloucestershire attack, and Ethan Brooks has gone through to his 100. 103 he's made off 112 balls, and Amir Khan's with him on 92, so you'd have to say the emphasis there, or the greater chance there, probably is with the batting side. And here the batting side have swung the game round towards them, and if we're going to see David Payne from the pavilion end after tea, we did wonder whether he might get a bit of a burst here. Graham Van Buren has to bear in mind he's got a new ball due in 16 overs, a new ball available in 16 overs time. But he needs wickets before then.
Yeah, Payne's bowled very well today. Late swing, troubled all the batsmen. Here he comes, first ball after tea from the pavilion end, and that goes through to James Bracey. Yeah, it'll be interesting. I'd like to have been a fly on the wall in that Gloucestershire dressing room, really, to see if Dale Benkenstein was quite calm about the 4 drop catches in the cordon today.
I wonder whether he's one of these ones who feels you don't get much out of players by lambasting them during a day's play.
Payne in, and that gets out to backward point.
You get a better response when you have a calmer approach.
Carrot rather than stick.
Even to the point of view where you don't do that at the end of a bad day, you do it the following morning.
Yeah.
We'll see. I'm just conscious that we have had some emails in, which I will get to, and also I want to update you with the scores from elsewhere, including 100 for Daniel Bell-Drummond in the game at Headingley. Do that perhaps in the course of this over and the next one.
Payne. And that's beautifully driven by Jamie Smith there. That's going to go out all the way to the boundary. No, it's not. It's just been hauled in. Just in front of the club offices. Just in front of the scoreboard there.
Good recovery from Ryan Higgins. A lot of ground to make up there.
It's a long boundary down.
He might have almost run 4. If they'd have really run the third one hard, they might have even thought of running 4, but didn't quite make it in the end. But nice shot from Smith. In terms of you saying that Surrey have sort of worked the ball into the gaps. They have not been particularly flamboyant. 1 or 2 shots have stood out, and that would have been one of them. That would have been if you had to count the 5 best shots we've seen today, that would probably be in there. Yeah,
although there's been some really pretty cover driving. Chris Dent's just going to go in out slip and go into short extra cover there. I wonder if that's just to plant that seed of doubt, because Ollie Pope does like to drive on the up, doesn't he?
Just gives Payne a little bit more protection from that end.
David Payne in to Pope, who nudges him into the onside. Doesn't get any runs.
Elsewhere, it's conscious of matters in the First Division at Chelmsford. Northants 170 for 4 against Essex, who put them into bat. At Southampton, Hampshire 194 for 7 after they won the toss against Lancashire.
Nicely driven by Pope, but a sprawling Chris Dent doesn't allow him any runs for his shots.
The century for Daniel Bell-Drummond is the majority of Kent's total at Headingley. Yorkshire put Kent in. They're 199 for 4, and Bell-Drummond has 100 of those. And Somerset 249 for 2 having been put in by Warwickshire at Taunton. Unbeaten century there for Matt Renshaw, and Tom Abel is also still in. He's also 56 not out.
Payne in, and Pope goes pulling there, not convincingly, and just goes out into the onside.
And sorry, 249 for 2 I read to you, and that means that Renshaw is out, in fact, caught by Burgess of Hallen Dolby for 129.
Daniel Beldrum will be in the England side soon, won't he? If Zach Crawley with Rob Key as managing director.
Well, yes, and just
Kent Mafia.
And we jest, but Rob Key's appointment, obviously the first of the major England appointments, and Ben Stokes' appointment as captain has been confirmed, or was confirmed this morning. So that's the second one, and the head coach for the Red Bull team is probably the third one. Mohamed Amir is going to have a bowl from this Ashley Down Road end.
Do you fancy anyone for the Red Bull role? Kirsten would be an interesting one. That was a name I saw yesterday, I think. I'd like to see Kirsten. I think he's a fantastic coach. And England's problems in the last few years have come from the lack of batting, hasn't it? The lack of runs in the top order. And Kirsten's a batting coach. He was a wonderful batsman himself. He knew how to dog it out a little bit as a player. And
you're not missing anything at the moment. They're having another look at this ball, which is 65 overs old. So a chance just to answer a couple of emails. Mike says, sorry to recap, the Gloucester team of my memory includes Mike Proctor, Zahir and Sadiq. Would they have had to drop one of them for regular county games? And the answer to that is no, because there was not the rule about 2 overseas players in those days. So Mike, your memory is not deceiving you. And the second one is from a gentleman called Peter Glaston, who's a member at Surrey, and he says, regarding the 100, I'm entitled to attend the matches as part of my membership package. Whilst not wishing to criticise the competition, I have put my summer leave in Greece to coincide with the matches at the Oval. The most disappointing thing about the competition for me is that the 50 over cup is reduced to a largely second 11 event. Thanks for the commentary. So even members who've got it as part of their package don't necessarily. It doesn't agree with everyone, does it? It's not the appeal to everyone. But I think everyone must accept it's probably not going to go anywhere anytime soon. Amir in for the first over of a new spell from the Ashley Down Road end, and it's been a pretty as returns to red ball cricket go. It's been a day of sort of solid graft for Mohamed Amir. I think we understand why he's here. He's here for three games to cover for Naseem Shah, and he's taken 0 for 32 so far. He's probably only bowled one rank bad ball in the whole day, but he's not had a lot of luck in terms of anything in the wickets column. Here he is bowling into tall figure of Jamie Smith.
Yeah, going back to that first question there from Mike. I'm sure that Surrey at some point probably played Yunus Ahmed, into Kabalam and Jeff Howarth all at the same time.
And who would Sylvester Clarke have been in the group of?
He was, I think he was slightly after that lot, because he came, he might have been there. He might well have been there. He was rapid, absolutely rapid, and awkward angles, Sylvester Clarke, and sadly no longer with us.
Mohamed Amir into Jamie Smith once more, who's not shown any inclination to, if I can put it this way, let himself off the lead. He's still playing in that measured kind of. Both these two have, actually. They've both played in a very measured way.
Yeah.
And they will know that if Surrey get to the end of the day at 260 for 4 or 260 for 3, they drive the game.
Yeah, they don't need to do anything different. They just need to bat and bat and bat.
Although taking 20 wickets, if you were to get a really big total on this pitch, I think would be a challenge, because you know, if you look at their bowling attack, Worrell, de Grandhomme, Topley, Curran, Clark. Okay, that's a decent attack. Jacks is your only real slow bowling option, you would say.
I think Reece Topley could be a real handful on this. He's a man who struggled with injuries through his career, but he's 6'7". He extracts that a little bit more out of pitches than your normal bowler.
Nicely angled by Mohammad Amir across Jamie Smith. Just look at the Surrey attack that played here last year in the game which Gloucestershire won. Obviously, in that sense, Gloucestershire were batting last. As indeed.
I'm just thinking of that Surrey side from the 70s. You've got it in my head now. I'm just thinking Butcher, Clinton, Roger Knight, Pat Pocock, Robin Jackman, Jack Richards. I think they had a keeper called Skinner.
Yeah, Lonsdale.
Yeah.
Here is Amir again, all pleasantly driven. That's again, it's pick the gap through extra cover. That's a nice shot from Jamie Smith. That will race away. It gets through the inner ring. It's racing to the boundary for 4, and 4 more to the Surrey total. Just to go back to that game here last year, the Surrey team, Jamie Smith actually played in that match as well, but he didn't keep wickets. The Surrey team last year: Burns, Stoneman, Amler, Pope, Folkes, Smith, Clark, Jamie Overton, Gus Atkinson, Reece Topley and Amar Verdi. So Verdi was the option as the spinner on the 4th day, but he was not very effective. In fact, he bowled 11 overs for 54. And even Topley was quite expensive as well. Gloucestershire, Chris Dent and Graham Van Buren in particular piled into them a bit.
Payne to Pope.
In fact, they scored 229 in 37 overs and 1 ball.
Ouch.
To win the game. Dent 91 not out. Van Buren 110 not out.
Yeah.
It was a proper chase, that was.
Gus Atkinson was part of the squad, but made his debut in the Bob Willis Trophy in 2020 as Payne comes in, and that's just worked pleasantly through square leg. Going to pick up 2. I was debating whether Gus Atkinson was the first-class cricketer with the name of Angus since Angus Fraser, but Angus Robson, Sam Robson's brother, had a little stint at Leicestershire, and I think he was at Sussex for a bit as well. Can't think of too many.
Yes, I mean, although I say he is Gus Atkinson, sorry, actually known as Gus, although he is very much Angus on his birth certificate.
Yep. Oh, and that's just dangled out there. Pope just... Yeah, I mean, you know, there can't be too many Anguses. Is that the plural, or would you say Angai?
Anguses, I think.
Anguses. There can't be too many Anguses who played professional cricket, so...
Here's the replay of that last delivery from Payne. It was that
fencing at it a little bit.
Dab he tries to play. It's not really a cut in the sense of Chris Taylor or Chris Dent would have played a cut.
Payne in, and that's pleasantly worked. That's a good bit of work there.
I mentioned Chris Taylor because I'm sure he was working with the Surrey group this morning. I'm assuming he's there in some kind of fielding consultant role, but former Gloucestershire batsman, of course. One of the unwritten rules of post-play interviews is that you rarely interview somebody who's not out, particularly if they got a big score. We had an instance with Chris Taylor once where he got 192
Against Middlesex.
It was at Cheltenham, and you thought you can't not interview him after getting 192 not out. Come back to that.
From the pavilion end. Yeah.
Following morning, 4 out, both in the first over. He's going to get 200, isn't he? No. Boundary out, gone. And you think, oh, we wish you hadn't done him last.
You jinx it.
Yeah, you jinx it then, don't you?
Yeah.
But it's one of those just polite things that you think, unless it's a milestone event, and you could not ignore 192 not out as being a milestone event, you just don't do it.
Payne in, and that's pleasantly punched into the offside by Jamie Smith. He's not going to get any runs. 170.
It's just one of those etiquette things, isn't it? Really, it's just it's just a very everybody. So it's not written down anywhere, but everybody knows the protocol. There's the card with Pope and Smith still causing Sam Curran to be sat in the pavilion with his pads on.
Yeah. Keep the emails coming into us as well. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk.
Oh, Jeff Stevens, thanks for your email. Thanks to say you've been as a massive Surrey supporter. I wonder if you could give a big shout out to Mark Church, the join of March commentators at the Oval, who is down there with you somewhere. Indeed he is. And I'm sure Church, you'll be back on duty for Surrey watchers in Surrey's next match, but many of the streams, of course, are linked to our colleagues at the BBC, and Mark is here for this game with Ed Seaborn. Yeah. So if you're travelling around and you cannot get access to pictures for some reason, and you can only have audio, then I suppose you can listen to us on audio only. That would be a way of doing that. But you can also get commentary on every ball of every game, of course, through Mark and his other BBC colleagues. Here is Amir around the wicket. Yep. Smith again defends. But thank you, Jeff, and hopefully we're doing a job which means you can enjoy the cricket, and you'll hear Churchy's familiar tones once more for the next Surrey game.
But meanwhile, you're stuck with us.
A story about Mark Church actually in a moment. Again, at Mohammed Amir.
I sat next to him at the cricket writers' dinner last year at the Oval, in the new stand that they built there, which I think has replaced the Lock and the Laker. So if you're looking at the pavilion from the OCS stand, it's to the left there, and it's a fantastic venue. Really is gorgeous and changes the whole. The ground has changed so much in recent years at the Kia Oval. You know, the Vauxhall End was always a bit of a. It was a bit of a shambles, wasn't it? And that OCS stand is just one of the fantastic bits of modern architecture.
178 for 3. A little bit of movement in the air from Mohammed Amir. Again, it's very early, so it's not difficult to call for the batsman. But no, the story about Churchy was Mark used to do just about everything for Surrey. He used to film interviews at the close of play. He'd do the ball-by-ball commentary, often on his own. And it was one of those days when I think he was meant to have a summariser with him, but for some reason the summariser was not available, and therefore Mark was doing the whole of the afternoon session by himself, doing the commentary. Amir comes in. That's a lovely shot. That'll be 4, no question about that. That's raced away again through the boundary at extra cover. Graham Van Buren in a vain pursuit, and 4 more. And just once or twice in this spell since tea, Jamie Smith has unfurled, if we can call it that, the cover drive, and he could be catching Ollie Pope here. He's got 65, and he's looking in very good nick now. So the concept of us interacting with you in your emails is great, and that's just adds to the whole picture. But Mark on that particular afternoon when I saw him work was using emails in a way that was almost as the second summariser. Here's Amir in once more. Oh, and he's almost got through. And Smith has somehow got a moving ball out off the inside half of the bat, and it's gone out on the leg side. Ended the over 182 for 3. In the days before, we really used email very much, but Mark clearly was well known to all the Surrey supporters. They had an open email account, and he was just dropping these emails into the commentary. And when you're on your own doing a commentary, that just makes it feel as if you're A, engaging with the audience, but B, there's a lot more contributors there, even though they're not there, and it's only him. And I thought that was very, very clever. And that's why Churchy continues to do a good job for the coverage of Surrey throughout the summer. So fair play to him. We'll doff our hat to him.
Fantastic. Here's David Payne, and that's angled across Ollie Pope. Yeah, and there's some other wonderful Surrey fans. I mean, the Garrard family down there. There's Phil Garrard, I think he's been on various volunteer roles for about 50 years now. He's run the travel club there. He's done all sorts, and he's a wonderful chap. Big Tooting and Mitcham fan, and one of the good guys. David Payne in, and that's a thick inside edge. He's going to get out to mid-wicket, and they're going to pick up a single. And his wife Tricia Garrard, who made a very nice packed lunch last year when I went down to the Oval. I was down there for the first day. The crowds were allowed back in for Surrey v Middlesex, and they got me a ticket, got me a freebie, and Tricia made a very nice packed lunch.
Sure. We must continue that thread now, because is it Tom Lacey's mum who's made some cakes
today?
Yes.
Yes. David Payne in, angled across. No.
I don't know how you know it's Tom Lacey's mum, by the way. Is that just because you're very well connected?
No, I was told by
the
guys in the office. Yeah, I've never met Tom Lacey's mum, but fantastic marble cake. It really was.
Marble cake for the staff who do all the graft in the office.
Yeah.
And James was able to go over and peruse 3 slices at tea, which was one each.
Yeah, and
very nice.
I'm sure Benny the dog would have his eye on it as well. He's there. David Payne in, and that's nurdled backward a square. They run the first one hard. They think about a second, but they don't come back for it. 184 for 3. Just
to say, 2 wickets have gone down in the second 11 game at Edgbaston. Both Amir Khan for 96 and Ethan Brooks for 112 are now out. So Warwickshire 242 for 3. They are chasing 357 to win. Could be a good finish there.
There's Benny the dog snoozing in the afternoon sun on your TV there, and looks like he's enjoying himself. It's just angled across. No run. Yeah, Benny's a legend down in these parts.
Very, very familiar sight. He and his owner, they're in the dark trousers.
Yeah. Benny Ball, I think his name is, isn't it? A full name?
Yes, I mean, that isn't his actual surname, you understand.
It's no relation to Martin Ball.
No.
Ply his trade in these parts. David Payne in, and that's left alone by Pope.
But I think you are quite right. He does have his own member's badge.
He does. He's got it around his neck.
Yeah.
If we can zoom into Benny the dog there, and if you can whistle, Ian, and wake him up from his slumber, we can probably see his badge.
It's probably tucked somewhere on the other side of his collar.
No, it's underneath. It's on his chest. It's like a medallion.
Oh, right.
Remember?
Well, we'll have to track him wandering around the ground somewhere at some stage.
Do you remember, like Tom Selleck in Magnum? He used to have his medallion and his hairy chest. Well, Benny's the same with his Gloucestershire members badge and his hairy chest.
Well, here on the field, as opposed to those are watching from around it, Mohamed Amir still striving for his first wicket, and Gloucester have gone down to the one slip again. They're trying to plug that gap that Jamie Smith has been pilfering, so to speak. And Amir, oh yeah, it's a bit of reverse swing.
Yeah.
184 for 3 they are. The overall over rate is -2. So we may see a little bit more of Van Buren perhaps before the new ball. Josh Shaw is on the field at the moment.
Yeah.
Now, so who is not is the question. Might be that Tom Lace I can see. So
Higgins?
Higgins might be off the field actually at the minute. So Van Buren's gone 2 points. So where is Jack Taylor's at mid on to the right hander. So I think no, Higgins is down in front of us. So I wonder if it's one of the batsmen who's anyway. Shaw is definitely on the field temporarily, and we'll try and work out who is not at the moment. Might be Marcus Harris. Here's Amir in. Harris, no, Harris is definitely up. So let's go around the field here. Harris, Van Buren, Shaw, Higgins, Taylor, Lace. So it might be Matt Taylor's down. I wonder if Matt Taylor's down at fine leg in front of the scoreboard.
Interesting.
No, it is Van Buren, I think, because Jack. It's a curious one at the moment. I'm trying to work.
Who's at a point? Is that Lace or Van Buren?
Lace is at mid wicket.
Is Van Buren at point then? I think.
So maybe Jack Taylor is the one who's off the field at the moment then. But I thought he was at. No, it's Matt Taylor at mid-on. Yes, it is Jack who's off the field. Amir in once more and fielded by Joshua. So yeah, they've basically moved Van Buren round one in that circle on the offside. Yeah, it is Matt Taylor at mid-on, not Jack, and they him with a cap, and with both of them having beards. And of course not be able to see the number because in most cases for Gloucestershire today they've been fielding in sleeveless sweaters. Then apologies for not spotting which of the Taylors was in there. Well, that's gone a long way from Mohammed Amir down the leg side, and it's gone all the way for
signal buys. There was he got a little tickle.
Well,
on that.
I'm not convinced the umpire signalled buys for that.
Let's have a look at this again.
It looked to go. Well, it's gone a very, very long way. That's a huge in-swinger.
He's given runs.
He's given it as off the bat. So Michael Burns hasn't given much away in buys today, and to that end, James Bracey will be reasonably relieved. In fact, there have only been 4 buys in the whole day.
Dan Worrell making his first game of the season for his new club, having left Gloucestershire last year. He's got the most angle run-up by any Australian I've seen since Bob Massey back in '72. And there's a story of a tree in his garden, which
that's right.
led to him running around it, leading to his angle run.
That's the tale.
When he was a kid. So whether there's any truth in that, I don't know. Or it's an urban myth. But
10 overs to the second new ball.
Here's David Payne. And that's Ollie Pope letting that one go through to Bracey. Interestingly poised this game at the moment. 188 for 3, 70 overs. It's Surrey won't want to lose more than 2 wickets in this session.
Oh no.
And Gloucestershire won't want to give away more than 80 runs, I don't think.
Yeah, I think that's what I mean. Surrey have only added 21 since tea, so they've not been
prolific.
No, they've just looked to get themselves set again, I suppose, ready for the second new ball.
David Payne. Oh, and that's out. Pope has clipped that one to square leg and has thrown away a chance of 100 there. He departs for 84. And that's one of those 2 wickets that Surrey didn't want to lose in this session.
Well, I think Matt Taylor under the cap with the catch. And it's a comfortable one, and Pope can't believe the fact he's worked so hard for that too. 3 3/4 hours out there for his 84, and a good partnership. Let's be fair, the partnership is worth 151 for the 4th wicket.
Yes, it's a fantastic innings from Ollie Pope. Really is. He's shown that different level, isn't he? That extra class that you need, and he's going to be disappointed, but he should be drinking in the applause of this Bristol crowd, because they're a knowledgeable crowd here, and they will applaud him. They like good play, whoever it's from, and they'll appreciate that knock from Ollie Pope, and they'll probably appreciate him going back to the pavilion as well, because he was starting to look a bit dangerous.
Yeah, it is Jack Taylor with the catch. Not Matt, just to confirm. Jack Taylor with the catch, and Jamie Smith will now be joined by Sam Curran.
Yeah, Sam Curran, whose father played here. Kevin Curran, his grandfather, also called Kevin Curran, played first-class cricket back in Rhodesia, which is now Zimbabwe. And Sam Curran smashed Jack Leach for a couple of 6s last week at the Oval.
Well, he got 80 in the first innings against Somerset.
Yeah.
So clearly not in bad touch.
He was the first member of his family to play against Gloucestershire this year. His brother Ben played a few weeks back. In fact, he kindly donated 6 runs to the Gloucestershire cause as a 2 came in, and he threw it for 4, inexplicably threw it for 4 overthrows. But Sam Curran, very good player.
Again, off stump guard.
Yeah. Yeah. Described by Alex Stewart as the best 17-year-old cricketer he's ever seen. Back in the day, when he was playing for Weybridge in the Surrey Championship. Strong league down there, south of the river. Some good sides in that. Here's Payne to Curran, and I thought he had a little nibble at that. Goes through to James Bracey.
Would it be unfair to say that was a bonus wicket the way things were going?
Yeah, completely. Pope had no need to do that, and he just it was as often you get with those players, they look languid, they look laissez-faire, they look easy on the eye. Here's Payne. Oh, Curran doesn't really play at that, but they can often just give it away. David Gower was the same, wasn't he, and would chip it in the air through the leg side for no reason whatsoever, and you think, why have you done that? Why? But they do, and that's what makes it such a beautiful game, and then so good to watch those guys as well. So, but yeah, Sam Curran became the 686th man to play for his country, play for England. He's David Payne into him. As Curran forces that off the back foot, he's going to pick up at least 2. And that's what they settle for. I think that's Graham Van Buren there.
I mean, it's
Cleans it up.
you think Sam Curran, you said about the best 17-year-old, he's 23 now. He's already played 24 Test matches for England.
Yeah.
And you think, hang on a minute, it's extraordinary that he's already done that much in the game.
Yeah.
And yet, relatively speaking, he's still got the whole career ahead of him.
There's Payne. Curran lets that go. That's going to be the inning over. Let's have a look at this wicket here. Ollie Pope We've got this lined up, and we're going to look at it from the other angle, from side on. So from the City of Bristol College, from Moundstand side. And Pope is absolutely disgusted with himself there.
Yeah, clear. And apologies, as I say again, for my mistake of Jack Taylor. Very obviously, Jack, when you see the camera from that angle, his style of walk discernible from that of his brother, even though if they both have a cap on, they're not that easy to tell without seeing the shirt number. Chris Dent again is coming out from the slip, so we're going to go back to one. I suspect we may see quite a bit of field changing now for the new batsman that is out there. So Matt Taylor will have one slip for Jamie Smith, but he might have more than one for the left-handed Curran. We'll see. So Matt Taylor replacing Mohammed Amir, and after that last delivery in the last over, we actually went an awful long way, but it's kind of too far really. Mohammed Amir 0 for 45 from his 17 overs. David Payne now 2 for 38 from 14.
I thought he deserved that, David Payne. He's done well today. Makes a difference, doesn't he?
He does make a difference. I mean, obviously he would normally take the new ball, so it's a slightly different role for him in the team, but still being economical. Matt Taylor also has 2 wickets in, and Ryan Higgins 16 overs for 33. Doesn't tell you how he's bowled today, which has been as reliably as ever, I would say.
Yeah, another wicket here for Gloucestershire though, and it opens the door with a new ball available shortly. And this game is poised on a knife edge here, because neither side will want to concede too much before that new ball.
Slightly slower ball from Matt Taylor. I'd say it was drifted up, but it was just held back a touch and defended by Jamie Smith. Now 70 not out. Fully justified his inclusion. 11 boundaries, and some of the cover drives very nice on the eye. Again, Matt Taylor just running the fingers over the top of the ball there, just almost if the ball it like a leg cutter. And fielded by brother Jack, who's out at point. He's been for most of the day. Looks like it's a 2 sweaters situation for JMR Taylor at the moment.
And for me, I've got
you're back with the hoodie, Darren.
Yeah.
Matt Taylor. And again, Jamie Smith has squeezed that out. There's a long chase for Tom Lees. Gets his throw in quickly. He's got a long way to run though from the boundary at deep mid wicket, and they've come back for 2.
One of those 2s that didn't deserve 2, that, isn't it? Matt Maynard used to say, I love those runs, those inside edges there, and he used to call them ugly runs.
Well, and to some degree they are, but but you look in the book, they're worth exactly the same.
Without a doubt. Sometimes I have a tarred pound coin in my pocket, but you know, it's still worth the same as a bright, shiny gold one.
Matt Taylor with just Miles Hammond and Marcus Harris now in the slip cordon, and pushed at that. Now then his only real appeal came from behind the stumps. Umpire Burns was not impressed, or not interested, be more accurate. And Matt Taylor takes his hat. Smith stays. This is the last ball of the over. He played at it.
No, I don't think he got anywhere
but
near.
So the appeal was chiefly from Bracey and the slips, but nothing much from Matt. Polite inquiry from Matt Taylor, really, I think, and more words from his captain, as Taylor walks away to mid-on. 8 overs to go until the second new ball. And I wonder whether Amir and Higgins are being saved for it. You could understand if they were.
Yeah, David Payne's the man here, and that's driven out to mid-off by Sam Curran. Been a couple of years in the IPL, or spent 3 years actually. He's been at Kings 11 Punjab in 2019, and then last couple of years spent his time at the Chennai Super Kings.
Sorry, you've still got Colin de Grande and Will Jacks and Jordan Clark to come. All of whom can bat.
Yeah, that's just a little bit of gentle away swing from David Payne there, and Sam Curran lets it go through to the gloves of James Bracey.
Do you want to think back to the first day of the Yorkshire match was 10 wickets, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Because
they
Yorkshire
were
were
30 odd
in
for none at the end of the day.
Yes, that's
they?
right. Gloucester would take 10 wickets in this day.
Here's Payne. Oh, and that's a good delivery. That beats Sam Curran. And
They do, actually, to be fair, they do very well to get 10 wickets out of this now. Very well.
yeah, they would. I'm sure they'd settle for 6 or 7 though.
Yes,
They bowl tight.
Yes.
They bowl very tight. They've, only going for 2.5 and over here. Payne in, and Curran defends that out to mid-off. No run. 192 for 4. Curran on 2. Jamie Smith on a very well compiled 72. Ollie Pope, the man just out, on 84. As Payne just stands there. We've got a poll going up. Hey, do you want to read that one out?
Yeah. Do you think it's cold enough for Dan to put his hoodie back on? The poll, it will run for 20 minutes. So the poll will run until 10 past 5. It's not been a terrible day today. It's been exactly as the forecast said, just the hint of a little bit of watery sunshine, definitely dry, mainly cloudy.
Payne in to Curran, who defends that. It's in the wind, isn't it? And we're out of the wind here, but when the wind does come through, it's got a real...
And I suspect that is why quite a lot of the spectators today are in the Jack Russell and Mark Lane stands below us, because the wind is coming from sort of east-south-east up this Ashley Down Road into the ground. There are the figures. 2 wickets for David Payne, 2 for Matt Taylor. Work reasonably evenly shared, although only 8 overs of spin bowled today. Whether there might be a little bit from Hammond or Taylor or Van Buren before the second new ball remains to be seen, but they've only got 7 overs until that is available. Mohammed Amir has reappeared, and Josh Shaw therefore
He's had a few trips off the pitch.
Gone off.
Been on and off the pitch quite a bit today, hasn't he, Mohammed Amir? I don't know if he's
not used to playing long form cricket, that's the thing.
No.
Matt Taylor then to continue his spell from this Ashley Down Road end again to Jamie Smith, who stands tall and plays it up to mid-off. I think Higgins knows that second new ball will probably be his next involvement bowling wise.
Very correct, Jamie Smith. He plays the ball under his head, doesn't he? And he doesn't tend to play away from his body. He plays within his zone. And I really like the look of him. I really, really like the look of him. I think he looks a fantastic prospect. Still only 21 years old.
That's worked away almost by one-handed by Smith, down to David Payne in front of the smaller of the 2 scoreboards by the club office. And they'll take just 1. So Matt Taylor will bowl to Sam Curran for the first time, and he'll come back over the wicket to do so. I say we should say about said at the top of the broadcast today, this is Graham Van Buren's 100th first-class match of his career. I think Gloucestershire-wise, it's 48th, I think. So obviously, basically half of that number in South Africa. And he's one of those players who, quietly has become part of the furniture here at Bristol, and people were glad that he was able to stay after that issue last year. Well documented. Punched away by Curran, away into the offside, through the infield and away for 4. Up to the Kennington Avenue boundary. It's, say, pretty central pitch here for this match, and it's not appreciably shorter boundary on that side, but it's just wide enough that he could plenty of room to swing his arms and play the shot. Punched away, and one of Matt Taylor's few wide offerings today, I would say.
Just looking at the record partnerships between the two sides, I'll come on to it at the end of the over.
Matt Taylor in, Curran goes back. Didn't quite back away, but just gave himself enough time.
Some famous international names. Discussing Sadiq Mohammed earlier. He features in the Gloucestershire one, 219, along with Andy Stovall here in 1975. W.G. Grace is in there for the second wicket at the Oval in 1870.
Matt Taylor in again, just rolling the wrist a little to see if that one will go away from the left-hander.
Andy Stovall and Mike Proctor for the 4th at Guildford in 78. Waddy Hammond for the 6th at the Oval in 1928. Kevin Curran and Terry Alderman at Cheltenham in 88 for the 9th. And then for Surrey, we've got the opening wicket is 233 by Jack Hobbs and Andy Sandham at the Oval in 1922.
Taylor quite close to the stumps there. End of his over. And Gloucestershire, as I say, having picked 4 quicker bowlers in this match, and really the spin options only being really a support rather than, you would argue, necessarily serious threats to bowl teams out. I've concentrated therefore their efforts on the seam quartet in this game, and we're going to see a 3rd different spinner though. Miles Hammond is going to have a short spell before the second new ball. He's going to probably have 3 overs, I would think, from the pavilion end. He bowled quite a bit at Old Trafford. To be fair though, Gloucester couldn't get Josh Bohannon out, so you had to just mix things up a bit in the case of trying to dislodge him on that way to that 2-3-1 that he made. Yeah,
a couple of other names in that list. For the 6th wicket, Yunus Ahmed and Intikab Alam at the Oval in 1978, I think that is. And then for the 8th, as Hammond is going to bowl his first ball, and that's driven down to long on for a single to Smith. For the 8th wicket, a couple of wonderful players who represented England, Kenny Barrington and Jim Laker. The Oval in 1958 put on 198. So
Hammond round the wicket to the left-hander.
Yeah, he's going to come around. Just change the angle. That's just defended by Sam Curran.
Of course, the history of Miles Hammond is not as a batter originally, but as an off-spinner. He first broke into the team as an off-spinner, and then I had to sort of almost rediscover this skill again.
Hammond, ooh, and that's just fired in that one quicker. I think he saw Sam Curran giving him a little bit of a dance, and just fired in that one a little bit quicker. That score by Josh Bohannon was the Highest individual score by a Lancashire player against Gloucestershire in 184 matches between the two sides. Sam Curran just rocking onto the back foot and working that one out, and they'll pick up one.
I should say thanks to Adrian Thomas for his usual comprehensive grid of number crunching ahead of this match.
It really is. It's stat-tastic. It really is. And it's previous highest by a Lancashire player against Gloucestershire was Bumble back in 1973 with 195. Here's Hammond. He's going to go back over the wicket to the right-handed Smith, and who rocks onto the back foot, plays that out to cover. That's Tom Lace out there, I think.
200 up for Surrey.
Yep, 200 in the 75th over, and underpinned by wonderful knock there by Oddie Pope with 84, but Jamie Smith looks like he's going to usurp him in the run scoring stakes. He's moved on to 75. Hammond comes around the wicket and just strays onto the legs, and just a little tickle around the corner from Sam Curran. 201 for 4. Curran moves on to 8. Smith 75, and the new ball is due in 5 overs.
Yeah. Well, the scenario here is that the card is very lopsided, with those two big scores and nothing else in double figures other than extras for Surrey. But Gloucestershire have still got to get a couple of other breakthroughs tonight, you think, including probably both of these two, to give themselves a chance of thinking they've got parity out of the day.
Yeah, still to come is the man of the mullet, Colin de Grandhomme, coming in next, and then Will Jacks. Jordan Clark, I'm looking forward to him.
And Matt Taylor continuing with his spell up to the new ball from this Ashley down road end. Good stop on the dive by Harris, who just looks a little ruefully at his elbow. I think he's okay.
He'll be used to diving around those hard Australian grounds. He'll be all right.
Some air traffic over BS7. And Matt Taylor springs away on his run once more. And bowls, and Curran defends.
Yeah, Jordan Clark's, I didn't realise until, having to do meticulous research for this role, Ian, that Jordan Clark's brother Graham Clark at Durham, who I really like as a cricketer. I think Marcus North building something decent up there at Durham, and Graham Clark's part of that, and I really like the look of him.
Yeah, North, of course, was up for the job that Rob Key ultimately has been appointed to.
He was, yeah.
But I think I might say he actually withdrew his application, did he not?
Yeah, for family reasons, I believe.
Taylor in, played not quite timed by Sam Curran. It won't go all the way to the boundary for 4. They'll pick up a couple, and a bit of relay work between Lace and Van Buren keeps them down to 2. So 203 for 4.
But they'll be hoping that Jordan Clark, who went to Sedbergh School, doesn't get as many runs as Harry Brook, who also went there. And the other one is George Hill, who was here a couple of weeks ago for Yorkshire. He got 150 last week for Yorkshire as well. So, and Matt Reevis came into that side for their game against Northamptonshire. Was it Northampton they played last week? I think it was. That they drew, and Reevis came in, who's also from Sedbergh School. So obviously a wonderful talent pipeline of cricketers.
Graham Van Buren's trying to make Surrey work here. 234. He's taken Dent out of the slips. Matt Taylor in. He's trying to plug that gap, which Sam Curran has been starting to play through at extra cover. And the board still says -2 on the net run rate. 21 overs to go at 5 o'clock. Actually, that's not too bad. We probably won't be as far as 6:30, I wouldn't think, tonight. And we were at 6:30 a couple of times in the Yorkshire match, so Gloucestershire just got to be a little bit careful about this. Dabbed away by Curran, this time off the back foot, and fielded by Marcus Harris. If you are sort of coming to us at the end of a working day, you're very welcome. Dan Whiting and myself, Ian Randall, describing the first day of this game against Surrey here at the Seat Unique Stadium, where Gloucestershire won the toss and decided to bowl first. Good first 60 minutes in particular, and a handy wicket of Amla before lunch. We'll get a little bit of reverse there from Matt Taylor, and then a big stand. 151 partnership between Ollie Pope and Jamie Smith, taking Surrey well beyond the tea interval. Batted throughout the afternoon session without losing a wicket, and then Pope clipping a ball from David Payne straight to Jack Taylor at square leg, having made 84. Sam Curran has now come in to join Jamie Smith, and he's, as you can see from that card, the first other batsman to get into double figures.
Yeah, that one just tailed in, didn't it? Late as well. So what I'm really surprised about is 114 people have voted in our poll. Is it cold enough for me to put my...
We've got 8 minutes to go yet.
Yeah.
Don't declare any early results.
No. Oh, that's well bowled there by Hammond. Sharp work by Bracey. Whips the bails off. First full stroke that Jamie Smith has played for a long, long time.
Changing the field too. Maybe after only one ball, bringing Tom Lace in to halfway through the to the offside boundary.
Yeah, I like this. As Hammond comes in and he cuts to Lace. That's the dive. But I like this because you can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to offer him the covers here. And then Hammond gets one to spin back through his gate. And actually making him think about it. Making Jamie Smith think about it. There's Bold, and Smith gets onto that front foot and pokes it back. 203 for 4. Yeah, no early results. It's and that's defended. It's like where is it? Is it Sunderland or Sunderland East always has the? They always have this competition who can get the first results back on election day, don't they?
One of the Sunderland constituencies, definitely.
And somewhere in Newcastle beat them, and yeah. Hammond in, and that's beautifully driven off the back foot. I think Chris Dent got a hand on that actually, which took the pace off. So only going to get one, but he's just fielding on one of the warm-up wicket ends there as well, which might have made the bounce a little bit awkward for him. Yeah. Hammond's going to come around the wicket. Hammond certainly looks a steadier pair of hands than Jack Taylor possibly with the ball. See, bowls that one into Sam Curran's legs, plays it out to Dent, no run, end of the 77th over. So just 3 now till the new ball. Yeah, I think, and Hammond was honest enough to say this, that when he was in the team originally as a teenager, I say he was an off spinner. And the two things, and I suppose you would kind of expect this from somebody who was a professional cricketer, he always thought he had batting ability. So he said, although people saw me as an off spinner, I always thought that I
could develop my batting.
Yeah.
And equally, when for want of a golfing term, he got the yips with his bowling.
You right?
He said that it was something that he thought he could recover.
Yeah.
Now, it's clearly not recovered to a point where he is now classed as a front line off spinner, but he's more a batsman who can be a useful off spin option. And with 3 overs to go until the second innings, Graham Van Buren is going to have perhaps a couple at this Ashley Down Road end, just to perhaps pinch one of those overs back on the over rate as much as anything else. That's almost a full toss, but it's played carefully by Jamie Smith out to Tom Lace in the deep.
Talking of the yips, I'm sure all Surrey fans remember Keith Medlicott, who I believe he went on an England tour, didn't he? Was it to the West Indies? And then got a horrendous bout of the yips and could hardly bowl, could hardly even run up to the crease. Just didn't know, which foot to put forward first, and it's a terrible affliction.
So Curran, the left-hander, to face Van Buren with his slow left-arm spin. That's cut away. That'll be 4. He hasn't got into position for that. That was just short enough, and played authentically away by Sam Curran to the Kennington Avenue boundary. He goes to 14.
Phil Edmonds was another one. It seems to happen to slow left-armers more than off-spinners, doesn't it? And Phil Edmonds had to just bowl off one step, off one pace, because he, again, just would lose his run-up and didn't know what to do.
Van Buren. That was probably the second ball today that we've seen keep a bit low. David Payne had one earlier on, also from this end, and Van Buren just seeing one then again, just keep a bit low, and that's slashed hard past Hammond in the slips, and it's going to go down to the boundary for 4. Van Buren, hands on head. That wasn't just an edge, that was a proper hard slash of a shot, and I don't think really we can call that a chance to Miles Hammond. He's very fine there too, and that would have been an extraordinary catch if he'd have caught it. I think about the pace of that ball was travelling at. Van Buren trots in, and again Curran picking the balls to attack. Didn't see that as one, so just defended, and Van Buren's going back around the wicket now to the left-hander, so he's almost bowling blind at the off stump, and as he tries to keep them down to a single by firing it in, Curran just picks off an ambled single. 214 for 4. Curran has 19. Jamie Smith has 77. And there are the bowling figures of the 7 bowlers used now today. But I think in 2 overs' time, Higgins and Amir, I'd be surprised if they weren't back bowling once more.
No, I think you're definitely right there, Ian.
And Warwickshire in the second 11 game, you might argue heading for victory now at the community ground at Edgbaston. 315 for 3. They need 52 to beat Gloucestershire in that game.
Hammond around the wicket, just nudged into the offside by Sam Curran.
So the set 367 to win. But a big stand for the second wicket is the one that's probably pushed it their way. And Adam Hose, who surprised to see playing second 11 cricket, is there 52 not out.
He was at Somerset for a little while. Wasn't he?
Yeah.
Hammond. And that's beautifully placed there by Smith. Works it through the onside, brings the bottom hand. He's going to get 4 runs for that. That's a really, really nice shot. Moves on to 81, and that was a fantastic bit of placement there. Really was. bisected the field.
I wonder if I wouldn't say Pope gave it away, but it was just a bit of a lapse of concentration that saw him
Yeah, I agree.
dismissed.
Hammond into Smith, who plays that into
Smith
the
knows that the new ball will be even against a set of bowlers who've been out in the field all day. The second new ball just gives them that extra bounce in their armoury and extra movement off the seam as well, potentially.
Yeah. Just something different. Je ne sais quoi, as the French say. Hammond there, just a top ball, 219 for 4. Ooh. Hammond, and that's driven firmly by Smith into the offside. Sounds like a dog barking there, and it's too high pitched for our friend Benny.
It
I
can't
think.
be Benny. No.
Benny's
Definitely not.
Benny's too docile to be barking. It was more of a smaller, yappier dog there. Probably taking umbrage with Benny. Hammond in, and that's just worked out to deep square for single. Throw comes in, goes over the head of James Bracey, but it's tidied up there by David Payne. That completes the over. 220 for 4. Smith 82 retains the strike, and Sam Curran's moved on to 20 quite quickly, isn't he?
Yeah, 20 off 31 balls. So his father was of a similar ilk. You know, if he stayed in, you knew that the runs would come quite quickly because he was always quite prepared to play shots.
Hit the ball hard, didn't he?
Yeah, very. So Van Buren with the 80th over into Jamie Smith, and that's just pushed with no great pace up to Jack Taylor at mid-on. Just a slip, short fine leg, extra cover, and a bump ball to Chris Dent in that position, extra cover. He's got a man out as well on the cover, very straight, a very square cover on the boundary, almost a deep point on the boundary actually. And a man at mid-off, and Buren in once more, and again played, say, in that gap. It's a partial stop by Marcus Harris, but they're going to come back for 2 because he's seen the ball rebound off his body and it's gone further away from the stumps at the bowler's end, so then having to retrieve it.
Just kicked before it got to him, didn't it?
It might have. I mean, even at this stage, around the end of April, it's been so dry. There are some bare patches on the outfield, and that drifts away, dabbed into the offside by Jamie Smith. And I don't mean just at the wicket ends, even where some of the drainage channels were laid. Here at the Seat Unique Stadium, not all the areas have taken in terms of grass cover. Curran looks again for a single, and he's found Smith really willing to respond to the calls here for singles. It's just quietly ticking the board up. 224 for 4.
Yeah, keep your comments coming into us. Commentary at glossccc.co.uk.
And tucked away by Smith once again.
Sorry, it's commentators at glossccc.
Yeah, there it is, top right hand corner of your screen. And thanks to those who got involved today, whether you're a Surrey or a Gloucestershire supporter. My call to the ECB seemed to have sparked an odd thought or two.
Yeah, and we've had a poll result in, and 68% of you agree that it is cold enough for me to put my hoodie back on. So I have.
And the new ball has been taken at its first available opportunity by Gloucestershire. Hassan Adnam just showing the new ball to the batsman and handing it to Ryan Higgins, who I think predictably is going to have what for him will be probably his last burst of the day. 16 overs to go, so in reality about an hour's cricket left. What can Gloucestershire do? Surrey get 270. If Surrey are 270 for 4 at the close, it will be their day, unquestionably. But if Gloucestershire can get certainly 2 more wickets, they will feel they're not far behind the game.
No, I think it's Surrey's day, but only just at the moment. Here's Higgins.
But you add 50 runs, it's definitely theirs.
Yeah.
That's why Gloucestershire need to make another breakthrough.
Higgins with the new ball to Jamie Smith, and that's down the leg side, and good tumbling stop there by James Bracey. Yeah, I mean, I think going back to my hoodie, if it's been cold enough for Hassan Adnan to have his gloves on all day, it's cold enough for me to put my hoodie on.
Yeah,
so.
well defended, Dan. Well defended. You played the straightest Geoffrey Boycott bat there. Well done.
Ryan Higgins in. Oh, and that's got to be close. That's got to be close. Oh.
Higgins politely inquiring, I think. There's a little bit of a smile there.
The ball before. Here we go. Let's have a look at this on the replay. Oh, that looks maybe height, perhaps.
Hasn't given a single LBW today.
Here's Higgins. Smith just works that one into the onside.
There have been a couple that have looked quite close. That's probably as close as any of them, to be fair. Perhaps he couldn't see the impact through the dust at the far end.
Let's see if we can have another look at that one at the end of the over. I'd be really interested to see what that's missing. Higgins in, and that nearly sneaks through the defences of Jamie Smith. New ball dancing around a little bit.
Higgins hasn't got anything in the wickets column so far today, but still
he'll be there. It's very rare for him not to have an influence on a game somewhere, isn't it?
Yeah, still wheeling in.
Higgins in, and Smith defends that one.
See where Mohammed Amir might be. If he's on the field, he's at mid-on at the moment.
Mid-on or mid-off? Who's that? Oh, there's Payne at mid-off.
Yes, I would think probably Amir.
Higgins in. And that's defended. Yeah, I saw someone warming up there, left arm over, and I think it might be Payne, but I'm not sure.
I mean, it wouldn't. I mean, clearly Payne is perfectly capable of taking a second new ball, and he is walking more purposefully towards this Ashley Down Road end than Amir is at the moment. So, yes, it's going to be Payne actually.
Yeah.
So, his first day back, so to speak, in first team cricket this summer. Obviously Amir's first game having signed short term. There are the core details of the day. Higgins bowling a maiden with the first over with the second new ball, and Jamie Smith still there, having given very good support to Ollie Pope in a stand of 151 for the 4th wicket. And Pope out for 84. David Payne then to resume from this.
Here we go.
Ashley Down Road end.
We're going to have a look at this LBW here. Again. Oh, that's got to be close. He's got nowhere on the crease, has he?
Leg side, perhaps. That's what the umpire would have thought, perhaps.
He hasn't got a big stride in forward, though.
Well, Hassan Adnam didn't give it out. And David Payne looking to add to his 313 first-class wickets, 2 of which have been taken today. And Curran defends. David Payne, of course, a bit of a history with Surrey. He bowled the last over in the 2015 Royal London final when Jack Taylor took the winning catch. Gloucestershire winning that day really against any form. Payne in or down the leg side. Curran's clipped that away. Is that going to go all the way for 4? It's quite a long chase, and it could be a foot stop job, and it's a failed foot stop from Ryan Higgins, and that will be 4 more to the Surrey total. As I was chatting about that 2015 final to a friend of mine. I think it was back during the winter, and he said that he was there on that day, and you couldn't see Gloucestershire winning until about 2 overs from the end, and then it finally struck them that, you know what, they might actually pull this out of the fire, and they did, of course. Payne into Curran once more, having picked up a boundary, just plays that straight to the man at short extra, who is Matt Taylor.
Rich one-day heritage here at Gloucestershire, isn't there?
There is. It goes back to John Bracewell's time when Mark Lane was captain of the side.
Or even Mike Proctor back in the 70s.
Yeah, I mean, there were 2 trophies then, obviously. Here's Payne. It all pitched up, and nice shot. That will probably be 4. But Hamilton won't be able to haul that in. That's raced away up towards the apartments, and 4 more.
That was a lovely shot. Just let that come onto him and played it under his head. Used the pace. Just worked it back past the bowler.
Yes, the Benson Hedges obviously in 77 after the Gillette win against Sussex in 73, and then a long gap before any other success, and then a whole glut of one-day finals, out of which only 1 was lost. Payne.
Who was that to?
That's a good question. I wasn't there.
They beat Glamorgan in one, didn't they? Where Matthew Maynard got 100.
I got a suspicion it might have been. Oh gosh. No, I'm thinking. I don't think Essex in my head, but I'm not sure if that's right or not. There was only 1 defeat that I do remember.
Great side. Ian Harvey, Jack Russell, Mark Lane.
Here's Payne in once more, and played firmly, but straight to Van Buren. Yeah, Mike Smith was a big part of that side too.
Yeah.
And here's Ryan Higgins with his appeal to umpire Hassan Adnan.
He says no straight away, doesn't he, Hassan Adnan? So he's adamant that it's not out, so...
The Surrey players having a wander round. Reece Topley and Amir Verdi, 1 in the team, 1 not.
Yeah.
Down below us.
Ryan Patel there as well, I think.
He's the one in the woolly hat then. Here's Higgins.
Oh, and that's... Oh, I thought there was a little bit of bat there as the ball goes out to Gully, but doesn't quite carry. It's starting to happen here, isn't it, Ian? It's starting to... Things are starting to...
Yeah,
the new ball makes things happen here at Bristol.
Yeah, I mean, Higgins is obviously aware this is quite a big hour in the day. 16 overs. In that time this morning, Gloucestershire created some chances and took 2 of them.
Higgins in, and that's good bit of work there. Tom Lace at mid-wicket. Fantastic innings at Lancashire last week from Tom Lace, and I'm not sure if I've mentioned, but his mum doesn't half make a good marble cake.
You mean you haven't mentioned that before?
If there's any tomorrow...
There'll be none left in the club office.
I bet there won't. But there's none left now. Ryan Higgins in from the pavilion end. And that's well bowled. That goes out to that sort of floating 4th, 5th slip. It's not quite a gully there from Marcus Harris, is it? It's too fine to be a gully. But it's like a floating 5th slip. Lovely evening here, looking across Bristol from our vantage point. Higgins comes in, and that's a solid forward defensive. Looks very, very composed player, this lad. And,
86 he's got.
Yeah, batted really well. Deserves 100.
Well, he's been over 4 hours. He's been out there.
Yeah.
Since Hashim Amla was out. So he made 11. He made 11 by lunch.
Here's Higgins, and that's again, he rocks onto the front foot. It's quite an easy pace pitch, this though, isn't it? And I think, you know, there's no danger of, you know, you can rock onto the front foot in the knowledge that nothing's going to go through past your nose, is it?
Well, there was a chat with one of the
Higgins in, and that's not in control of that, but he's going to get 1, 2. Although well fielded there by Tom Lace.
I was chatting with one of the written scribes when they arrived at the ground this morning, and basically the view was, you know, if you win the toss, you do bowl, which is what Graham Van Buren chose to do. And I think his words were along the lines of, you know that by the third afternoon, it's going to be as flat as a pancake.
Yeah.
I think he did use a different word actually, but you know what I mean. Basically, it was going to be very flat.
Flat as a pint of nightclub lager.
So I think that was his view, and that's what we've seen.
Yeah.
So in a way, you know, the more Surrey can get on the first day here, or the first day, and perhaps the first session tomorrow, if they're still batting then, they drive the game from that situation.
Yeah, they do. They do, and they'll be looking just to close this out now. They've got 13 overs left till the end of the day.
David Payne to continue from the down road, and that's down the leg side, not directionally as he would want. And
but going back to Tom Lace's mum with that cake, I know I still keep going, but it goes to show what a lovely club this is at Gloucestershire, and you know, sort of everyone's in it together, aren't they? You know, she didn't need to go and do that for the guys in the office, but did. And you know, I'll come on to it after this ball.
Payne into the left-handed current. It's a short one. He's going to call that as a no ball. I think he's going to say that's the one for the over. Umpire Michael Burns.
But as you know, Ian, I've always been a Middlesex man, and I'm starting to fall in love with Gloucestershire a little bit. I feel like I'm cheating on my wife, you know. And some people have a midlife crisis. Some people choose a new wardrobe. Some people choose a sports car, perhaps even a motorbike. I've chosen Gloucestershire County Cricket Club, so there's my midlife crisis.
And fair play to you for doing so. I would say this much, it's probably cheaper than a second wife or a motorbike or a sports car.
Very good membership prices here at Gloucestershire. Let's get that in at the time. But I'm being serious, there is a really nice feel to the club here, you know, and Bristol's a wonderful city. It's a cool city. As long as you avoid the youngsters on the electric scooters weaving up and down the Gloucester Road.
Curran waits again. Payne into him. Oh, that's a lovely shot.
Oh, gorgeous.
He didn't really play that with a full backlift either, but it's gone racing away to the boundary at extra cover. David Payne might have given him a bit of a glare there, but that was a very, very nice shot. Here he does a second look at it, and not much wrong with the delivery, really.
Not a lot of footwork, was there? But it's
he's one of those players who you just think, oh, he may have been coached, and I'm sure, you know, Father Kevin would have done the basics with him, but he just looks to have just natural ability with the bat in his hand.
Do you think cricket's genetic?
Possibly. Curran cracks 4 more away. That's another good shot. Again, really from the crease, just standing up. And he is accelerating the Surrey run rate here, as sometimes happens against the second new ball. It's a bit harder, it goes off the bat a bit faster. There's a bit more bounce, a bit more surety to play the shots. And let's be fair, as a rule, the oval pitches would allow you to do that. So, you know, a Bristol, a slowish Bristol pitch and a soft older ball would perhaps be harder for the Surrey batters than a new ball on this pitch.
David Payne nearly threw 17 overs, and you wonder, first bowl of the season, how hard it is for him.
Clipped off his pads by, for his boot be more accurate actually, by Sam Curran. Down for a single. He'd keep the strike, and Jack Taylor gets the throw in. 244 for 4. Curran 38, Smith 88. We've got a lovely email from Alison Spurrell.
Yeah, Alison, she's knitting a Christmas chocolate cover for every wicket taken by David Payne this season, or Ryan Higgins when David Payne was absent. It's in aid of St Peter's Hospice, and David knows all about it. And if you want to give to it, it's justgiving.com /fundraising /Alison-Spurrell SPURRELL-wickets. That's www.justgiving.com /fundraising /Alison-Spurrell-wickets. And she's knitting the second one as we speak. So following Ollie Pope's clip there to Jack Taylor off the bowling of David Payne. So let's hope David Payne picks up a 7 or an 8 for in the second innings. Here's Ryan Higgins. And full defensive there.
Yeah, thank you, Alison, and well played to you for doing that.
Yeah, I think so as well, Ian. I think it's a fantastic effort, fantastic cause, and again, an example of, you know, the community spirit here at Gloucestershire County Cricket Club amongst the players, the fans, everyone's in it together. It's really good to see. Ryan Higgins. Oh, that's... and they're going to go for a quick single, and they get through. I thought that was a bit close for comfort there when he pushed that, but Sam Curran is obviously quicker. He thinks he's quicker than I think that I am.
Well, these two have added 56 already.
Yeah.
And Curran's had the lion's share of that, obviously, with 39. 57, I should say. Ball's just ticked up. The board on the ground says 244, interestingly.
Here's Higgins. Oh, that's a good delivery. Beats Jamie Smith. Goes through to James Bracey and doesn't miss the off stump by much either.
So I suspect...
Well, just having a look at this picture here of Alison's... well, they chocolate covers.
Sort of cupcake covers, perhaps.
Oh, okay. Oh, I did wonder what a chocolate cover was. Here's Higgins. Yeah, that's worked handsomely through just in front of square leg, and that's going to go away just in front of the mound stand for 4 runs. Moves them into the 90s. And Higgins, they're just straying. Gloucestershire looking a little bit tired now. Not long to go in the day. 11 and a bit overs, and
yeah, but the thing is, if Surrey spot that and they really go aggressive, they could be close to 300 by the close.
Yeah, they could be. They could be. Oh, and that's a good delivery as well. This is really great contest between these two. Really is. Higgins beats Smith outside off stump, 1 ball. Smith works him through square leg the next. Next ball, Higgins comes back with a riposte. Wonderful, wonderful cricket.
And Curran, in the position that Curran has come in, Surrey are kind of counter-punching, and he's just the ideal man for that job.
Perfect. And Higgins plays, or Smith plays that off Higgins. That completes the over. 85 gone, 249 for 4. Sam Curran just 11 away from a 50. Jamie Smith just 8 away from 100.
Yeah, I mean, Curran in terms of his England career, and he averaged 24 with the bat. First class career averaged 28, nearly approaching 3,000 runs at 28. But you have to remember how early he actually got into both the England team and the Surrey team.
Yeah. And
despite saying he wouldn't, James has piled into the last slab of the marble cake. So that means we can't have it. But to be fair, he's had a long day on the cameras, and he's done a good job.
He deserves it. He deserves
fair play.
Yeah.
And he did go and get the 3 slices, and he said that we could have one each, and he said he wouldn't have the third, but.
Well, I'm sure Tom Lacey's mum will be baking one as we speak for the boys tomorrow.
Yeah.
So
no, he's done a sound job today. So well done for that, Jimmer. And here is David Payne in again to Curran, who decides he will defend that one.
I thought Payne
difficult balance here from Van Buren. He's got 10 overs left on the day.
I thought Payne might have had a little blow there, having been crashed for 2 4s in the last over. I thought we might have seen Mohammed Amir, but he's wrapped up in his long cable knitted jumper, isn't he? So I don't think.
We'll have to see. Payne, 85th over of the day. That's gone off the pad, off the thigh pad, I suspect, really, of these two. 250 up for Surrey, 250 for 4. When you've been put in, I think you'd be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I agree.
Particularly from 37 for 3. That's a well compiled response. Dent's going back into second slip here for Jamie Smith. 92 he's got. And Payne over the wicket. Again draws Smith forward. From watching you talking a lot about we talked about maybe like Chris Dent's enthusiastic fielding today. You know, he has, for regular watchers of Gloucestershire over the past, say 7 or 8 years, maybe even a bit longer than that, Dent's been somebody who's scored a lot of his runs square of the wicket, either through cutting or pulling. We haven't seen a lot of that today from Surrey. Gloucestershire haven't bowled much that's been able to be cut or pulled. By and large, if they have to, they've had to work runs away square of the wicket. They've generally worked it off their pads through the leg side. But Graham Van Buren has been trying to entice them to drive through the covers, and they have increasingly successfely done so, despite the fact they've had often 2 men in there.
I agree. I think Gloucestershire have actually bowled pretty well, and with a bit more luck, they would have been in the ascendancy.
Payne again. That's driven in the V this time up to Mohammed Amir at mid-off.
But you make your own luck, and dropping 4 catches, that you do make your own luck in this game, and they're at fault themselves. But Gloucestershire, I think, have bowled well enough to actually be in the ascendancy here, and they're not. Really,
I mean, you might argue the Smith miss has been the costly one, because I'll come back to when the others occurred. Payne in again. That's driven down the ground by Smith as a chase from Amir. Whether he'll get there before the ball gets to the rope, I don't know. The answer is he won't. It's gone all the way for 4. I would say these are the shorter of the 2 straight boundaries down in front of the apartments. But Mohammed Amir not being able to haul that in. So in terms of the Burns and Patel both had made only 4 when they were missed. Burns was out for 6 and Patel for 9. So again, not a huge loss there. And Pope was dropped on 72 and he was out for 84. So in a way, those 3 chances collectively didn't cost Gloucestershire a lot. But Jamie Smith was dropped on 48, and he now has 96, and that's the costly one out of those misses that Dan spoke about. that was the Bracey-Hammond one, where it was arguably not going to carry to first tip, even though it looked to be heading straight for Miles Hammond, and Bracey dived in front of first tip to try and take it with the gloves and couldn't cling on. So that was arguably the expensive one, because the other three all offered chances soon afterwards, which were taken.
Ryan Higgins from the pavilion end. It's about to commence the 87th over of the day, and Sam Curran defends it, just pokes it back there to middle.
Matt Taylor doing some limbering up at
he's bowled well. Matt Taylor.
I mean, the figures of none of the figures are terrible.
No.
How many end 17 overs for 45?
Yeah, he's been a bit unlucky. That's just hits the pad, and it's going to run down to Pavilion for a leg by.
Now, Payne 2 for 59 from 18, Matt Taylor 2 for 43 from 19, and Higgins in his 20th over now, and he's got no wicket for 40, and again, economy rate really good. And that's not because he's been negative with his bowling or had negative fields. He hasn't. He's just been very accurate.
Yeah. Jamie Smith just 4 away from a richly deserved 100. Higgins bowls to him. Oh, and he has a little dabble at that, but doesn't connect with it. Lovely evening in Bristol. Feels summer's on its way, don't you? Spring's in the air.
Do you need a hoodie, do you think?
Oh, I think
Is
so.
it a night for a hoodie?
What do they say up north? Near Gloucester clout till
Till
maybe
May's
out.
Yes.
Yeah. Ryan Higgins and Jamie Smith.
I have to be fair here. If the voice sounds a bit gravelly at the close of today, it was a bit gravelly last weekend, perhaps as a result of casting a clout before May was out. In one of my cases after the game here against Yorkshire last week, I went to a sporting fixture on the Monday and perhaps should have worn more clothing than I did.
Higgins, that turns him around, and that's well bowled. For all those who haven't got a clue what we're talking about, it means basically keep your coat on till the end of May. Yes.
But yeah, apparently a clout was referred to as cloth in Yorkshire. In that it's where the phrase originated from.
Ryan Higgins. Oh, and that's run away. Is that going to be his century? No, it's off the pad. There's going to be 4 leg byes.
Higgins takes his cap rather ruefully. Nothing really happening for Gloucestershire since the second new ball. And sorry, if anything, have just maintained this progression towards a pretty strong position. The 55% of the pollsters earlier today who said somewhere between 201 and 300 was going to be the Surrey score. Well, I think from a Gloucester perspective, you'd have to say you hope they're right now, because there would be quite a collapse, and it doesn't look like a pitch where you're going to spark a collapse, does it, Dan? Really?
No, I think most people voted were probably in the same as that Mori poll, before Brexit, where they thought, there's absolutely no chance of it happening whatsoever.
David Payne to continue from this Ashley Down Road, and again played nicely out through extra cover by Sam Curran. He doesn't get more than a single though, so he goes to 40. He's got 7 boundaries in that, and 208 balls for Jamie Smith at the moment to get to 96. 14 fours, and just the one chance, if you can call it that, offered, or the one opportunity which Gloucestershire earned out of him, which went to ground. I feel a combination of Bracey and Hammond when he'd made 48, so he's now doubled his score. And here he is facing Payne and defends just as resolutely as he would have done to the first ball. Concentration looks good, doesn't it? It doesn't look as if he's wavering out there. He's made 4 first-class hundreds before, so he's not as if he's in completely uncharted water. I should say, actually, with 8 overs to go after this, thank you for joining us throughout the day, whether you've been, as you say, in Feltham or Filton.
Oh, love it. Love it.
Here is Payne in, and again played in the V, this time up to Mohammed Amir, or further afield than that. And we know that we do have watchers of the stream both across the pond and indeed in parts of Europe as well. So yeah, it looks like the light is going to be fine for the end of the day. A little bit of watery sun around, and Mohammed Amir just looking at the shape of the ball before he hands it back to David Payne, and Jamie Smith waits once more on 96. Payne going to have a word with the umpire here. Now this ball's only been used for 7 overs, but they want to have it checked if nothing else. The umpire of course has got a little guide, which I'm not sure if they both carry a guide with them or not, but certainly Mike Burns has looked at that and he said, once he looks at it and said, well, that looks like an egg to me. So
what do they do with them when they don't go through the sort of the hole in the?
Well, I imagine they're probably used for net practices, I would suspect.
You don't give them to Benny as a Christmas toy or anything?
I don't think so. I don't know. Unless, I mean, I don't know whether they have some kind of arrangement with the manufacturer where the balls are sent back if they're badly out of shape.
Because they're not cheap.
They're not cheap.
No,
they are not cheap. And anybody who runs if you're a treasurer of a club cricket team, you will know that one of your main costs at the start of a season is to buy maybe a box or 2 boxes of cricket balls. And that's not an inexpensive item. Pretty essential, but not exactly inexpensive. Drinks are brought out for the 2 batsmen just while we're assessing which ball they're going to need. But you've got to have a box of varying balls available, and one that is only 7 overs old is clearly almost one that's been used right at the end for a short run chase sort of situation. That's what you're looking for. But the old one will have gone off, and I say maybe it'll be used in the nets in due course. But umpires Burns and Adnam have decided they found a suitable alternative, and David Payne will have that ball thrown in his direction.
This innings by Jamie Smith, I mean, talk about grabbing your chance. He wasn't even in the 14, was he, yesterday?
No.
And he's come in. There's been an injury to Ben Folkes. Like last year where Ben Folkes went missing, didn't he? He did his hamstring. He slipped on a towel in the dressing room, didn't he, on a hard surface floor.
Here's Payne then with a different ball in, and Jamie Smith lets that go. Yeah, I mean, we don't know when he would have got the call to say, you know, Ben Folkes isn't going to play, but he wasn't named in the 14. That 14 was named at just before 5 o'clock yesterday. So whether he did travel down with the team, whether he was rung later to be brought down later on last night, but he was certainly here on the ground this morning. And as Dan quite rightly said, he's taken his opportunity. Payne in to bowl to him, but he's not going to be hurried into getting these last 4 runs. If it takes him until tomorrow, you sense that he'd be quite prepared to wait. Wouldn't want to wait, I don't think, but he's prepared. He's close enough to this 100.
You do wonder when I think he came down with the side yesterday, didn't he? So,
well, I don't know. I don't know whether he did or not, but he was on the ground this morning. So he got here, and he has made his mark, having been picked.
Maybe it's one of those, Jamie, get yourself over to Paddington early.
One of those. 40 to current. Sam Curran, that is. Tom's not involved in this game. 96 to Jamie Smith, 260 for 4, 8 overs to go. I think probably 300 tonight is now not on. I wouldn't think they're going to get another 40 in 8 overs tonight, but the key column I think is the wickets column now. Gloucester have got to try and advance that by certainly 1 in what remains of the day, because if Surrey go into tomorrow only 4 down, you've got to think that they will be looking to only bat once in the match.
Yeah, I agree with that. Here's Ryan Higgins bowling to Sam Curran. Oh, and that's a good delivery. Gloucestershire not had a lot of luck today either. You know, I know they've dropped their catches, but they've gone past the outside edge on numerous occasions. And
here's the rerun, not of the screen, but of the delivery.
Oh, that's a good delivery. Curran having a play out. Ryan Higgins hasn't had a lot of luck. Here he comes, and Curran moves his feet to pit him back down the ground, and that's a lovely shot for 4 runs. Curran moves on to 44, 264 for 4. It's been a tough day for Gloucestershire, but this pitch, you know, is placid. It's if it was a person, it would be a pacifist. It's that placid. It really is. There's not a lot of pace in it, and it just comes on nicely. And you see the new ball off, 10, 15 overs, and once that happens, you're away. I know both sides have got a bat on it yet, but I'm really confident that Gloucestershire can bat equally well.
They've got the patience to do so, and they'll know that they haven't really had a high-scoring game that really looked like being drawn from quite a long way out yet this season.
Higgins and Curran just works that one square the wicket.
You know, the Northampton Yorkshire matches both could have gone either way.
Yeah.
The Lancashire game, yes, Gloucestershire were only the best they were going to get was a draw, but they very nearly achieved it. And Lancashire's tactics were very clear. They wanted to bat 5 sessions and give themselves 4 to bowl Gloucestershire out. So, you know, Surrey it would just be about scoreboard pressure if they got a really big score, wouldn't it?
Higgins into Smith, who drives just 4 away from his 100, but can only find the skipper Graham Van Buren there, extra cover.
You've become a bit bogged down just for a moment, Surrey.
Has a little bit. Yeah, and Smith's become a little bit bogged down.
I mean, I think it's a phrase used earlier. You know, sides will not give positions away in Division 1.
No. Oh, and that's well bowled. Finds the outside edge to Marcus Harris, who just rolls that back and it hits the stumps.
He's conscious
the
about
bails off and
what is happening elsewhere in Division 1. Just while we're sort of, not say drifting, we're getting close to the end of play here. Northants 233 for 7 against Essex at Chelmsford.
Higgins in, and that's hit firmly to mid on. That completes the over. 265
Luke
for 4.
Proctor 60 not out there, so he's sort of the glue of the lower innings in that game. At Southampton, Hampshire all out for 246, and Lancashire 26 without loss. And Somerset have had a good day with the bat at Taunton against Warwickshire. 320 for 3 they are. A century there for Matt Renshaw, and Tom Abel made 70.
Yeah, he's in good touch, Tom Abel.
And in the Kent game against Yorkshire, Kent 254 for 5 against Yorkshire, again having been put in. And Daniel Bell Drummond is now out, made 109. Slash from Curran at new over from David Payne.
That went through. Bracey taking that above head height there. That went through.
I think Payne will appreciate a soak in a hot bath tonight, if that's
yeah, I bet.
is what happens. I mean, obviously ice baths are the thing by and large, but Payne may appreciate taking the weight off his feet at the end of today. And he's 20th over. Comes in and Sam Curran looks for a single. There's a quick call and a apparently diving shovel throw from Chris Dent, which doesn't really threaten. The idea itself wasn't wrong. He was just looking for fastest way to get the ball in towards the stumps. And there was an incident, was it in the Yorkshire match, where there was 2 shies at the stumps off the same delivery, and the 2 batsmen were so much in the middle of the pitch, Marcus Harris could have run to the stumps at the one end rather than throw it, but he didn't, and that chance went. So now Jamie Smith still on 96. Payne to bowl to him. That's down the ground but straight to Mohammed Amir at mid-off. And the deliveries continue to tick by for Jamie Smith. But Curran's giving him excellent support here.
Are you curious why we
78 these two have put on.
You curious why we haven't seen Mohammed Amir this evening?
He may. 6 overs to go. I mean, as I say, it is his first red ball game, as we know, for 2.5 years.
Yeah.
And they may have tried to sort of manage him a bit in the field during today. He's bowled 17 overs. It's not as if he's only bowled. If he'd only bowled 10, I could understand it.
Yeah.
Payne in, and again, that's worked round his front pad by Jamie Smith. He's got a man now on the single. Chris Dent by the umpire. Hammond is in splendid isolation at first slip. Marcus Harris at probably fourth slip or very fine gully, depending on the point of view. Payne around the wicket to the right-handed Smith, who needs 4 for his 100. He won't get anything there. And just, I think Graham Van Buren here at the moment is, as much as anything, he's just trying to stifle the Surrey scoring, isn't he? Because he doesn't want them to get away and get 20 cheap runs tonight.
No, and also, you know, Surrey in a position, I know it's very early days in the league at the moment, but Surrey in a position with their top, and you want to maximise your bonus points as well. And I'll come on to it after this ball.
Payne in again. That's worked on again, straight to Dent. It's 3 balls in a row he's fielded. And again, a good tidy stop keeps Jamie Smith at the non-striker's end. So again, he's the time is ticking by for him to get these 4 runs he wants tonight. 6 overs to go, 266 for 4 Surrey. There is the bowling analysis grid for Gloucestershire for today. 2 wickets each to Payne and to Matt Taylor. 10 overs with the second new ball haven't produced anything yet in the wickets column, and Surrey are probably getting, if there is a night watchman in amongst that group, it's probably Reece Topley, but I suspect they probably wouldn't put a night watchman out there if a wicket fell now. They'd just say, well, the next person out there will come in and we'll bat normally tomorrow, because there isn't really... Dan Worrell would not be a white night watchman type, and that only leaves Reece Topley. Other than that, you must just put a genuine batsman in there.
Yeah, yeah. But they've got 20 overs left to complete their bonus points. Ryan Higgins comes in to Sam Curran. So the way the bonus points work out is you get, when you bat, you've got to get your certain targets within 110 overs. We've had 90 overs, so there's 20 overs left for Surrey to get their bonus points. Not to complete their innings, it's just to get their bonus points.
So you would have said at the moment, you probably think that 4 bonus points at 350 was probably where they might be getting to.
Exactly. As Higgins comes in to Curran. And no run.
Particularly if the 6 overs tonight evaporate with not much advancement from where we are.
Yeah, so you get your bonus points at 200, 250, 300, 350, 400, to a maximum of 5 bonus points for 400. And at the moment, 266 for 4. Higgins to Sam Curran, who just nurdles that one around the corner.
And to go back to your point from earlier, if Surrey get to the close and they've taken 16 overs off this second new ball, yes, the Gloucestershire bowlers will be fresh in the morning, but the ball will have had some of the hardness taken out of it, and they might think that they can push on a bit.
Yeah.
Without being too radical.
Here's Higgins into Smith, who is still there, being patient.
Yes, he got it. It seems a while ago he got into the 90s.
Yeah. 221 balls he's faced now. In an innings of 5 hours. Just shy of 5 hours. And that's just angled into his pads, played out to mid-on. No run. Gloucestershire squeezing Smith here a little bit, and I wonder if he will be tempted in sooner or later to have a rash shot. There's no need for him to do it. If he comes back in the morning, he comes back in the morning. And that is a lovely way to get to your 100 there. Straight drive down the ground. 100 for Jamie Smith. Completely deserves that. Came in with a score on 37 for 3. And he's rebuilt this Surrey innings. Score now 271 for 4. And Smith there with 100 off 222 balls, 15 fours. What a lovely innings, Ian Randall.
Yes, it's been a patient compilation, I think you'd say, from Jamie Smith. Most of his most pleasing shots have been, as many are, through the cover region, but when needed to, he's just taken the runs available, and he gave very good support to Ollie Pope. And since Pope has gone, he himself has had a very good foil down the other end in Sam Curran, but it's a 5th first-class 100 for Jamie Smith, and I think you'd say it's deserved for a patient effort across the day. We're going to see Matt Taylor from this Ashley Down Road end, and some late in the day emails which we'll bring to you from far and wide, it must be said.
Yeah, regarding Ned Gloucester clout till May is out. Actually refers to the May blossom on the hawthorn trees, according to Ian Waller, who's a Surrey supporter up in Sheffield. And you can get your kit off when the flowers appear and don't have to wait until June. And all his clouts are well and truly on today. It's been very chilly up in Sheffield.
Sam Curran facing the first ball of a new spell from Matt Taylor. Drives out to wide mid-off, and there's no run. So
thanks for your email, Ian, and we're hoping to see you tomorrow, and hoping the weather warms up there. We've got a viewer from Manado, North Sulawesi, Indonesia. Apa kabar, which means how are you, to Nathan and AJ.
They're two of the other regular watchers, I think.
Uh-huh.
And one gentleman or lady, as appropriate, anonymous, watching in northwest of Sutherland, 25 miles from south of Cape Wrath.
Where's that? Let's have a look. Let's have a look.
Here is Matt Taylor, and there's a short ball pulled by Curran powerfully away, and that will be his half century. That's gone away for 4 to mid-wicket, and 4 more to Sam Curran. Takes him to again a well put together 59 boundaries and 62 balls.
Cape Wrath. There's a cape in the Durness parish of the county of Sutherland in the Highlands of Scotland. It is the most northwesterly point in mainland Britain.
Ah.
The cape is separated from the rest of the mainland by the Kyle of Durness.
Oh, good ball from Matt Taylor. Now, that's interesting to know, because I think one former member of the Gloucestershire backroom staff retired to that part of the world, and I wondered if they might be the person watching anonymously. I shan't mention their name. They know who they are.
Had a lighthouse there.
Yeah.
Built in 1828 by Robert Stevenson, no less.
So I wouldn't be surprised if that was they.
Lots of Ministry of Defence land out there. Used as a military training area, including a live firing range. So
yeah, there's a lot.
Keep your head down, mate. Keep your head down. You watch us on TV, you're safe doing that.
Former long-serving member of the Gloucestershire staff. No. Okay, that's not the same person, I don't think. So, not judging by the message we were sent. So, anyway, I hope you're enjoying our coverage from that part of the country. And here, Gloucestershire striving for a wicket before the close. They've got 4 overs to try and split these two, and it hasn't proved that easy. The last wicket fell in the 71st over, so these two have had 21 overs together, and they have added 87, which is in Championship cricket is a brisk scoring rate, particularly when you factor in the fact there's been a new ball again involved. And in fact, Graham Van Buren is turning to Jack Taylor's leg spin with a newish ball at the end of the day, just to see if he can force a mistake in the last 4 overs somewhere. Taylor will bowl 2 of them, you'd have thought.
Yep. Here he is, and that's a long hop to start off. Well, not a long hop, but it's short of where he wants to be.
State Gloucestershire is still -2 on the over rate, so might be a thought on that.
Yeah. Taylor comes in, tickled around the corner. No run.
I just think Jamie Smith wants to be there for tomorrow night, but both these two have got their personal milestones for the day.
Yeah, I agree with that. That'd be sensible cricket. Oh, there's a little bit of drift there from Jack Taylor, just going into the right-hander. You can get that and get the ball to spin away.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a good
there was
delivery.
one or two being dragged down earlier, but that was pitched right up.
Yeah, that's well bowled as well. They're going to get 1 for it. He's just nudged it out to mid-on, who's more long on, who's about halfway back, maybe 2/3 of the way back to the boundary there at the pavilion end. Jack Taylor's going to stay over the wicket to the left-handed Sam Curran. I hope he doesn't bowl him a long hop here, because my car's looking rather exposed in the car park over there. To the left-hander. And that's driven back firmly at him.
Yes, I think there are a lot more cars in the car park than there are now, but as you say, your car is in splendid isolation.
Yes. You just keep it pitched up there, Jack Taylor. And Sam Curran nudges that one down the ground. We'll have to...
So 6 overs from Jack Taylor today. Not really very threatening, if we're honest. And there is the rather lopsided looking Surrey card with 37 for 3. Changing into 277 for 4, so only 1 wicket in the last 240 runs scored for Gloucestershire. But in that time, they have missed 2 chances, one of which cost them only 12, but the other one has proved expensive. Jamie Smith missed on 48, and now he is there with 3 figures against his name. Matt Taylor with the penultimate over from this Ashley Down road end. 2 more to go after this, and these two now very set, it seems, on being there in the morning. I wonder what Gareth Batty and Jim Troughton and Azam Mahmood's view would be about how Surrey would attack tomorrow. Does it smack to you of a side that want to get 450 and then really put the pressure on Gloucestershire with a big total?
Yeah, I don't think they'll do anything different, Ian. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Matt Taylor in, and back goes Sam Curran.
I just don't think they need to do anything different whatsoever. I think in the morning they'll have a look, they'll be cautious, and I think they'll play themselves in again. And then I think they'll look to attack, but they can bat until tea tomorrow. They can bat until, what we're looking at by tea tomorrow, 450, 500.
If they were batting at tea, you might 277. Yes, you might be looking at somewhere in that bracket. Matt Taylor in and cut by Curran. That's 4 more. Again, just enough width. And Curran, when his arms are free, he can play that shot with some force. I say we haven't had too much today that's been cuttable, but that definitely was. Here's the replay. Yes, it's just wide enough. It's probably his second set of stumps, and Matt Taylor knows that.
I think they'll want 500 because they'll want 350. They'll want 500 because that means Gloucestershire have to get 350. Otherwise, they can enforce the follow-on. And I know sides don't like to enforce the follow-on. It's gone out of fashion, hasn't it? But with a little bit of rain about potentially on Sunday, perhaps, I think they might have one eye on that. And at least it's up your sleeve. You can do one or the other. It's down to you whether you want to do that or not.
Yes, and even if they got a big lead where they could enforce the follow-on and didn't, they've got a choice of whether they want to give the bowlers a breather or not. And that's often the target. The pattern now seems to be you bat again to give your bowlers a break.
Yeah.
Unless you're bowling sides out very quickly. So if you're bowling a side out in, let's say, 45 overs, you might think, well, do you know what? We've not had a full day in the field. We'll go again and put the side who could be following on back in. Matt Taylor in down the leg side. Good take by James Bracey.
But what does come into play there as well is, we speak about the Bristol pitch getting better and better and better as the game goes on. If they did enforce the follow on and Gloucestershire set Surrey, some sort of total, Surrey could well be batting last on it.
Which is what they want to do, arguably. Having been put in, they would know, even as recently as last year, that batting last, you'd much rather be chasing a modest sort of score. Even a low 200 score, as we saw last year, was perfectly gettable in 40 overs.
Yeah, but lots of ifs and buts, aren't there?
Yeah,
lots of ifs and buts.
But Surrey are in the position where, if they really wanted to, they could, methodically go about their batting tomorrow.
Yeah.
And 2 sessions tomorrow. If they score at the same rate as they are today, then you'd be looking at somewhere north of 450, and that would be it is a scoreboard pressure situation.
Yeah, and they probably have the last session, I think, to have a go at winkling out some of the top order. Jack Taylor in and punched off the back foot out to Tom Lace there at deep cover. Mum makes a fantastic marble cake, by the way. And
it's the story of the day, that.
It is, certainly.
These two need 6 for a 100 partnership.
Taylor to the left-handed Sam Curran, who gets that one a little bit straighter, but Lace is quick across the ground.
Yes, if they could, I think, milk a boundary somewhere, they might get that tonight.
Taylor in and will bowled. Seems to be bowling a much better line and length now, doesn't he?
He's not as short as he was earlier on.
Yep. And just a little bit shorter there, but not too short. And Smith rocks onto the back foot, punches it to Chris Dent. Extra cover.
I would say, whether you're in Cape Wrath or wherever else you might be.
Oh, and that's a full toss, which has got what it deserved. And it's a no ball, actually. It's over waist height, no ball. And got spanked to the deep mid-wicket boundary. And yeah, real pie there from Jack Taylor. Here he comes, and that's shorter, and that's crunched off the back foot. That's going to be the 100 partnership. 4 runs there, down to the offices in front of the scoreboard. And a lovely shot from Jamie Smith.
Sorry, past the 100 partnership. And we should say, our friend in Cape Wrath, Peter Tuck, has emailed us to say, I'm not an ex-member of the ground staff. I grew up just outside Gloucester back in the Proctorshire days and have followed the cricket, rugby and football teams ever since. I have a croft up here and grow vegetables for a local hotel. I still have family back in Gloucester, including a brother who's a well-known estate agent. Ah, yes, indeed. Thanks for the coverage and the history of Durness, he says.
One there, and what a lovely lifestyle, growing crops in a croft.
Pete, thanks for your email. And hope the signal up there is clear, and you've enjoyed the cricket today. You may have not been so pleased by the rugby result at Kingsholm last night, but that wasn't in the league matches. So Gloucester still with a lot to play for league-wise. And here Matt Taylor's going to bowl the last over of the day, with this pair having put on 106 for the 5th wicket.
Someone's having a barbecue and it's very nice.
Smith on 111, waits for Matt Taylor around the wicket, and he just plays that out on the side to Graham Van Buren at short mid-wicket. Yeah, Sam Curran's done. I mean, Gloucestershire, some wickets sometimes fall in clumps, don't they?
Yeah.
And
one brings 2 and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they haven't really had the 2 quick wickets at the start of the day when the openers were out was the vindication of that. But since then, the wickets have only been in singles, and Surrey probably, at the end of today, I think probably feel that they would hold sway a bit. There is Dan in our commentary position
with my hoodie on,
high up on the 3rd floor of the apartments, looking down on the ground. And there is some genuine sunshine now. At the end of the day, Matt Taylor down the leg side, taken by James Bracey. Taylor a bit cross with that line. Yes, there is a waft of a barbecue heading in our direction.
Very nice.
Bowling figures: Ryan Higgins 22 overs, 8 maidens, no wicket for 50. Mohammed Amir 17 overs, 5 maidens, no wicket for 45. David Payne 20 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 61. And Matt Taylor in his 22nd over has 2 for 51 at the moment. The spinners between them, Jack Taylor, Graham Van Buren and Miles Hammond, have bowled 15 overs on the day. Nice slower ball from Matt Taylor. 15 overs which have cost 74 actually. So the spin has not really been a lively option for Gloucestershire today. It's been used sparingly, but equally one of them, drew a chance that was missed, the one off Pope, although it wasn't too costly in the end. Matt Taylor in again, and once again defended by Jamie Smith. A reminder that after these two, Colin de Grandhomme, Will Jacks, who's got a white ball 100 against Gloucestershire in the Royal London Cup, and Jordan Clark, all still to come, and then Dan Morrill and Rhys Topley. So Gloucestershire will know they've got work to do yet here, as if today hasn't proved that enough. From 37 for 3, Taylor in, and defended by Jamie Smith off what is the last ball of the day. He tucks his bat under his arm. He's got a number 11 on his back, and he's got 111 on the scoreboard against his name. Sam Curran, 57 not out, has been very good support for him. 57 from 74 balls, but Smith with 111 not out for him, just about 5 hours batting with 17 fours. It's a proper effort.
Yeah, and it could have been so different as well, because when Ryan Patel was LBW to David Payne, and they lost Rory Burns, both with the score on 16, followed by Hashim Amla when the score was only on 37 for 3. Surrey, who've come here top of the table, could have been in deep trouble. But a beautiful 84 from Ollie Pope, allied to some gorgeous cover drives from Jamie Smith in that 111 not out, saw them to 188 before Pope clipped one off David Payne to Jack Taylor at square leg. But Sam Curran's come in and added good assistance there to Jamie Smith, and 294 for 4. The day definitely belongs to those from South London.
Yeah, I think that's a good upsum. Dan, thanks for your company today. Enjoyable as ever. Thank you to you if you've been with us for all or part of the day. And if you've emailed us, thanks too for being part of our coverage of this 4-day championship fixture in Division 1. The umpire's just having a chat with the ground staff about the remarking and repairing of the wicket ends at the close, but it's been another full day, another dry day, and once again, forecast for the rest of the week, as to this match at least, is we might have just a little bit of rain around possibly on Sunday, but it's very, very light. And once again, it looks as if it's going to be a genuine contest here, not affected by the weather. Thanks again to James Healy on the cameras. Sterling day's work from him. And if Tom Lacey's mum is with us, yeah, we love the marble cake. 294 for 4 at the close. Jamie Smith 111 not out. Sam Curran 57 not out. Gloucestershire will need some early breakthroughs in the morning. Otherwise, Surrey will be driving the game. Join us tomorrow just before 11 o'clock on the stream here from BS7. But from Dan, good night.
Good night.
And from Ian Randall as well, goodbye. Until tomorrow here on the stream for Gloucestershire Cricket. See you tomorrow.